Chapter 44 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 44. A Door Opened in Heaven. Some men hunt their fellows to prey upon them and fill their own greedy maws. Richard hunted and caught his brother and sister, that he might feed them with the labour of his hands. I fear there was, therefore, a little more for the mother to guzzle, but it is of small consequence whether those that go down the hill arrive at the foot a week sooner or later. To Arthur and Alice, their new-found brother, strong and loving, was as an angel from high heaven. It was no fault in Richard that he did not find a correspondent comfort in them. It did, in truth, comfort him to see them improve in looks and strength, but they had not many thoughts to share with him, had little coin for spiritual commerce. Even their religion, like that of most who claim any, had little shape or colour. What there was of it was genuine, which made it infinitely precious, but it was much too weak to pass over to the help of another. Divine aid, however, of a different sort, was waiting for him. Hitherto he had heard little or no music. The little was from the church organ, and his not unjustifiable prejudice against its surroundings had disinclined him to listen when it spoke. The intellect of the youth had come to the front, and the higher powers to which art is ministrant had remained much undeveloped, shut in darkened parlous rooms, where a ray of genial impulse not often entered. For the highest of those powers, the imagination, without which no discovery of any grandeur is made, even in the realms of science, dwells in the halls of aspiration, outlook, desire, and hope, and round the windows and filling the air of these hung the dry dust-cloud of Richard's negation. But when love, with her attendant sorrow, came, they opened wide all the doors and windows of them to what might enter. Hitherto all his poetry, even what he produced, had come to Richard at second hand, that is, from the inspiration of books. Its flowers were of the moon, not of the sun. They sprang under the pale reflex light of other souls. For genuine life of any and every sort, the immediate inspiration of the Almighty is the one essential, and for that sorrow and love now made a way. First of all, the lower winds and sidelong rays of art, all from the Father of Lights, crept in, able now to work for his perfect will. For when a man has once begun to live, then have the thoughts and feelings of other men, and every art in which those thoughts or feelings are embodied by them, a sevenfold power for the strengthening and rousing of the divine nature in him. And as the divine nature is roused, the diviner nature, the immediate God, enters to possess it. A gentleman who employed Richard happened one day, in conversation with him as he pursued his work, to start the subject of music, and made a remark which, notwithstanding Richard's ignorance, found sufficient way into his mind to make him think over what little experience he had had of sweet sounds, ere he made his reply. When made, it revealed in truth his ignorance, but his modesty as well, and his capacity for understanding, with the result that the gentleman, who was not only a lover of music but a believer in it, said to him in return things which roused in him such a desire to put them to the test for verification or disapproval, that he went, the next Monday night, to the popular concert at St. James's Hall. In the crowd that waited more than an hour at the door of the orchestra to secure a shilling place, there was not one that knew so little of music as he, but there had never been in it one whose ignorance was more worthy of destruction. The first throbbing flash of the violins cleft his soul, as lightning cleaves a dark cloud, and set his body shivering as with its thunder, and lo, a door was opened in heaven, and, like the writhings of a cloud in the grasp of a heavenly wind, all the discords of spirit pain were breaking up, changing and solving themselves into the songs of the violins. After that, he went every Monday night to the same concert-room. It was his church, the mount of his ascension, the place whence he soared, but was lifted up to what was as yet his highest consciousness of being. All that was best and simplest in him came wide awake as he sat and listened. What fact did the music prove? None whatever. Yet would not the logic of all science have persuaded Richard that the sea of mood and mystic response, tossing his soul hither and thither on its radiant waters, as deep unto deep it answered the marching array of life waves, fashioned one by one out of the still air, marshalled and ranked and driven on in symmetric relation and order by those strange creative powers with their curious symbols, throned at their godlike labour, that the answer of his soul, I say, was but an illusion, the babble of a sleeping child in reply to a question never put. If it was an illusion, how came it that such an illusion was possible? If an illusion, whence its peculiar bliss? A bliss aroused by law imperative that ruled its factors, yet bore scant resemblance to the bliss. What he felt, he knew that he felt, and knew that he had never caused it, never commanded its presence, never foreseen its arrival, never known of its possible existence. The feeling was in him, but had been waked by some power beyond him, for he was not himself even present at its origin. The voice of that power was a voice all sweetness and persuading, yet a voice of creation, calling up a world of splendour and delight, the beams of whose chambers were indeed laid upon the waters, but had there a foundation the less lively earth could not afford. For the very essence of the creative voice, working wildest delirium of content, was law that could not be broken, the very law of the thought of God himself. Law is life, for God is law, and God is life. Law is the root and the stalk of life. Beauty is the flower of life, and joy its odour, but life itself is love. The flower and its odour are given unto men. The root and the stalk they may search into if they will. The giver of life they must know, or they cannot live with his life. They cannot share in the life eternal. One night, after many another such, he sat entranced, listening to the song of a violin, alone and perfect, soaring and sailing in the empyrean unconvoyed, and Barbara, in his heart, was listening with him. He had given up hope of seeing her again in this world, but not all hope of seeing her again somewhere, and her image had not grown less dear, I should rather say less precious to him. The song, like a heavenly lark, folded its wings while yet high in the air, and ceased. Its nest was somewhere up in the blue. Should I say rather that one after one the singing birds flitted from the strings, those telegraph wires betwixt the seen and the unseen, and now the last lingerer was gone? All was over, and the world was still. But the face of Barbara kept shining from the depths of Richard's soul, as if she stood behind him, and her face looked up, reflected from its ethereal ocean. All at once he was aware that his bodily eyes were resting on the bodily face of Barbara. It was as if his strong imagining of her had made her be. His heart gave a great bound, and stood still, as if for eternity. But the blood surged back to his brain, and he knew that together they had been listening to the same enchanting spell, had been aloft together in the same aether of delight. Heaven is high and deep, and its lower air is music. In the upper regions the music may pass, who knows, merging unlost into something endlessly better. He had felt, without knowing it, the power of her presence. It had been ruling his thoughts. He gazed and gazed, never taking his eyes from her, but for the joy of seeing her afresh, for the comfort of their return to their home. She was so far off that he could gaze at will, and thus distance was a blessing. Not seldom does removal bring the parted nearer. It is not death alone that makes far distant images draw nigh, but distance itself is an angel of God, mediating the propinquity of souls. As he gazed, he became aware that she saw him, and that she knew that he saw her. How he knew it, he could not have told. There was no change in her face, no sign of recognition, but he knew that she saw and knew. In his modesty he neither perceived nor imagined more. His heart received no thrill from the pleasure that throbbed in the heart of the lovely lady at the sight of the poor, sorrowful workman. Neither did she, in her modesty, perceive on what a throne of gems she sat in his heart. She saw that his cheek was pale and thin, that his eyes were larger and brighter. She little thought how the fierce sun of agony had ripened his soul since they parted. For the rest of the concert the music had sunk to a soft delight, and took the second place. The delight of seeing dulled his delight in hearing. All the rainbow claspings and weavings of strange accords, all the wing-wafts of outdreaming melody, seemed to him to come flickering and floating from one creative centre, the face, and specifically the eyes, of Barbara. Yet the music in Barbara seemed one. The form of it that entered by his eyes met that which entered by his ears, and they were one ere he noted a difference. Barbara was the music, and the music was Barbara. He saw her with his ears, he heard her with his eyes. But as the last sonata sung to its death, suddenly the face and the tones parted company, and he knew that his eyes and her face must part next, and the same moment her face was already far away. She had left him, she was looking for her fan, and was preparing to go. He was not far from the door. He hurried softly out, plunged into the open air as into a great cool river, went round the house and took his stand at one of the doors, where he waited like one watching the flow of a river of gravel for the shine of a diamond. The flow sank to threads and drops, and the diamond never shone. He walked home, nevertheless, as if he had seen an end of sorrow. How much had been given him that night, for ever to have and to hold! Such an hour went far to redeem the hateful thing, life. A much worse world would be more than endurable, with its black and grey, once or twice in a century crossed by such a band of gold. Who would not plunge through ages of vapour for one flash of such a star? Who would not dig to the centre for one glimpse of a gem of such exhaustless fire? But alas! How many for whom no golden threads are woven into the web of life, he said to himself, as he thought of Alice and Arthur, but straightway answered himself, saying, Who dares assert it? The secret of a man's life is with himself. Who can speak for another? He had himself been miserable, and was now content. Oh, how much more than content, that he had been miserable! He was even strong to be miserable again. What might not fall to the lot of the rest, every one of them, ere God, if there were a God, had done with them? Who invented music? Someone must have made the delight of it possible. With his own share in its joy he had nothing to do. Was chance its grand inventor, its great engineer? Why or how should chance love loveliness that was not, and make it be that others might love it? Could it be a deaf God, or a being that did not care and would not listen, that invented music? No, music did not come of itself. Neither could the source of it be devoid of music. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 45. The Carriage. Before the next Monday, he had learned the outlets of the hall, and the relations of its divisions to its doors. But he fared no better, for whether again he mistook the door or not, he did not see Barbara come out. He had been with her, however, through all the concert. There was reason to hope she would be often present, and every time there would be a chance of his getting near her. The following Monday, nevertheless, she was not in the house. Had she been, he said to himself, his eyes would of themselves have found her. A fortnight passed, and Richard had not again seen Barbara. He began to think she must have gone home. A gentleman was with her the first night, whom he took for her father. The second, Arthur Lestrange, was by her side. Neither of them had he seen since. Then the thought suggested itself that she might have come to London to prepare for her marriage with Mr. Lestrange. She must of course be married some day. He had always taken that for granted, but now, for the first time somehow, the thought came near enough to burn. He did not attempt to analyze his feelings. He was too miserable to care for his feelings. The thought was as terrible as if it had been quite new. It was not a live thought before. Now it was alive, and until now he had not known misery. That Barbara should die seemed nothing beside it. Death was no evil. Whether there was a world beyond it or not, it was the one friend of the race. In death at last, outworn, tortured humanity would find repose, or if not, what followed could not, at worst, be worse than what went before. It must be better, for the one misery of miseries would be to live in the same world with Barbara married. She was out of sight of him, far as princess or queen, or angel, if there were such a being, but the thought that she should marry a common, outside man, who knew no more what things were precious than the lowest fellow in the slums, was a pain he could neither stifle nor endure. Could a woman like Barbara for an instant entertain the notion? If she loved a man worthy of her, then, he thought, as so many have for a moment thought, he could bear the torture of it. But for such patience in prospect, men are generally indebted to the fact that the man is not likely to appear, or at least has not yet come in sight. In vain he persuaded himself that Barbara would no more listen to such a suitor than a man could ever show himself on the level of her love. That Barbara would marry Lestrange grew more and more likely as he regarded the idea. Morse Grange and Wilder Hall were conveniently near, and he had heard his grandfather suppose that Barbara must one day inherit the latter. The thought was a growing torment. His heart sank into a draw-well of misery, out of which the rope of thinking could draw up nothing but suicide. But as often as the bucket rose thus laden, Richard cast its content from him. It was cowardly to hide one's head in the sand of death. So long as he was able to stand, why should he lie down? If a morrow was on the way, why not see what the morrow would bring? Why not look the apparition in the face, though for him it brought no dawn? Once more the loud complaint against life awoke and raged. What an evil, what a wrong was life! Who had dared force the thing upon him? What being, potent in ill, had presumed to call him from the blessed regions of negation, the solemn quiet of being and knowing nothing, and compel him to live without, nay, against his will, in misery such as only an imagination keen to look upon suffering could have embodied or even invented? Alas, there was no help! If he lifted his hand against the life he hated, he might but rush into a region of torture more exquisite. For might not the life-compelling tyrant, offended that he should desire to cease, fix him in eternal beholding of his love and his hate folded in one, to sicken yet never faint, in aeonian pain, such as life essential only could feel? He rebelled against the highest, as if the highest were the lowest, as if the power that could create a heart for bliss might gloat in its sufferings. Again and again he would take the side of God against himself, but always there was the undeniable, the inexplicable misery. Whence came it? It could not come from himself, for he hated it, and if God did not cause, yet he could not prevent it. Then he remembered how blessed he had been, but a few days before, how ready to justify God, how willing to believe he had reason in all he did. Alas, for his nature, for his humanity! Clothed in his own joy, he was generous to trust God with the bliss of others. The cold blast of the world once again swept over him, and he stood complaining against him more bitterly than ever. It is a notable argument, surely, against the existence of God, that they who believe in him so wretchedly. So many carry themselves to him like peevish children. Richard half believed in God, only to complain of him altogether. Were it not better to deny him altogether, saying that such things being, he cannot be, than to murmur and rebel, as against one high and hard? But I bethink me, is it not better to complain, if one but complain to God himself? Does he not then draw nigh to God with what truth is in him? And will he not then fare as Job, to whom God drew nigh in return, and set his heart at rest? For him who complains and comes near, who shall plead? The Son of the Father, saying, They know not what they do. He began to wonder whether even an almighty and all-good God would be able to contrive such a world as no somebody in it would ever complain of. What if he had plans too large for the vision of men to take in, and they were uncomfortable to their own blame, because, not seeing them, they would trust him for nothing? He knew unworthy men full of complaint against an economy that would not let them live like demons and be blessed as seraphs. Why should not a man at least wait and see what the possible being was about to do with him, perhaps for him, before he accused or denied him? At worst he would be no worse for the waiting. His thinking was stopped by a sudden flood of self-contempt. Was Barbara to live alone, that he might think of her in peace? He was a selfish, disgraceful, degraded animal, deserving all he suffered and 10 times more. What did it matter whether he was happy or not, if it was well with her? Was he a man, and could he not endure? Here was a possible nobility. Here a whole world wherein to be divine. A man was free to sacrifice his happiness. For him he had nothing but his crowned sorrow. He would sacrifice that. Had anyone ever sacrificed his sorrow to love? Would it not be a new and strange sacrifice? To know that he suffered would make her a little unhappy. For her sake he would not be unhappy. He would at least for her sake fight with his grief. He would live to love her still, if never more to look on her face. In after eternal years, if ever once more they met, he would tell her how for her sake he had lived in peace, and neither died nor gone mad. Yea, for her sake he would still seek her God, if haply he might find him. Was there not a possible hope that he would justify to him, even in his heart, his ways with men, and his ways with himself among his fellows? What if there was a way so much higher than ours, as to include all the seeming right and seeming wrong in one radiance of righteousness? The idea was scarce conceivable. It was not one he could illustrate to himself, but as a thought transcending flesh and blood, better and truer than what we are able to think of as truth. He would try to hold by it. Things that we are right in thinking bad must be bad to God as well as to us, but may there not be things so far above us that we cannot take them in, and they seem bad because they are so far above us in goodness, that we see them partially and untruly? There must be room in his wisdom for us to mistake. He would try to trust. He would say, "If thou art my father, be my father, and comfort thy child. Perhaps thou hast some way. Perhaps things are not as thou wouldst have them, and thou art doing what can be done to set them right. If thou art indeed true to thy own, it were hard not to be believed, hard that one of thine own should not trust thee, should not give thee time to make things clear, should behave to thee as if thou wouldst not explain, when it is that we are unable to understand." He was thinking with himself thus as he walked home, late one Monday night, from the concert, to which had come none of the singing birds of his own forests to meet and make merry with the songbirds of the violins. Like a chaos of music without form and void, the sweet sounds had stormed and billowed against him, and he had left the door of his late paradise hardly in better mood than if it had been the church of the Reverend Theodore Gosport, who, for the traditions of men, made the word of God of small effect. He was walking westward, with his eyes on the ground, along the broad pavement on the house side of Piccadilly, lost half in misery, half in thought, when he was stopped by a little crowd about an awning that stretched across the footway. The same instant rose a murmur of admiration, and down the steps from the door came tripping, the very Allegra of motion, the same Barbara to whose mould his being seemed to have shaped itself. He stood silent as death, but something made her cast a look on him, and she saw the large eyes of his suffering fixed on her. She gave a short musical cry, and turning, darted through the crowd, leaving her escort at the foot of the steps. "Richard!" she cried, and catching hold of his hand, laid her other hand on his shoulder. Then suddenly became aware of the gazing faces, not all pleasant to look upon, that came crowding closer about them. She pulled him toward a brougham that stood at the curbstone. "Jump in," she whispered. Then turning to the gentleman, who in a bewildered way fancied that she had caught a prodigal brother in the crowd. "Good night, Mr. Cleveland," she said. "Thank you." One moment Richard hesitated, but he saw that neither place nor time allowed anything but obedience, and when she turned again he was already seated. "Home," she said to the coachman as she got in, for she had no attendant. "I must talk fast," she began, "and so must you, for we have not far to go together. Why did you not write to me?" "I did write." "Did you?" exclaimed Barbara.
"I did indeed."
"Then what could you think of me?"
"I thought nothing that you would not like me to think. I was sure there was an explanation."
"That, of course. You knew that. But how ill you look!"
"It is from not seeing you any more at the concerts," answered Richard.
"Tell me your address, and I will write to you.
But do not write to me."
"When shall you be at the Hall again?"
"Next Monday. I am there every Monday."
"I shall be there, and will take your answer from your hand in the crush as I come out by the Regent Street door." She pulled the coachman's string. "Now you must go," she said. "Thank God I have seen you. Tell me when you write if you know anything of Alice." She gave him her hand. He got out, closed the door, took off his hat, and stood for minutes, uncovered in the cold, clear night, hardly sure whether he had indeed been side by side with Barbara, or in a heavenly trance. End of chapter 45.
Chapter 46 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Holly Rushik. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 46. Richard's Dilemma. He turned and walked home, but with a heart how different. The world was folded in winter and night, but in his heart the sun was shining, and it made a wonder and a warmth in the heart of every crystal of the frost that spangled and feathered and jewel-crusted rail and tree. The misty moon was dreaming of spring and almond blossoms and nightingales. But did Barbara know about him? Had Alice told this terrible secret? If she knew and did not withdraw her friendship, he could bear anything, almost anything. But he would be happy now, would keep happy as long as he could, and try to be happy when he could not. She was with him all the way home. Every step was a delight. Foot lingered behind foot as he came. Now each was eager to pass the other. He slept a happy sleep, and in the morning was better than for many a day, so much better that his mother, who had been watching him with uneasiness, and wondering whether she ought not to bring matters to a crisis, began to feel at rest about him. She had not a suspicion of what now troubled him the most. A little knowledge is not, but the largest half-knowledge is a dangerous thing. He knew who was his father, but he did not know who was not his mother. And from this half-knowledge rose the thickest of the cloud that yet overshadowed him. He had been proud that he came of such good people as his father and mother, but it was not the notion of shame to himself that greatly troubled him. It was the new feeling about his mother. He did not think of her as one to be blamed, but as one too trusting, and so deceived. He never felt unready to stand up for her. What troubled him was that she must always know that unspoken of something between her and her son, that his mother must feel shame before him. He could not bear to think of it. If only she would say something to him, that he might tell her she was his own precious mother, whatever had befallen her, that for her sake he could spurn the father that begot him. Already had come this good of Mrs. Mason's lie, that Richard felt far more the goodness of his mother to him, and loved her the better that he believed himself her shame. It is true that his love increased upon a false idea, but the growth gained by his character could not be lost, and so his love would not grow less, for no love that is loved, save God's, can clothe warm enough to being around whom it gathers. And when he learned the facts of the story, he would not find that he had given his aunt more love than she deserved at his heart. As soon as the next day's work was over, Richard sat down to write to Barbara. But he had no sooner taken the pen in his fingers than he became doubtful. What was he to say? He could not open his heart about any of the things that troubled him most. Putting aside the recurrent dread of her own marriage, how could he mention his mother's wrong and his own shame to a girl so young? She must be aware that such things were, but how was he, a huge common fellow, to draw near her loveliness with such a tale in his mouth? It would be a wrong to his own class, to his own education, for it would not show the tradesman or the artisan, whichever they called him, as coarse and unfit for the company of his social superiors. It would go to prove that in no sense could one of his nurture be regarded as a gentleman. And were there no such reason against it, how could he, even to Barbara, speak of his mother's hidden pain, of his mother's humiliation? It would be treachery. He would be as a spy that had hid himself in a holy place. The thing she could not tell him, how could he tell anyone? On the other hand, if he did not let her know the sad fact, would he not be receiving and cherishing Barbara's friendship on false pretenses? He was not what he now seemed to her, and to be other to Barbara than he seemed was too terrible. Still and again he was bound to do her the justice of believing that she would not regard him differently because of what he could not help, and would justify his silence for his mother's sake. She would, in her great righteousness, be the first to cry out upon the social rule that visited the sins of the fathers on the mothers and the children, and not on the fathers themselves. If then disclosure would make no difference to Barbara, he might, he concluded, let the thing rest, for a time at least, assured of her sisterly sympathy. And with what he bethought him that she had asked news of Alice, and it seemed to him strange. For Alice had not told him that, unable to keep the money she sent from falling into the hands of her mother and going in drink, unwilling to expose her mother, and incapable of letting Barbara spend her money so, she had contrived to have her remittances returned, as if they had changed their dwelling, and their new address was unknown. He wrote, therefore, what he thought would set her at ease about them, and then, after thinking and thinking, yielded to the dread lest his heart should make him say things he ought not, and ended with a little poem that had come to him a night or two before. This was the poem. If there lie a still pure sorrow at the heart of everything, if never shall dawn a morrow with healing upon its wing, then down I kneel to my sorrow and say, Thou art my king. From old pale joy I borrow a withered song to sing, and with heart entire and thorough to a calm despair I cling, and freedman of old King Sorrow, away hope's fetters fling. That was all, and not much, either as poetry or as consolation to one that loved him. But sometimes, like that ghastly shroud of Icelandic fable, the poem will rise up and wrap itself around the poet. As Richard closed his envelope, he remembered with a pang of self-reproach that the hour of his usual meeting with Alice was past, and that Arthur, too, was in danger of going to bed hungry, for his custom was to put her brother's supper in Alice's handbag. He set out at once for Clerkenwell, on foot notwithstanding his haste, for he was hoarding every penny to get new clothes for Arthur, who was not only much in want of them for warmth, but in risk of losing his situation because of his shabby appearance. His anxiety to reach the house before the mother came in spurred him to his best speed. He halted 2 minutes on the way to buy some slices of ham and some rolls, and ran on again. It was a frosty night, but by the time he reached Elverilda Street, he was far from cold. He was rewarded by finding his brother and sister at home alone and not too hungry. He had just time to empty his pockets and receive a kiss from Alice in return when they heard the uncertain step of their mother coming up the stair, stopping now and then, and again resuming the ascent. Alice went to watch which door she would turn to when she reached the top, that Richard might go out by the other, for the 2 rooms communicated. But just as she was entering Arthur's room, Mrs. Mason changed her mind and turned to the other door, so that Richard was caught in the very act of making his exit. She flew at him, seized him by the hair, and began to pull and cuff him, abusing him as the true son of his father, who did everything on the sly, and never looked an honest woman in the face. Richard said never a word, but let her tug and revile till there was no more strength in her, when she let him go and dropped into a chair. The 3 went halfway down the stair together. "Don't mind her," said Alice with a great sob. "I hope she didn't hurt you much, Richard?" "Not a bit," answered Richard. "Poor mother," sighed Arthur. "She is not in her right mind. We're in constant terror lest she drop down dead." "She is not a very good mother to you," said Richard. "No, but that has nothing to do with loving her," answered Alice. "And to think of her dying like that, and going straight to the bad place. Oh, Richard, what shall I do? It turns me crazy to think of it." The door above them opened, and the fierce voice of the mother fell upon them. But it was broken by a fit of hiccuping, and she went in again, slamming the door behind her. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Holly Rushik. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 47. The Doors of Harmony and Death. That night Richard could not rest. His brain wrought unceasingly. He had caught a cold and was feverish. After his hot haste to reach his brother and sister, he had stood on the stair till his temperature sank low. When at length he slept, he kept starting awake from troublous dreams, and this went on through the night. In the morning he felt better and rose and set to his work, shivering occasionally. All the week he was unwell and coughed, but thought the attack an ordinary cold. When Sunday came, he kept his bed in hope of getting rid of it, but the next day he was worse. He insisted on getting up, however. He must not seem to be ill, for he was determined, if he could stand, to go to the concert. What with weariness and shortness of breath and sleepiness, however, it was all he could do to stick to his work. But he held on till evening, when, watching his opportunity, he slipped from the house and made his way, with the help of an omnibus, to the hall. It was dire work waiting till the door to the orchestra was opened. The air was cold, his lungs heavily oppressed, and his languor almost overpowering. But paradise was within that closed door, and he was passing through the pains of death to enter into bliss. When at length it seemed to yield to his prayers, he almost fell in the rush, but the good-humored crowd itself succored the pale youth, and helped him in. To look at him was to see that he was ill. The moment the music began, he forgot every discomfort. For, with the first chord of the violins, as if ushered in and accompanied by the angels themselves of the sweet sounds, Barbara came flitting down the center of the wide space toward her usual seat. The rows of faces that filled the area were but the waves on which floated the presence of Barbara. The music was the natural element of her being. It flowed from her as from its fountain, radiated from her like odor. It fashioned around her a nimbus of sound, like that made by the light issuing from the blessed ones, as beheld by Dante, which revealed their presence but hid them in its radiance, as the moth hid in the silk of its cocoon. Richard felt entirely well. The warmth entered into the room and met the warmth generated in him. All was peace and hope and bliss, quaintest mingling of expectation and fruition. Even Arthur Lestrange beside Barbara could not blast his joy. He saw him occasionally offer some small attention. He saw her carelessly accept or refuse it. Barbara gazed at him anxiously, he thought, but he did not know he looked ill. He had forgotten himself. When the concert was over, he hastened from the orchestra. The moment he issued, the cold wind seized and threatened to strangle him, but he conquered in the struggle, and reached the human torrent debauching in Regent Street. Against it he made gradual way, until he stood near the inner door of the hall. In a minute or two he saw her come, slowly with the crowd, her hand on Arthur's arm, her eyes anxiously searching for Richard. The moment they found him, her course took a drift toward him, and her face grew white as his, for she saw more plainly that he was ill. They edged nearer and nearer. Their hands met through the crowd. Their letters were exchanged, and without a word they parted. As Barbara reached the door, she turned one moment to look for him, and he saw a depth of care angelic in her eyes. Arthur turned too and saw him, but Richard was so changed he did not recognize him, and thought the suffering look of a stranger had roused the sympathy of his companion. How he got home, Richard could not have told. Ere he reached the house, he was too ill to know anything except that he had something precious in his possession. He managed to get to bed, not to leave it for weeks. A severe attack of pneumonia had prostrated him, and he knew nothing of his condition or surroundings. He had not even opened his letter. He remembered at intervals that he had a precious thing somewhere, but could not recall what it was. When he came to himself after many days, it was with a wonderful delight of possession, though whether the object possessed was a thing, or a thought, or a feeling, or a person, he could not distinguish. "Where is it?" he said, nor knew that he spoke till he heard his own voice. "Under your pillow," answered his mother. He turned his eyes and saw her face as he had never seen it before, pale, and full of yearning love and anxious joy. There was a gentleness and depth in its expression that was new to him. The divine motherhood had come nearer the surface in her boy's illness. Partly from her anxiety about what she had done and what she had yet to do, the show of her love had, as the boy grew up, gradually retired. Her love burned more and shone less. If Jane Tuke had been able to let her love appear in such forms as suited its strength, I doubt whether the teaching of his father would have much power upon Richard. Certainly he would have been otherwise impressed by the faith of his mother. He would have been prejudiced in favor of the God she believed in, and would have sought hard to account for the ways attributed to him. None the less, would it have been through much denial and much suffering that he arrived at anything worth calling faith, while the danger would have been great of his drifting about in such indifference as does not care that God should be righteous, and is ready to call anything just which men in office declare God does, without certain whether it be right or wrong, or whether he really does it or not, without concern indeed about anything at all that is God's. He would have had phantoms innumerable against him. He would have supposed the Bible said things about God which it does not say, things which, if it did say them, ought to be enough to make any honest man reject the notion of its authority as an indivisible whole. He would have had to encounter all the wrong notions of God, dropped on the highway of the universe by the nations that went before in the march of humanity. He would have found it much harder to work out his salvation, to force his freedom from the false forms given to truth by interpreters of little faith, for they would have seemed born in him because loved into him. "What did you say, dear mother?" he returned, all astray, seeming to have once known several things, but now to know nothing at all. "It is under your pillow, Richard," she said again, very tenderly. "What is it, mother? Something seems strange. I don't know what to ask you. Tell me what it means." "You have been very ill, my boy. That is what it means." "Have I been out of my mind?" "You have been wandering with fever, nothing more." "I have been thinking so many things. They all seemed real. And you have been nursing me all this long time?" "Who should have been nursing you, Richard? Do you think I would let anyone else nurse my own child? Didn't I nurse the—" She stopped. She had been on the point of saying, "the mother that bore you." Her love of her dead sister was one with her love of that sister's living child. He lay silent for a time, thinking, or rather trying to think, for he felt like one vainly endeavoring to get the focus of a stereoscopic picture. His mind kept going away from him. He knew himself able to think, yet he could not think. It was a revelation to him of our helplessness with our own being, of our absolute ignorance of the modes in which our nature works, of what it is, and what we can and cannot do with it. "Shall I get it for you, dear?" said his mother. The morning after the concert, he had taken Barbara's letter from under his pillow and would not let it out of his hand. His mother, fearing he would wear it to pieces, once and again tried to remove it, but the moment she touched it, he would cry out and strike, and when in his restless turning he dropped it, he showed himself so miserable that he could not put it in his hand again, when he would lie perfectly quiet for a while. Dreaming of Barbara, however, I fancy, he at length forgot her letter, and his mother again put it under his pillow. With the Lord, we shall forget even the Gospel of John. She drew out the crumpled, frayed envelope and gave it to him. The moment he touched it, everything came back to him. "Now I remember, mother," he cried. "Thank you, mother. I will try to be a better boy to you. I am sorry I ever vexed you." "You never vexed me, Richard," said the mother heart. "Or, if you ever did, I've forgotten it. And now that God has given you back to us, we must see whether we can't do something better for you." Richard was so weary that he did not care to ask what she meant, and in a moment was asleep with the letter in his hand. When at length he was able to read it, it caused him not a little pleasure and some dismay. He read that her father was determined she should marry Mr. Lestrange, but her mother was against it, and there was much dissension at home as ever. She believed Lady Anne had talked her father into it, for he had not always favored the idea. There was indeed greater reason now why both Lady Anne and her father should desire it, for there was every likelihood of her being left sole heir to the property, as her brother could not, the doctors said, live many months. She was sure her mother was trying to do right, and she herself did all she could to please her father, but nothing less than her consent to his plans for what he called her settlement in life would satisfy him, and that she could not give. She hoped Richard was not forgetting the things they had such talks about in the old days. If it were not for those things, she could not now bear life, or rightly take her part in it. She was almost never alone, and now in constant danger of interruption, so that he must not wonder if her letter broke off abruptly, for she might be wanted any moment. She was leading, or rather being led, a busy life of nothing at all, a life not worth living. Her father, set on, she had no doubt, by Lady Anne, had brought her up to town, while yet her mother was unable to accompany them. So she had to go where and do what Lady Anne pleased. But her mother had at last, exerting herself even beyond her strength, come up to stand by her girl, as she said. She would have no Lady Anne interfering with her. She had herself married a man she had not learned to respect, and she was determined her girl should make her own choice, or keep as she was if she pleased. She was not going to hold her child down for them to bury in money. And with this the letter broke off. Barbara's openness about her parents was in harmony with her simplicity and straightforwardness. She was proud of her mother and the way she put things, therefore told all to Richard. He had a bad night with delirious dreams, and for some days made little progress. His anxiety to be well, that he might see Barbara and learn how things were going with her, also that he might again see Alice and Arthur, for whom he feared much, retarded his recovery. If the woman is drinking herself to death, he said to himself, I wish she would be quick about it. In this world she is doing no good to herself, and much harm to others. But it would be the ruin, he said to himself, of all hope in the care and love of God, to believe that she could be allowed to live a moment longer than it was well she should live. Then he thought how wise must be a God who, to work out his intent, would take all the conduct, good and bad, all the endeavors of all his children, in all their contraries, and out of them bring the right thing. If he knew such a God, one to trust in absolutely, he would lie still without one movement of fear. He would go to sleep without one throb of anxiety about any he loved. The perfect love would not fail because one of his children was sick. He would try to be quiet, if only in the hope that there was such a perfect heart of hearts, thinking love and into and about all its creatures. If there was such a splendor, he would either make him well and send him out again to do for Alice and Arthur what he could, or he would let him die and go where all he loved would come after him, where he might perhaps help to prepare a place for them. If manner be all, then must all illness be blinding. If spirit be the deeper and be the causer, then some sicknesses may well be openers of windows into the unseen. It is true that in one mood we are ready to doubt the conclusions of another mood, but there is a power of judging between the moods themselves, with a perception of their character and nature, and their comparative clarity of insight in each, and he who is able to judge the moods may well judge the judgment of the moods. One of the benefits of illness is that either from general weakness or from the brain's being cast into quiescence, habits are broken for a time, and more simple, childlike, and natural modes of thought and feeling, modes more approximate to primary and original modes, come into action, whereby the right thing has a better chance. A man's self-stereotyped thinking is unfavorable to revelation, whether through his fellows or direct from the divine. If there be a divine quarter, those must be opener to its influences, who are not frozen in their own dullness, cased in their own habits, bound by their own pride to foregone conclusions, or shut up in the completeness of human error, theorizing beyond their knowledge and power. Having thus, in a measure, given himself up, Richard began to grow better. It is a joy to think that a man may, while anything but sure about God, yet come into correlation with him. How else should we be saved at all? For God alone is our salvation. To know him is salvation. He is in us all the time, else we could never move to seek him. It is true that only by perfect faith in him can we be saved, for nothing but perfect faith in him is salvation. There is no good but him, and not to be one with that good by perfect obedience is to be unsaved. But one better thought concerning him. The poorest desire to draw near him is an approach to him. Very unsure of him we may be. How should we be sure of what we do not yet know? But the unsureness does not nullify the approach. A man may not be sure that the sun is risen, may be sure that the sun will ever rise, yet he has the good of what light there is. Richard was fed from the heart of God without knowing that he was indeed partaking of the Spirit of God. He had been partaking of the body of God all his life. The world had been feeding him with its beauty and essential truth, with the sweetness of its air, and the vastness of its vault of freedom. But now he had begun, in the words of St. Peter, to be a partaker of the divine nature. It was a long time before he was strong again. In fact, he never would be so strong again in this world. His mother took him to the seaside, where, in a warm, secluded bay on the south coast, he was wrapped closer, shall I not say, in the garments of the creating and reviving God. He was again a child, and drew nearer to the heart of his mother than he had ever drawn before. Believing he knew her sad secret, he set himself to meet her every wish, which was always some form of anxiety about himself. He spoke so gently to her that she felt she had never until now had him her very child. How little men think, alas, of the duty that lies in tone. But Richard was started on a voyage of self-discovery. He had begun to learn that regions he had thought wholesome, productive portions of his world, were a terra incognita of swamps and sandy hills, haunted with creeping and stinging things. When a man finds he is not what he thought, that he has been talking fine things, and but imagining he belonged to their world, he is on the way to discover that he is not up to his duty in the smallest thing. When, for very despair, it seems impossible to go on, then he begins to know that he needs more than himself, that there is none good but God, that if he can gain no help from the perfect source of his being, that being ought not to have been given him, and that if he does not cry for help to the Father of his spirit, the more pleasant existence is, the less he deserves it and should continue. Richard was beginning to feel in his deepest nature, where alone it can be felt, his need of God, not merely to comfort him in his sorrows, and so render life possible and worth living, but to make him such that he could bear to regard himself, to make him such that he could righteously consent to be. The only thing that can reassure a man in respect of the mere fact of his existence is to know himself started on the way to grow better, with the hope of help from the source of his being. How should he by himself better that which he was powerless to create? All betterment must be radical. Of the roots of his being he knows nothing. His existence is God's. His betterment must be God's too. God's through honest exercise by man of that which is highest in man, his own will, God's best handiwork. By actively willing the will of God, and doing what of it lies to his doing, the man takes the share offered him in his own making, in his own becoming. In willing actively and operatively to be that which he was made in order to be, he becomes creative, so far as man may. In this kind also he becomes like his Father in heaven. If a reader say Richard was too young to think thus, it only proves that he could not think so at Richard's age, and goes for little. I may be interpreting, and rendering more definite the thoughts and feelings that pass through him. It does not follow that I misrepresent. Many thoughts must be made more definite in expression, else they could not be expressed at all. Many feelings are as hazy as real, and some of them must be left to music. He grew in graciousness and in favor with God and his mother. Often did she meditate whether the hour was not come for the telling of her secret. But now one thing, now another, deterred her. One time she feared the excitement of the present state of his health. Another, she judged it unfair to the husband who had behaved with such generosity, to yield him no part in the pleasure of the communication. Once, to comfort him when he seemed depressed, she ventured to say, "Would you like better to go to Oxford or Cambridge, Richard?" He looked up with a smile. "What makes you ask that, mammy?" he rejoined. "Perhaps it could be managed," she answered, leaving him to suppose his father might send him. "Is it because you think I shall never be able to work again?" Look at that, he returned, extending an arm on which the muscle had begun to put in an appearance. It's not for your strength, she answered. For that you could do well enough. But think of the dust. It is so irritating to the lungs. And then there's the stooping all day long. Never mind, mother. I'm quite able for it, dust and all. Or at least I shall soon be. We mustn't be anxious about others any more than about ourselves. Doesn't the God you believe in tell you so? Don't you believe in him then, Richard? Said his mother sadly. I think I do a little, in a sort of way, believe in God. But I hope to believe in him 10,000 times more. His mother gave a sigh. What more would you have, dear mother? Said Richard. A man cannot be a saint all at once. No, indeed, or a woman either, she answered. I've been a believer all these years, and I'm no nearer a saint than ever. But you're trying to be one, ain't you, Mammy? She made him no reply, and presently reverted to their former topic, perhaps took refuge in it. I think it might be managed some day, she said. You could go on with your trade after, if you liked. Why shouldn't a college man be a tradesman? Why shouldn't a tradesman know as much as a gentleman? Why, indeed, mother, if I thought it wouldn't be too much for father and you, there are not many things I should like better than going to Oxford. You are good to me, like God himself. Richard, said his mother, shocked. She thought she served God by going to church, not by being like him in every word and look of love she gave her boy. The mere idea of going to college, and thus taking a step nearer to Barbara, began immediately to better his health. It gave him many a happy thought, many a cottage and castle in the air, with more of a foundation than he knew. But his mother did not revert to it. And one day, suddenly, the thought came to Richard that perhaps she meant to apply to Sir Wilton for the means of sending him. Castle and cottage fell in silent ruin. His soul recoiled from the idea with loathing, as much for his mother's sake as his own. Having married his reputed father, she must have no more relation, for good any more than for bad, with Sir Wilton, least of all for his sake. To her he was dead, and ought to be as dead as disregard could make him. So at least thought Richard. He was sorry he had confessed he should like to go to Oxford. If his mother again alluded to the thing, he would tell her he had changed his mind, and would not interrupt the exercise of his profession as surgeon to old books. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Holly Rushik. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 48. Death and the Deliverer. The spring advanced, the days grew a little warmer, and at length, partly from economic considerations, it was determined they should go home. When they reached London, they found a great difference in the weather. It cannot be said she owes her salubrity to her climate. Fog and drizzle, frost and fog, were the embodiment of its unvarying mutability. At once Richard was worse, and dared not think for his mother's sake that the labor she had spent upon him, of going to the next popular concert, if indeed those delights had not ceased for the season. But he ought to try, for he could do that in the middle of the day, or at least to get news of Arthur Manson. He dreaded hearing that he was no more in this world. The cold wintry weather, and the return to poor and spare nourishment caused by Richard's illness, must have been hard upon him. It was a continual sorrow for Richard that he had not been able to get him his new clothes before he was taken ill. So, the first morning he felt it possible, he took his way to the city. He learned that the company had dispensed with Arthur's services because his attendance had been so irregular. "You see, sir," said the porter, "the governors, they don't think no more of a man than they do of a horse. So long as he can hold the shafts up and lean agin the collar, he's money. But when he ain't no longer, he's dirt." Sad at heart, Richard set out for Clerkenwell. He was ill able for the journey, but Arthur was dying. He would brave the mother for the sake of the son. He got into an omnibus, which took him a good part of the way, and walked the rest. When at length he looked up at the dreary house, he saw the blinds of the windows drawn down. A pang of fear went through his heart, and an infilial murmur awoke in his brain. Why was he, on whom those poor lives almost depended, made feeble as themselves, and incapable of helping them? After all his hoping and trusting, could there be a God in the earth and things go like that? The look of things seemed the truth of things. The seen denied the unseen. Cold and hunger and desertion, ugly, mocking failure, heartless comfort and hopeless misery made up the law of life. Moody and wretched, he went up the stair to the darkened floor. When he knocked at the front room, that in which Alice slept with her mother, it was opened by Alice, looking more small and forlorn than he had yet seen her, with hollower cheeks and larger eyes, and a smile to make an angel weep. "Richard!" she cried, with a voice in which the very gladness sounded like pain. A pink flush rose in her poor wasted cheeks, and she lay still in his arms, as if she had gone to live there. He could not, for pity, speak one word. "How ill you look!" she murmured. "I knew you must be ill. I thought you might be dead. Oh, God is good to leave you to us." Then, bursting into tears, "How wicked of me," she sobbed, "to feel anything like gladness, with my mother lying there, and me not able to do anything for her, and not knowing what's become of her, or how things are going with her. We shall never see her again." "Don't say that, Alice. Never say never about anything except it be bad. You can't be sure, you know. You can't be sure of anything that's not in your very mouth, and then sometimes you can't swallow it. But how's Arthur?" "He'll know all about it soon," she answered with a touch of bitterness. "If he had been left me, we should have got along somehow. He would have lain in bed, and I would have worked beside him. How I could have worked for him! But he's past hope now. He'll never get up again." "Oh, God!" cried Richard in his heart, where an agony of will wrestled with doubt. "If thou art, thou wilt hear me, and take pity on her, and on us all. I dare not pray, Alice," he went on aloud, "that he may live, but I will pray God to be with him. It would be poor kindness to want him left with us, if he is taking him where he will be well. May I go and see him?" "Surely, Richard, but mayn't I let him know first? The surprise might be too much for him." Their talk had waked him, however, and he knew his brother's voice. "Richard, Richard!" he cried so loud that it startled Alice. He had not spoken above a whisper for days. Richard opened his door and went in, but when he saw Arthur, he could scarcely recognize him. He was so wasted. His eyes stood out like balls from his sunken cheeks, and the smile with which he greeted him was all teeth, like the helpless smile of a skull. Overcome with tenderness, the stronger that he would have passed him in the street as one unknown, Richard stooped and kissed his forehead, then stood speechless, holding the thin leaf of a hand that strained his. Arthur tried to speak, but his cough came on, and his brother begged him to be silent. "I will go to the next room with Alice," he said, "and come to you again. I shall see you often now, I hope. I've been ill, or I should have been here 50 times. In the next room lay the motionless form of the unmotherly mother. A certain something of human grace had returned to her countenance. Richard did not like looking at her. He felt that, not loving her, he had no right to let his eyes rest on her. But she had been sinned against, like his own mother. He must not fail her with what sympathy she might claim. "Don't think hard things of her," said Alice, as if she knew what he was thinking. "She had not the strength of some people. I believe myself she could not help it. She had been used to everything she wanted." "I pity her heartily," answered Richard. She threw her arms round his neck and clung to him as if she would never let him go. "But what am I to do?" she said, releasing him. "If I stay home to nurse Arthur, we must both die of hunger. If I go away, there is nobody to do anything for him." "I wish I could stay with him," returned Richard. "But I've been so long ill that I have no money, and I don't know when I shall have any. I have just 1 shilling in my possession. Take it, dear." "I can't take your last shilling, Richard." "There's no fear of me," he said. "I shall have everything I want. It makes me ashamed to think of it. You must creep on for a while as best you can, while I think what to do. Only there's the funeral." Alice gave a cry choked by a sob. "There is no help," she said in a voice of despair. "The parish is all that is left us." "It don't matter much," rejoined Richard. "For my part, I don't care a paring what becomes of my old clothes when I've done with them. You needn't think, whether she be anywhere or nowhere, that she cares how her body gets put under the earth. Don't trouble about it, Alice. It really is nothing. I would come to the funeral, but I don't see how I can. I don't know now what I shall say to my mother. Tell Arthur I hope to see him again soon. I must not stop now. I won't forget you, Alice. Not for an hour, I think. Beg someone in the house to go in to him now and then while you're away. I shall soon do something to cheer him up. Good night, dear." With a heavy heart, Richard went. It was all he could do to get home before dark, having to walk all the way. His mother was much distressed to see him so exhausted, but he managed not to tell her what he had been about. He had some tea and went to bed, and there remained all the next day. And while he was in bed, it came to him clear and plain what he must do. It was certain that for a long time he could do nothing for Arthur and Alice out of his own pocket. Even if he got to work at once, he could not take his wages as before, seeing his parents had spent upon him almost all they saved. But there was one who ought to help them. Especially in such sore need, they had a right to the saving help of their own father. He would go to his father and their father, and as the words rose in his mind, he wondered where he had heard something like them before. The next day he begged his father and mother to let him spend a week or two with his grandfather. End of chapter 48.
Chapter 49 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by George Emerson. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 49. The Cave in the Fire. The day after, well wrapped from the cold, he took his place in a slow train, and at the station was heartily welcomed by his grandfather, who had come with his pony cart to take him home. Settled in the room once occupied by Alice, he felt like a usurper, a robber of the helpless. He had left her in misery and wretchedness, and was in the heart of the comfort that had once been hers. He had to tell himself that it was foolish, that he was there for her sake. He took his grandfather at once into his confidence, begging him not to let his mother know. And Simon, who had in former days experienced something of the hardness of his true-hearted daughter, entered into the thing with a brooding kind of smile. He saw no reason why Richard should not make the attempt, but shook his head at the prospect of success. Doubtless the baronet thought he had done all that could be required of him. He would have Richard rest a day before encountering him, but when he heard in what condition he had left Alice and her brother, he said no more, but the next morning had his trap ready to drive him to Mortgrange. Richard's heart beat fast as he entered the lodge gate and walked up to the front door. After a moment's bewilderment, the servant who answered his ring recognized him, and expressed concern that he looked so ill. When he asked to see Sir Wilton, the man, thinking he came to resume the work so suddenly abandoned, said he was in the library having his morning cigar. "Then I'll just step in," said Richard, and the footman gave way as to a member of the household. Sir Wilton, now an elderly and broken man, sat in the same chair, and in the same attitude as when Richard, a new-born and ugly child, had, in the arms of his aunt, his first interview with him, nearly 21 years before. The relation between them had not developed a hair's breadth since that moment, and Richard, partly from the state of his health, could not, with all the courage he could gather, help quailing a little before the expected encounter. but he remained outwardly quiet and seemingly cool. The sun was not shining into the room, and it was rather dark. Sir Wilton sat with his back to the one large bay window, and Richard received its light on his face as he entered. He stood an instant, hesitating. His father did not speak, but sat looking straight at him, staring indeed as at something portentous, much as when first he saw the ugly apparition of his infant heir. Richard's illness had brought out, in the pallor and emaciation of his countenance, what likeness there was in him to his mother, and, strange to say, at the moment when the door opened to admit him, Sir Wilton was thinking of the monstrous baby his wife had left him, and wondering if the creature was still alive, and as hideous as 20 years before. It was not very strange, however. Sir Wilton had been annoyed with his wife that morning, and it was yet a bitterer thing not to be able to hurt her in return, which, because of her cold imperturbability, was impossible, say what he might. As often, therefore, as he sat in silent irritation with her, the thought of his lost child never failed to present itself. What a power over her ladyship would he not possess? What a plough and harrow for her frozen equanimity! If only he knew where the heir to Mortgrange was. He was damned ugly, but the uglier the better. If he but had him, he swore he would have a merry time, with his lady's pride on its marrow bones. After so many years the poor lad might, ugly as he was, turn out presentable, and if so, then, by heaven, that smooth-faced gentleman Arthur should shift for himself. Suddenly appeared Richard, with his mother in his face, and before his father had time to settle what the deuce it could mean, the apparition spoke. "I am very sorry to intrude upon you, Sir Wilton," he said, "but—" Here he paused. "But you've got something to tell me, eh?" suggested Sir Wilton. He was on the point of adding, "If it be where you got those eyes, I may have to ask you to sit down." But he checked himself and said only, "You'd better make haste then, for the devil is at the door in the shape of my damned gout." "I came to tell you, Sir Wilton," replied Richard, plunging at once into the middle of things, which was indeed the best way with Sir Wilton, "about a son of yours." "What?" cried Sir Wilton, putting his hands on the arms of his chair and leaning forward as if on the point of rising to his feet. "Where the devil is he? What do you know about him?" "He is lying at the point of death, dying of hunger, I may say." "Rubbish," cried the baronet contemptuously. "You want to get money out of me, but you shan't, not a damned penny." "I do want to get money from you, sir," said Richard. "I kept the poor fellow alive, kept him in dinners at least, him and his sister, till I fell ill and couldn't work." At the word sister, the baronet grew calmer. It was nothing about the lost heir. The other sort did not matter. They were no use against the enemy. Richard paused. The baronet stared. "I haven't a penny to call my own, or I should not have come to you," resumed Richard. "I thought so. That's your orthodox style. But you've come to the wrong man," returned Sir Wilton. "I never give anything to beggars." He did not in the least doubt what he heard, but he scarcely knew what he answered, wondering where he had seen the fellow, and how he came to be so like his wife. The remembered ugliness of her infant prevented all suggestion that this handsome fellow might be the same. "You are the last man, Sir Wilton, from whom I would ask anything for myself," said Richard. "Why so?" Richard hesitated. To let him suspect the same claim in himself would be fatal. "I swear to you, Sir Wilton," he said, "by all that men count sacred, I came only to tell you that Arthur and Alice Manson, your son and daughter, are in dire want. Your son may be dead, he looked like it 3 days ago, and had no one to attend to him. His sister had to leave him to earn their next day's food. Their mother lay a corpse in the other of their 2 rooms. "Oh, she's gone, is she? That alters the case. But what became of all the money I gave her? It was more than her body was worth. Soul she never had any." She lost it somehow, and her son and daughter starved themselves to keep her in plenty, so that by the time she died they were all but dead themselves. A pair of fools. A good son and daughter, sir. Attached to the young woman, eh? Asked the baronet, looking hard at him. Very much, but hardly more than to her brother, answered Richard. God knows if I had but my strength, he cried, almost in despair, and suddenly shooting out his long thin arms, with his 2 hands, wasted white at the ends of them. I would work myself to the bone for them, and not ask you for a penny. I provided for them, mother. Why didn't they look after the money? I'm not accountable for them. Aren't you accountable for giving the poor things a mother like that, sir? By Jove, you have me there. She was a bad lot, a damned liar. Young fellow, I don't know who you are, but I like your pluck. There ain't many I'd let standing talking at me like that. I'll give you something for the poor creatures. That is, mind you, if you've told me the truth about their mother. You're sure she's dead? Not a penny they shall have if she's alive. I saw her dead, sir, with my own eyes. You're sure she wasn't shamming? She couldn't have shammed anything so peaceful. The baronet laughed. Believe me, sir, said Richard, she's dead, and by this time buried by the parish. God bless my soul. Well, it's none of my fault. She ate and drank her own children, said Richard with a groan, for his strength was failing him. He sank into a chair. I will give you a cheque, said Sir Wilton, rising and going to a writing-table in the window. I will give you £20 for them in the meantime, and then we'll see. We'll see, that is, he added, turning to Richard, if you swear by God that you have told me nothing but the truth. I swear, said Richard solemnly, by all my hopes in God the Saviour of men, that I have not wittingly uttered a word that is untrue or incorrect. That's enough. I'll give you the cheque. He turned again to the table, sat down, searched for his keys, unlocked and drew out a drawer, took from it a cheque-book, and settled himself to write with deliberation, thinking all the time. When he had done, Have the goodness to come and fetch your money, he said tartly. With pleasure, answered Richard, and went up to the table. Sir Wilton turned on his seat and looked him in the face, full in the eyes. Richard steadily encountered his gaze. What is your name? Said Sir Wilton at length. I must make the cheque payable to you. Richard Tuke, sir, answered Richard. What are you? A bookbinder. I was here all the summer, sir, repairing your library. Oh, bless my soul, yes, that's what it was. I thought I had seen you somewhere. Why didn't you tell me so at first? It had nothing to do with my coming now, and I did not imagine it of any interest to you, sir. It would have saved me the trouble of trying to remember where I had seen you. Then suddenly a light flashed across his face. By heaven, he muttered, I understand it now. They saw it. That look on his face. By Jove, but no, she never saw her. She must have heard something about him then. They didn't treat you well, I believe, he said. Turned you away at a moment's notice. I hope they took that into consideration when they paid you. I made no complaint, sir. I never asked why I was dismissed. But they made it up to you, didn't they? I don't submit to ill usage, sir. That's right. I'm glad you made them pay for it. To take money for ill usage is to submit to it, it seems to me, said Richard. By Jove, there are not many would call money ill usage. Well, it wasn't right, and I'll have nothing to do with it. Here, he went on, wheeling round to the table, and drawing his cheque-book toward him, I will give you another cheque for yourself. I beg your pardon, sir, said Richard, but I can take nothing for myself. Don't you see, sir? As soon as I was gone, you would think I had, after all, come for my own sake. I won't, I promise you. I think you a very honest fellow. Then, sir, Please continue to think me so, and don't offer me money. Lest you should be tempted to take it? No, lest I should annoy you by the use I made of it. Tut, tut. I don't care what you do with it. You can't annoy me. He wrote a second check, blotted it, then finished the other, and held out both to Richard. I can't give you so much as the other poor beggars. You haven't the same claim upon me, he said. Richard took the checks, looked at them, put the larger in his pocket, walked to the fire, and placed the other in the hottest cavern of it. By Jove! Cried the baronet, and again stared at him. He had seen his mother do precisely the same thing, with the same action, to the very turn of her hand, and with the same choice of the central gulf of fire. Richard turned to Sir Wilton, and would have thanked him again on behalf of Alice and Arthur, but something got up in his throat, and, with a grateful look and a bend of the head, he made for the door, speechless. I say, my lad, cried Sir Wilton, and Richard stopped. There's something in this, the baronet went on, more than I understand. I would give a big check to know what is in your mind. What does it all mean? Richard looked at him, but said nothing. He was in some sort fascinated by the old man's gaze. Suppose now, said Sir Wilton, I were to tell you I would do whatever you asked me, so far as it was in my power. What would you say? That I would ask you for nothing, answered Richard. I make the promise. I say solemnly that I will give you whatever you ask of me, provided I can do it honestly, said the baronet. What a damn fool I am, he thought with himself. The devil is in me to let the fellow walk over me like this. But I must know what it all means. I shall find some way out of it. For one moment, the books around him seemed to Richard to rush upon his brain like troops to the assault of a citadel. But the next he said, I can ask you for nothing whatever, sir. But I thank you from my heart for my poor friends, your children. Believe me, I am grateful. With a lingering look at his father, he left the room. End of chapter 49. This recording by George Emerson. Chapter 50 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by George Emerson. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 50. Duck Fists. The godless old man was strangely moved. He rose, but instead of ringing the bell, hobbled after Richard to the door. As he opened it, however, he heard the hall door close. He went to it, but by the time he reached it, the bookbinder had turned a corner of the house to go by a back way to the spot where his grandfather was waiting for him. He found him in his cart, immovably expectant, his pony eating the grass at the edge of the road. Before he got his head pulled up, Richard was in the cart beside him. "Drive on, grandfather," he panted in triumph. "I've got it." "Got what, lad?" returned the old man, with a flash in his eyes and a forward strain of his neck. "What I wanted. Money. £20. "Bah! £20, returned Simon with contempt, and a jerk of his head the other way. He had himself noted Richard's likeness to his daughter, and imagined it impossible Sir Wilton should not also see it. "But of course," he went on, £20 will be a large sum to them, and give them time to look about and see what can be done. And now I'll tell you what, lad, if the young man is fit to be moved when you go back, you just bring him down here, to the cottage I mean, and it shan't cost him a halfpenny. I have a bit of a nest egg as ain't chuck nor yet china,
and Jessie is going to be well married. And who knows but the place may suit him as did his sister. You look to it when you get home."
"I will indeed, grandfather. You're a good man, grandfather. The poor things are no blood of yours."
"Where's the odds of that?" grunted Simon. "I reckon it was your God and mine as made 'em."
Richard felt in his soul that, little reason as he had to be proud of his descent, he had at least one noble grandfather. "You're a good man, grandfather," he repeated, meditatively.
"Middlin'," returned the old man, laughing. "I'm not so good by a long chalk as my Maker meant me, and I'm not so bad as the devil would have me. But if I were the powers that be, I wouldn't leave things as they are. I'd have 'em a bit straightened out afore I died."
"That shows where you came from," Mr. Wingfold would say, "for that is just what God is always doing."
"I know the man. I know your Mr. Wingfold. Since you went, he's been more than once or twice to the smithy to ask after you. He's one of the right sort, he is. He's a man, he is, not an old woman in breeches. My soul, why don't they walk and talk and look like men? Most on 'em as I've seen are no more like men than if they was drawn on the wall with a coal. If they was all like your Mr. Wingfold now, why, the devil wouldn't have a chance. I've a soft heart for the clergy, always had, though every now and then they do turn me sick."
They were spinning along the road, halfway home, behind the little four-legged business in the shafts, when they became aware of a quick, sharp trot behind them. Neither looked around. The blacksmith was minding his pony and the clergy, and the 20 pounds in Richard's heart were making it sing a new song. What a thing is money even, with God in it. The horseman came alongside the cart and slackened his pace. "Sir Wilton wants to see Mr. Tuke again," he said. "He made a mistake in the cheque he gave him." An arrow of fear shot through Richard's heart. What did it mean? Was the precious thing going to be taken from him? Was his hope to be destroyed, and his heart left desolate? He took the cheque from his pocket and examined it. Simon had pulled up his pony, and they were standing in the middle of the highway, the old man waiting his grandson's decision. Richard was not unaccustomed to cheques in payment of his work, and he could see nothing amiss with the baronet's. It was made payable to bearer and not crossed. Alice could take it to the bank and get the money for it. The next moment, however, he noted that it was payable at a branch bank in the town of Barset, near Mortgrange. The baronet, he concluded, had, with more care than he would have expected of him, thought of this, and that it would cause trouble, so had sent his man to bring him back, that he might replace the cheque with one payable in London. His heart warmed toward his father. "I see," he said. "I'm sorry to give you the trouble, grandfather, but I'm afraid we must go." Simon turned the pony's head without a word, and they went trotting briskly back to Mortgrange. Richard explained the matter as it seemed to him. "I'm glad to find him so considerate," said the old man. "It's a bad cheese that don't improve with age. Old men ain't cheeses. If only I'd brought up my girls better," he went on reflectively. But Richard interrupted him. "You ain't going to hit my mother, grandfather," said Richard. No, lad. I learned my manners better than that. Whatever I was going to say, I was thinking of my own faults and no one else's. But it's not possible we should be wise at the outset, and I trust the Maker will remember it. He'll be considerate, lad. The Bible would call it merciful, but I don't care for parson words. I like things that are true to sound true, just as any common honest man would say them. The moment he saw that Richard was indeed gone, the baronet swore to himself that the fellow was his own son. He was his mother all over. Anything but ugly, and far fitter to represent the family than the smooth-faced ape lady Anne had presented him with. But a doubt came. His late wife had a sister somewhere, and a son of hers might have stolen a likeness to his lady aunt. The tradesman fellow knew of the connection, and pretended to himself not to think much of it.
"What are we coming to, by Jove?" muttered the baronet. "The pride of the lower classes is growing portentous. No, the fellow is none of mine," he concluded with a sigh. Alas for his grip on Lady Anne! The pincers had melted in his grasp, and she was gone. It was a pity. If he had been a better husband to poor Ruby, he would have taken better care of her child, ugly as he was, and would have had him now to plague Lady Anne. But stop! There was something odd about the child, something more than mere ugliness, something his nurse had shown him in that very room. By Jove, what was it? It had something to do with ducks, or geese, or swans, or pelicans. He had mentioned the thing to his wife, he knew, and she was sure to have remembered it. But he was not going to ask her. Very likely she had known the fellow by it, and therefore sent him out of the house. Yes, by Jove, that was it. He had webs between his fingers and toes. He might have got rid of them, no doubt, but he must see his hands. All of this passed swiftly through Sir Wilton's mind. He rang the library bell furiously, and sent a groom after the bookbinder. They drove in at the gate, but stopped a little way from the house. Richard ran to the great door, found it open, and went straight to the library. There sat the baronet, as at first. "I bethought me," said Sir Wilton the moment he entered, "that I had given you a cheque on the branch at Barset, when it would probably suit you better to have one on headquarters in London." "It was very kind of you to think of it, sir," answered Richard. "Kind? I don't know about that. I'm not often accused of that weakness," returned Sir Wilton, rising with a grin, in which, however, there was more of humour than ill-nature. He went to the table in the window, sat down, unlocked a drawer, took out a cheque-book, and began to write a cheque. "What did you say was your name?" he asked. "These cheques are all made to order, and I should prefer your drawing the money." Richard gave him again the name he had always been known by. "Tuke! What a beast of a name," said the baronet. "How do you spell it?" Richard's face flushed, but he would not willingly show anger with one who had granted the prayer of his sorest need. He spelled the name to him as unconcernedly as he could, but the baronet had a keen ear. "Oh, you needn't be crusty," he said. "I meant no harm. One has fancies about names, you know. What did they call your mother before she was married?" Richard hesitated. He did not want Sir Wilton to know who he was. He felt that the relation between them, known by both, he must behave to his father in a way he would not like. But he must, nevertheless, speak the truth. Wherever he had not spoken the truth, he had repented and been ashamed, and had now come to see that to tell a lie was to step out of the march of the ages led by the great will. "Her name, sir, was Armor," he said. "Hey!" cried the baronet with a start. Yet he had all but expected it. "Yes, sir, Jane Armour." "Jane," said his father with an accent of scorn. "Not a bit of it. Jane," he repeated, and muttered to himself, "What motive could there be for misinforming the boy as to the Christian name of his mother?" For the moment he saw the youth again, the spell was upon him afresh, and he felt all but certain he was his own. Richard stood perplexed. Sir Wilton had taken his mother's name oddly for any supposition. He had said Mrs. Manson was a liar. Might not her assertion of a relation between them be as groundless as it was spiteful? He had at once acknowledged the Mansons, but showed no recognition of himself on hearing his mother's name. There might be nothing in Mrs. Manson's story. He might after all be the son of John as well as of Jane Tuke. Only, alas, then, Alice and Arthur would not be his sister and brother. They would be God's children all the same, though, and he God's child.
They would still be his brother and sister, to love and to keep.
"Here, put your name on the back there," said the baronet, having blotted the cheque. "I have made it payable to your order, and without your name it is worth nothing."
"It will be safer to endorse it at the bank, sir," returned Richard.
"I see you know what you're about,"
grinned Sir Wilton, saying to himself, however,
"The rascal will be too many for me." "But," he continued, "I see, too, you don't know how to sign your own name. I had better alter it to Bearer with my initials. Damn it, your paltry cheque has given me more trouble than if it had been for 10,000. Sit down there, will you, and write your name on that sheet of paper."
Richard knew the story of Talleyrand, how, giving his autograph to a lady, he wrote it at the top left-hand corner of the sheet, so that she could write above or before it, neither an order for money nor a promise of marriage. Yielding to an absurd impulse, he did the same. The baronet burst into loud laughter, which, however, ceased abruptly. He had not gained his end.
"What comical duck-fists you've got,"
he cried, risking the throw.
"I once knew a man whose fingers and toes, too, were tied together that way. He swam like a duck."
"My feet are more that way than my hands," replied Richard. "Only some of my fingers have got the web between them. My mother made me promise to put up with the monstrosity till I came of age. She seemed to think some luck lay in it."
"Your mother,"
murmured the baronet, and kept eyeing him.
"By Jove,"
he said aloud,
"your mother. Who is your mother?"
"As I told you, sir, my mother's name is Jane Tuke."
"Born Armour?"
"Yes, sir."
"By heaven,"
said the baronet to himself,
"I see it all now. That terrible nurse was one of the family, and carried him away because she didn't like the look of my lady. Don't I wish I had had half her insight? Perhaps she was cousin to Rowena, perhaps her own sister. Simon, the villain, will know all about it."
He sat silent for a moment.
"Now tell me, you young rascal," he said,
"Why didn't you put in a claim for yourself instead of those confounded Mansons?" "Why should I, sir? I didn't want anything. I have all I desire, except a little more strength to work, and that is coming." The baronet kept gazing at him with the strangest look on his wicked, handsome old face.
"There is something you should have asked me for,"
he said at length in a gentler tone. "What is that, sir?"
"Your rights. You have a claim upon me before anyone else in the whole world. I, like you too,"
he went on in a yet gentler tone, with a touch of mockery in it. Apparently he still hesitated to commit himself.
"I must do something for you."
His son could contain himself no longer. "I would ask nothing. I would take nothing," he said, as calmly as he could, though his voice trembled, and his heart throbbed with the beginnings of love. "From a man who had wronged my mother."
"Damn the rascal! I never wronged his mother. Who said I wronged your mother, you scoundrel? I'll take my oath she never did. Answer me directly who told you so."
His voice had risen to a roar of anger. His son could do the dead no wrong by speaking the truth. "Mrs. Manson told me," he began, but was not allowed to finish the sentence.
"Damned liar she always was,"
cried the baronet, with such a fierceness in his growl as made Richard call to mind a certain bear in the zoological gardens.
"Then it was she that had you stolen. The beast ought to have died on the gallows, not in her bed. Ah, she was the one to plot, the snake. In this whole curse of a world, she was the meanest devil I ever came across, and I've known more than a few."
"I know nothing about her, sir, except as the mother of Arthur, my schoolfellow. She seemed to hate me. She said I belonged to you, and had no right to be better off than her own children."
How did she know you?
I can't tell, sir.
You are like your mother, but the snake never can have set eyes on her. Give me that cheque. Her fry shan't have a farthing. Let them rot alive with their dead dam.
He held out his hand. The second cheque lay on the table, and Richard had the former still in his possession. He did not move, nor did Sir Wilton urge his demand.
"Did I not tell you?" he resumed. "Did I not say she was a liar? I never did your mother a wrong, nor you neither, though I did swear at you a bit, you were so damned ugly. I don't blame you. You couldn't help it. Lord, what a display the woman made of your fingers and toes, as if the webs was something to be proud of, and atone for the face. Can you swim?"
"Fairly well, sir," answered Richard carelessly.
"Your mother swam like a naiad, was it? Or nereid? I forget, damn it."
"I don't know the difference in their swimming."
"Nor any other difference, I dare say."
"I know the one was a nymph of the sea, the other of a river."
"Oh, you know Greek, then?"
"I wish I did, sir. I was not long enough at school. I had to learn a trade and be independent."
"By Jove, I wish I knew a trade and was independent. But you shall learn Greek, my boy. There will be some good in teaching you. I never learned anything. But how the deuce do you know about naiads and nereids and all that bosh if you don't know Greek?"
"I know my Keats, sir. I had to plough with his heifer, though. Use my lempriere, I mean."
"Good heavens,"
said the baronet, who knew as little of Keats as any lap.
"I wish I had been content to take you with all your ugliness and bring you up myself instead of marrying Lot's widow."
Richard fancied he preferred the bringing up he had had, but he said nothing. Indeed, he could make nothing of the whole business. How was it that, if Sir Wilton had done his mother no wrong, his mother was the wife of John Tuke? He was bewildered.
"You wouldn't like to learn Greek, then?" said his father.
"Yes, sir, indeed I should."
"Why don't you say so, then? I never saw such a block. I say you shall learn Greek. Why do you stand there looking like a dead oyster?"
"I beg your pardon, sir. May I have the other cheque?"
"What other cheque?"
"The cheque there for my brother and sister, sir," answered Richard, pointing to it where the baronet had laid it, on the other side of him.
"Brother and sister?"
"The Mansons, sir," persisted Richard.
"Oh, give them the cheque and be damned to them. But remember they're no brother and sister of yours, and must never be alluded to as such, or as persons you have any knowledge of. When you've given them that," he pointed to the cheque which still lay beside him, "you drop their acquaintance."
"That I cannot do, sir."
"There's a good beginning now, but I might have expected it. You tell me to my face you won't do what I order you?"
"I can't, sir. It wouldn't be right."
"Fiddlesticks! Wouldn't be right. What's that to you? It's my business. You've got to do what I tell you."
"I must go by my conscience, sir."
"Oh, damn your conscience. Will you promise, or will you not? You're to have nothing to say to those young persons."
"I will not promise."
"Not if I promise to look after them?"
"No, sir." His father was silent for a moment, regarding him, not all in anger.
"Well, you're a good plucked one, I allow. But you're the greatest fool, the dullest young ass out, notwithstanding. You won't suit me, though you are web-footed. Why, damn it, boy? Don't you understand yet that I'm your father?"
"Mrs. Manson told me so, sir."
"Oh, rot, Mrs. Manson. She told you a damned lie. She told you I wronged your mother. I tell you I married her. What a blockhead you are. Look there with your miserable tradesman eyes. All those books will be yours one day, to put in the fire if you like, or mend at from morning to night, just as you choose. You fool! Ain't you my son, heir to Lestrange, and whatever I may choose to give you besides?"
Richard's heart gave a bound as if it would leap to heaven. It was not the land, it was not the money, it was not the books, it was not even Barbara. It was Arthur and Alice that made it bound. But the voice of his father went on.
"You know now, you idiot," it said, "why you can have nothing more to do with that cursed litter of Mansons."
Richard's heart rose to meet the heartlessness of his father. "They are my brother and sister, sir," he said.
"And what the devil does it matter to you if they are? It's my business that, not yours. You had nothing to do with it. You didn't make the Mansons."
"No, sir, but God made us all, and says we are to love our brethren."
"Now don't you come the pious over me. It won't pay here. Mind you, nobody heard me acknowledge you. By the mighty heavens, I will deny knowing anything about you. You'll have to prove to the court of chancery that you're my son, born in wedlock, and kidnapped in infancy. By Jove, you'll find it stiff. Who'll advance you the money to carry it there? You can't do it without money. Nobody. The property's not entailed, and who cares whether it be Sir Richard or Sir Arthur? What's the title without the property? But don't imagine I should mind telling a lie to keep the two together. I'm not a nice man. I don't mind lying. I'm a bad man. That I know better than you or anyone else, and you'll find it uncomfortable to differ and deal with me both at once."
"I will not deny my own flesh and blood," said Richard.
"Then I will deny mine, and you may go rot with them."
"I will work for them, and myself," said Richard. Sir Wilton glared at him. Richard made a stride to the table. The baronet caught up the cheque. Richard darted forward to seize it. Was his truth to his friends to be the death of him? He would have the money. It was his. He had told him to take it. What might have followed, I dare not think. Richard's hands were out to lay hold on his father, when happily he remembered that he had not given him back the former cheque. And Barset was quite within reach of his grandfather's pony. He turned and made for the door. Sir Wilton read his thought.
"Give me that cheque,"
he cried, and hobbled to the bell. Richard glanced at the lock of the door. There was no key in it. Besides, there were 2 more doors to the room. He darted out. There was the man, far off down the passage, coming to answer the bell. He hastened to meet him. "Jacob," he said, "Sir Wilton rang for you. Just run down with me to the gate and give the woman there a message for me." He hurried to the door, and the man, nothing doubting, followed him. "Tell her," said Richard as they went, "if she should see Mr. Wingfold pass, to ask him to call at old Armour's smithy. She does not seem to remember me. Good day, I'm in a hurry." He leaped into the pony cart. "Barset!" he cried, and the same moment they were off at speed, for Simon saw something fresh was up. "Drive like Jehu," panted Richard. "Let's see what the blessed pony can do. Every instant is precious." Never asking the cause of his haste, old Simon did drive like Jehu, and never had the pony gone with a better will. Evidently he believed speed was wanted, and knew he had it to give. No hooves came clamping on the road behind them. They reached the town in safety, and Richard cashed his cheque, the more easily that Simon, a well-known man in Barset, was seen waiting for him in his trap outside. The eager, anxious look of Richard, and the way he clutched at the notes, might otherwise have waked suspicion. As it was, it only waked curiosity. When the man whom Richard had decoyed appeared at length before his master, whose repeated ringing had brought the butler first, and when Sir Wilton, after much swearing on this, and bewilderment on the man's part, made out the trick played on him, His wrath began to evaporate in amusement. He was outwitted and outmaneuvered, but by his own son, and even in the face of such an early outbreak of hostilities, he could not help being proud of him. He burst into a half-cynical laugh and dismissed the men to vain speculation on the meaning of the affair. Simon would have had Richard send the banknotes by post and stay with him a week or two, but Richard must take them himself. No other way seemed safe, nor could he possibly rest until he had seen his mother and told her all. He said nothing to his grandfather of his recognition by Sir Wilton, and what followed. He feared he might take the thing in his own hands and go to Sir Wilton. Questioning his grandfather, he learned that Barbara was at home, but that he had seen her only once. She had one day appeared suddenly at the smithy door with Miss Brown all in a foam. She asked about Richard, wheeled her mare, and was off homeward, straight as an arrow, for he went to the corner and looked after her. They were near a station at Barset, and a train was almost due. Simon drove him there straight from the bank, and before he was home, Richard was halfway to London. Short as was his visit, he had got from it not merely all he had hoped, but almost all he needed. His weakness had left him. He had £20 for his brother and sister, and his mother was cleared, though he could not yet tell how. Was he not also a little step nearer to Barbara? True, he was disowned, but he had lived without his father hitherto, and could very well go on to live without such a father. As long as he did what was right, the right was on his side. As long as he gave others their rights, he could waive his own. A fellow was not bound, he said, to insist on his rights. At least, he had not met with any he was bound to insist upon. Borne swiftly back to London, his heart seemed rushing in the might of its gladness to console the heaven-laden hearts of Alice and Arthur. £20 was a great sum to carry them. He could indeed himself earn such a sum in a little while, but how long would it not take him to save as much? Here it was, whole and free, present and potent, ready to be turned at once into food and warmth and hope. End of chapter 50. This recording by George Emerson.
Chapter 51 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 51, Baronet and Blacksmith. The more Sir Wilton's anger subsided, the more his heart turned to Richard, and the more he regretted that he had begun quarrelling with him. Sir Wilton loved his ease, and was not a quarrelsome man. He could dislike intensely, he could hate heartily, but he seldom quarrelled. And if he could have foreseen how his son would take the demand he made upon him, he would not, at the outset, have risked it. He liked Richard's looks and carriage. He liked also his spirit and determination. Though his first experience of them he could have wished different. He felt also that very little would make of him a man fit to show to the world and be proud of as his son. To his satisfaction on these grounds was added besides a peculiar pleasure in the discovery of him, which he could ask no one to share, that it was to him as a lump of dynamite under his wife's lounge, of which no one knew but himself, and which he could at any instant explode. It was sweet to know what he could do, to be aware, and alone aware, of the fool's paradise in which my lady and her brood lived, and already, through his own precipitation, his precious secret was in peril. The fact gave him not a little uneasiness. His thought was, at the ripest moment of her frosty indifference, to make her palace of ice fly in flinders about her. Then the delight of her perturbation, and he had opened his hand and let his bird fly. His father did not know Richard's prudence. Like the fool every man of the world is, he judged from Richard's greatness of heart and his refusal to forsake his friends that he was a careless, happy-go-lucky sort of fellow who would bluster and protest. As to the march he had stolen upon him on behalf of the Mansons, he nowise resented that.
When pressed by no selfish necessity, he did not care much about money, and his son's promptitude greatly pleased him. "The fellow shall go to college," he said to himself, "and I won't give my lady even a hint before I have him the finest gentleman and best scholar in the country. He shall be both. I will teach him billiards myself, by Jove. It is more of a pleasure than at my years I had a right to expect. To think of an old sinner like me being blessed with such a victory over his worst enemy! It is more than I could deserve if I lived to the age of Mephistopheles. I shouldn't like to live so long. There's so little worth remembering. I wish forgetting things wiped them out. There are things I hardly know whether I did or only wanted to do. Damn it! It may be all over Barset by this time, that the heir to Sir Wilton's property has turned up. He rang the bell and ordered his carriage. I must see the old fellow, the rascal's grandfather, he kept on to himself. I haven't exchanged a word with him for years, and now I think of it, I take poor Rowina's father for a very decent sort of fellow. If he had but once hinted what he was, every soul in the parish would have known it. I must find out whether he's in my secret. I can't prove it yet, but perhaps he can. Simon Armour was not astonished to see the Lestrange carriage stop at the smithy. He thought Sir Walton had come about the cheque. He went out and stood in hairy arms and leather apron at the carriage door. "Well, Armour, how are you?" said the baronet. "Well and hearty, sir, I thank you," answered Simon. "I want a word with you," said Sir Wilton. "Shall I tell the coachman to drive round to the cottage, sir?" "No, I'll get out and walk there with you." Simon opened the carriage door, and the baronet got out. "That grandson of yours," he began, the moment they were in Simon's little parlour. Simon started. "The old wretch knows," he said to himself. "Has been too much for me," continued Sir Wilton. "He got a cheque out of me, whether I would or not." "And got the money for it, sir," answered the smith. "He seemed to think the money better than the cheque. I don't blame him, by Jove. There's decision in the fellow. They say his father's a bookbinder in London." "Yes, sir." "You know better. I don't want humbug, Armour. I'm not fond of it." "You told me people said his father was a bookbinder, and I said yes, sir." "You know as well as I do it's a damned lie. The boy is mine. He belongs neither to bookbinder nor blacksmith." "You'll allow me a small share in him, I hope. I've done more for him than you, sir." "That's not my fault." "Perhaps not, but I've done more for him than you ever will, sir." "How do you make that out?" "I've made him as good a shoesmith as ever drove a nail. I don't say he's up to his grandfather at the anvil yet, but an accomplishment no doubt, but not exactly necessary to a gentleman." "It's better than dicing or card-playing," said the blacksmith. "You're right there. I hope he has learned neither. I want to teach him those things myself. He's not an ill-looking fellow." "There's not a better lad in England, sir. If you had brought him up as he is, you might have been proud of your work." "He seems proud of somebody's work. Prouder of himself than his prospects, by Jove," said Sir Wilton, feeling his way. "You should have taught him not to quarrel with his bread and butter." "I never saw any call to teach him that. He never quarrelled with anything at my table, sir. A man who has earned his own bread and butter ever since he left school is not likely to quarrel with it." "You don't say he has done so?" "I do, and can prove it. Did you tell him, sir, you were his father?" "Of course I did. and before I said another word, there we were quarrelling, just as it was with me and my father." "He never told me," said Simon, half to himself, and ready to feel hurt. "He didn't tell you?" "No, sir." "Where is he?" "Gone to London with your bounty." "Now, Simon Armour," began the baronet with some truculence. "Now, Sir Wilton Lestrange," interrupted Simon. "What's the matter?" "Please to remember you are in my house." "Tut, tut, all I want to say is that you will spoil everything if you encourage the rascal to keep low company." "You mean?" "Those Mansons." "Are your children low company, sir?" "Yes, I am sorry, but I must admit it. Their mother was low company." "She was in it at least when she was in yours," had all but escaped Simon's lips, but he caught the bird by the tail. "The children are not the mother," he said. "I know the girl, and she is anything but low company. She lay ill in my house here for 6 weeks or more. Ask Miss Wilder. If you want to be on good terms with your son, don't say a word, sir, against your daughter or her brother." "I like that. On good terms with my son. Ha, ha, ha!" "Remember, sir, he is independent of his father." "Independent? A beggarly bookbinder." "Excuse me, sir, but an honest trade is the only independence. You are dependent on your money and your land. Where would you be without them? And you made neither. They're yours only in a way. We, my grandson and I, have means of our own," said the blacksmith, and held out his 2 brawny hands. "The thing that is beggarly," he resumed, "is to take all and give nothing. If your ancestors got the land by any good they did, you did not get it by any good you did, and having got it, what have you done in return?" "By Jove, I didn't know you were such a radical," returned the baronet, laughing. "It is such as you, sir, that make what you call radicals. If the landlords had used what was given them to good ends, there would be no radicals, or not many, in the country. The landlords that look to their land and those that are on it earn their bread as hardly as the man that ploughs it. But when you call it yours and do nothing for it, I am radical enough to think no wrong would be done if you were deprived of it." "What? Are you taking to the highway at your age?" "No, sir. I have a trade I like better, and I have no call to lighten you of anything, however ill you may use it. But there are those that think they have a right and a call to take the land from landlords like you, and I would no more leave my work to prevent them than I would to help them." "Well, well, I didn't come to talk politics. I came to ask a favor of you." "What I can do for you, sir, I shall be glad to do." "It is merely this, that you will for the present say nothing about the heir having turned up." "I could have laid my hand on him any moment this 20 years, and I can tell you where to find the parish book with his baptism in it. That I've not spoken proves I can hold my tongue, but I will give no pledge. When the time comes, I will speak." "Are you aware I could have you severely punished for concealing the thing?" "Fire away, I'll take my chance, but I would advise you not to allow the thing come into court. Words might be spoken that would hurt. I know nothing myself, but there is one that could and would speak. Better let sleeping dogs lie." "Oh, damn it, I don't want to wake 'em. Most old stories are best forgotten. But what do you think? Will the boy, what's his name?" "My father's, sir, Richard." "Will Richard then, as you have taken upon you to call him?" "His mother gave him the name." "What I want to know is, whether you think he will go and spread the thing, or leave it to we to publish when I please." "Did you tell him to hold his tongue?" "No, he didn't give me time." "That's a pity." "He would have done whatever you asked him." "Oh, would he?" "He would, so long as it was a right thing." And who was to judge of that? Why, the man who had to do it or leave it, of course. But if he didn't tell me, he's not likely to go blazing it abroad. You said he would go to his mother first. His mother is nowhere. So say some, so say not I. Never mind that. Who is it he calls his mother? The woman that brought him up, and a good mother she's been to him. But who is she? You haven't told me who she is, cried the baronet, beginning to grow impatient, and impatience and anger were never far apart with him. No, sir, I haven't told you, and I don't mean to tell you till I see fit. And when, pray, will that be? When I have your promise in writing that you will give her no trouble about what is past and gone. I will give you that promise, always provided she can prove that what was past and gone is come again. I shall insist upon that. Most properly, sir. You shall not have to wait for it. And now, if you will take me to the post office, I will send a telegram to Richard, warning him to hold his tongue. Good, come. They walked to the carriage, and Simon, displacing the footman, got up beside the coachman. He was careful, however, to be set down before they got within sight of the post office. The message he sent was, I know all, and will write. Say nothing but to your mother. End of chapter 51.
Chapter 52 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Holly Rushik. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 52. Uncle Father and Aunt Mother. When Richard reached London, he went straight to Clerkenwell. There he found Arthur in bed and unattended, but covered up and warm. Except one number of the Family Herald, he had nothing to read. The room was tidy, but very dreary. Richard asked him why he did not move into the front room. Arthur did not explain, but Richard understood that the mother had left so many phantasms behind her that he preferred his own dark chamber. When Richard told him what he had done and the success he had had, he thanked him with such a shining face that Richard saw in it the birth of saving hope. And now, Arthur, he said, you must get better as fast as you can, and the first minute you are able to be moved, we'll ship you off to my grandfather's, where Alice was. Away from Alice? Yes, but you must remember there will be so much more for her to eat, and so much more money to get things comfortable with by the time you come back. Besides, you will grow well faster, and then perhaps we shall find some fitter work for you than that hideous clerking. The flush of joy on Arthur's cheek was a divine reward to Richard for what he had done and suffered and sacrificed for the sake of his brother. He made a fire, and having set on the kettle, went to buy some things, that he might have a nice supper ready for Alice when she came home. Next, he found 2 clean towels, and covered the little table, forgetting all his troubles in the gladness of ministration, and the new life that hope gives. If only we believed in God, how we should hope. And what would not hope do to reveal the new heavens and the new earth? That is, to show us the real, true, and gracious aspect of those heavens and that earth in which we now live so sadly, and are not at home, because we do not see them as they are, do not recognize in them the beginning of the inheritance we long for. When Alice came in, she heard Arthur cough, and hurried up. But before she reached the top of the second stair, she heard a laugh which, though feeble, was of such merry enjoyment that it filled her with wonder and gladness. Had the fairy godmother appeared at last? What could have come to make Arthur laugh like that? She opened the door, and all was explained. There sat the one joy of their life, their brother Richard, looking much like himself again. What a healer, what a strength-giver is joy! Will not holy joy at last drive out every disease in the world? Will it not be the elixir of life and drive out death? She sprang upon him and burst out weeping. "Come and have supper," he said. "I've been out to buy it, and haven't much time to help you eat it. My father and mother don't know where I am." Then he told her what he had been about. It was with a happy heart he made his way home, for he left happy hearts behind him. He wondered that his mother was not surprised to see him. Wondered, too, why she looked so troubled. "What does this telegram mean?" she asked. "I don't know, Mother," he replied. "Won't you give me a kiss first?" She threw her arms about him. "You won't give up saying mother to me, will you?" she pleaded, fighting with her emotion. "It will be a bad day for me when I do," he answered. "My mother you are and shall be. But I don't understand it." The telegram let him know that Sir Wilton and his grandfather had been in communication, and gave him hope that things might be accommodated between him and his father. "You've got your real father now, Richard," said his mother. But she saw an expression on his face that made her add, "You must respect your father, Richard. Now you know him for your father." "I can't respect him, Mother. He is not a good man. I can only love him." "You have no right to find fault with him. He was not to blame that I carried you away when your mother died. I was terrified at your stepmother." "I don't wonder at that, Mother. Ah, now I begin to understand it all. But, Mother, if my father had been a good man, I don't believe that you would have carried me away from him." "Very likely not, my boy, though he did make me that angry by calling you ugly. And I don't believe I should have taken you at all if that woman hadn't sent me away for no reason but to have a nurse of her own choosing. How could I leave my sister's child in the power of such a woman? Day and night, Richard, was I haunted with the sight of her cold face hanging over you. I was certain the devil might have his way with her when he chose. There was no love in her to prevent him. In my dreams I saw her giving you poison, or with a penknife in her hand, and her eyes shining like ice. I could not bear it. I should have gone mad to leave you there. I knew I was committing a crime in the eyes of the law, but I felt a stronger law compelling me, and I said to myself, I will be hanged for my child. Rather than my child should be murdered, I will not leave him with that woman. So I took you, Richard." "Thank you, Mother, 1,000 times. I am sure it was right, and every way the best for me. Oh, how much I owe you and my uncle. I must call you Mother still, but I'm afraid I shall have to call my father Uncle." "It won't hurt him, Richard. He has been a good uncle to you, but I don't think he would have taught you the things he did if you had been his very own child." "He has done me no harm, Mother, nothing but good," said Richard. "And so you are my own mother's sister?" "Yes, and a good mother she would have been to you. You must not think of her as a grim old woman like me. She was but 26 when you were born, and she died. She was the most beautiful woman I ever saw, Richard. Never another woman's hand has touched your body but hers and mine, Richard." He took her hand and kissed it. Jane Tuke had never had her hand kissed before, and would have drawn it away. The lady within was ashamed of her rough gloves, not knowing they had won her ladyhood. In the real world, there are no ladies but true women. Also, they only are beautiful. All there show what they are, and all the others are all more or less deformed. Oh, what lovely ladies will walk into the next world out of the rough cocoon of their hard-wrought bodies, not because they have been working women, but because they have been true women. Among working women, as among countesses, there are last that shall be first, and first that shall be last. What kind of woman will be the question? Alas for those, whether high or low or in the middle, whose business in life has been to be ladies. What poor, mean, draggled, unangelic things will come crawling out of the husk they are leaving behind them, which yet perhaps will show a glimmer in the whiteness of death of what they were meant to be, if only they had lived, had been, had put forth the power that was in them as their birthright. Not a few, I know, will crawl out such, except they awake from the dead and cry for life. Perhaps one and another in the next world will say to me, "You meant me. I know now why you were always saying such things." For I suspect the next world will more plainly be a going on with this than most people think. Only it will be much better for some, and much worse for others, as the Lord has taught us in the parable of the rich man and the beggar. No, Richard, resumed his aunt, your father was not a good man, but he may be better now, and perhaps you will help him to be better still. It's doubtful if I ever have the chance, returned Richard. We've had a pretty fair quarrel already. He can't take your birthright from you, she cried. That may be, but what is my birthright? He told me the land was not entailed. He can leave it to anybody he likes. But I'm not going to do what he would have me do. That is, if it be wrong, added Richard, not willing to start the question about the Mansons. To be a sneak would be a fine beginning. If that's to be a gentleman, I will be no gentleman. Right you are, my son, said Tuke, who at that moment came in. Oh, uncle, cried Richard, starting to his feet. Uncle? Ho, ho! What's up now? Nothing's up, but all's out, father, answered Richard, putting his hand in that of the bookbinder. You knew, and now I know. How shall I ever thank you for what you have done for me, and been to me, and given me? Precious little, anyway, my boy. I wish it had been a great deal more. Shall I tell you what you have done for me? You made a man of me, first of all, by giving me a trade and making me independent. Then again, by that trade you taught me to love the very shape of a book, baronet or no baronet. What do you mean? My father threatens to disown me. He can't take your rank from you. We'll have your Sir Richard anyhow, and I'll let him see that a true baronet is just a true man, uncle, interposed Richard, and that you've helped to make me. It's being independent and helping others, not being a baronet, that will make a gentleman of me. That's how it goes in the true world anyhow. The true world? Where's that? Rejoined Tuke, with what would have been a sneer, had there been ill nature in it. And that reminds me of another precious thing you've given me, Richard went on. You've taught me to think for myself. Think for yourself indeed, and talk of any world but the world we've got. If you hadn't taught me, returned Richard, to think for myself, I should have thought just as you did. But I've been thinking for myself a great deal, and I say now that, if there be no more of it after we die, then the whole thing is such a sell as even the dumb, deaf, blind, heartless, headless God you seem to believe in could not have been guilty of. Ho, ho! That's the good my teaching has done you? Well, we'll have it out by and by. In the meantime, tell us how it all came about. How you came to know, I mean. You're a good sort, whatever you believe or don't believe, and I wish you were ours in reality. It's just in reality that I am yours, protested Richard, but his mother broke in. Would you dare, John, she cried, to wish him ours to his loss? No, no, Jane. You know me. It was but a touch of what you call the old Adam and the old John. We've got to take care of each other. We're all agreed about that. And you do it, father, and that's before any agreeing about it. Come and let us have our tea, said the mother, and Richard shall tell us how it worked round that the old gentleman knew him. I remember him young enough to be no bad match for your mother, and that's enough to say for any man. As to looks, I mean only. There wasn't a more beautiful woman than my sister Robina in all England, and I'm bold to say it. Not that it wants much boldness to say the truth. It wants nearly as much at this moment as I have got, returned Richard, for his narrative required, as an essential part of it, that he should tell what made him go to his father. He had not begun when a black cloud rose on his mother's face, and she almost started from her seat. I told you, Richard, you were to have nothing to do with those creatures, she cried. Mother, answered Richard, was it God or the devil told me I must be neighbor to my own brother and sister? Hasn't my father done them wrong enough that you should side with him and want me to carry on the wrong? I heard the same voice that made you run away with me. You were ready to be hanged for me. I was ready to lose my father for them. He too said I must have done with them, and I told him I wouldn't. That is why I got you to put me on a journeyman's wages, uncle. They were starving, and I had nothing to give them. What am I in the world for, if not to set right, as far as I may, what my father has set wrong? You see, I have learned something of you, uncle. I don't see what, returned Tuke. He had been listening with a grave face, for he had his pride and did not relish his nephew's being hand in glove with his base-born brother and sister. "Don't you, father? Where's your socialism? I'm only trying to carry it out." "Out and away, my boy, as Samson did the gates in my mother's old Bible," answered John. "If a man's socialism don't apply to his own flesh and blood," resumed Richard, "where on earth is it to begin? Must you hate your own flesh and go to Russia or China for somebody to be fair with? Ain't your own got as good a right to fair play as any, and ain't they the readiest to begin with? Is it selfish to help your own? It ain't the way you've done by me, uncle." "You mustn't forget," said John, "that a grave wrong is done the nation when marriage is treated with disrespect." "It was my father did it. Was it Alice and Arthur that broke the marriage law by being born out of wedlock?" "If you treat them like other people, you slight that law." "If Sir Wilton Lestrange were to come into the room this minute, you would offer him a chair. His children you would order out of the house." "I wouldn't do that," said Mrs. Tuke. "Mother, you turned them out of this house. I beg your pardon, mother, but you know it was the same thing. You visited the sins of the father on the children." "Bravo!" cried his uncle. "I thought you couldn't mean that rot." "What rot, father?" "That rot about God you flung at me first thing." "Father, it would take the life out of me to believe there was no God, but the God I hope in is a very different person from the God my mother's clergy have taught her to believe in." "Father, do you know Jesus Christ?" "I know the person you mean, my boy." "I know what kind of person he is. And he said God was just like him. And in the God like him, if I can find him, I will believe with all my heart and soul. And so would you, father, if you knew him. You will say, perhaps, he ain't nowhere to know, but you haven't a right to say that until you've been everywhere to look, for such a God is no absurdity. It's nothing ridiculous to look for him. I beg your pardon, both of you, but I'm bound to speak. Jesus Christ said we must leave father and mother for him, because he is true, and I must speak for him what is true, even if my own father and mother should think me rude." He had spoken eagerly, and a man or woman who does not put truth first may think he ought to have held his tongue. But neither father nor mother took offense. The mother, unspeakably relieved by what had taken place, was even ready to allow that her favorite preacher might perhaps dwell too much upon the terrors of the law. End of chapter 52.
Chapter 53 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 53. Morning. The next post brought a letter from Simon Armour, saying, after his own peculiar fashion, that it was time the thing were properly understood between the parties concerned. But that done, they must attend to the baronet's wish, and disclose nothing yet. He believed Sir Wilton had his reasons. They must therefore, as soon as possible, make it clear to him that there was no break in the chain of their proof of Richard's identity. He proposed, therefore, that his daughter should pay her father a visit, and bring Richard. The suggestion seemed good to all concerned. Criminal as she knew herself, Jane Tuke did not shrink from again facing Sir Wilton, with the nephew by her side, whom 21 years before she had carried in her arms to meet his unfatherly gaze. To her surprise, she found that she almost enjoyed the idea. Richard cashed the post-office order the old man sent them, and they set out for his cottage. The same day, Simon went to Mortgrange and saw the baronet, who agreed at once to go to the cottage to meet his sister-in-law. The moment he entered the little parlour where they waited to receive him, he made Mrs. Tuke a polite bow, and held out his hand. "You are the sister of my late wife, I am told," he said. Jane made him a dignified courtesy, her resentment, after the lapse of 20 years, rising fresh at sight of the man who had behaved so badly to her sister. "It was you that carried off the child?" said the baronet. "Yes, sir," answered Jane. "I am glad I did not know where to look for him. You did me the greatest possible favour. What these 20 years would have been like with him in the house I dare not think." "It was for the child's sake I did it," said Jane. "I am perfectly aware it was not for mine," returned Sir Wilton. "Ha ha! You looked as if you had come to stab me that day you brought the little object to the library, and gave me such a scare. You presented his fingers and toes to me as if, by Jove, I was the devil, and had made them so on purpose. I tell you, Richard, if that's your name, you rascal, you have as little idea what a preposterously ugly creature you were, as I had that you would ever grow to be, well, half fit to look at. I was appalled at the sight of you, and a good thing it was. If I had taken to you and brought you up at home, it would scarcely have been to your advantage. You would have been worth less than you are, however little that may be. But it doesn't follow you're the least fit to be owned to. You're a tradesman, every inch of you. No more like a gentleman than— well, not half so like a gentleman as your grandfather there. By heaven, the anvil must be some sort of education. Why wasn't I bound apprentice to my old friend Simon there? But, Richard, you don't look a gentleman, though your aunt looks as if she would eat me for saying it. Now listen to me, all of you. It's no use your saying I've acknowledged him. If I choose to say I know nothing about him, then, as I told the rascal himself the other day, you'll have to prove your case, and that will take money. And when you've proved it, you get nothing but the title and much good that will do you. So you had better make up all your minds to do as I tell you. That is, not to say one word about the affair, but just hold your tongues. Now, none of that looking at one another as if I meant to do you. I'm not going to have people say my son shows the tradesman in him. I'm not going to have the Lestranges knock under to the armours. I'm going to have the rascal the gentleman I can make him. You're to go to college directly, sir, and I don't want to hear of or from you till you have taken your degree. You shall have 200 a year and pay your own fees. Not a penny more if you go on your marrow bones for it, you understand? You're not to attempt communicating with me. If there's anything I ought to know, let your grandfather come to me. I will see him when he pleases, or go to him if he prefers it, and I'm not too gouty. Only mind, I make no promises. If I should leave all I have to the other lot, you will have no right to complain. With the education I will give you and the independence your uncle has given you, and the good sense you have on your own hook, you're provided for. You can be a doctor or a parson, you know. There's more than one living in my gift. The Reverend Sir Richard Lestrange. It don't sound amiss. I'm sorry I shan't hear it. I shall be gone where they crop one of everything. Even of his good works, the parsons say, but I shan't be much the bearer for that. It's hard, confounded hard, though, when they're all a fellow has got. Now don't say a word, I don't like being contradicted, not at all. It sends one round on the other tack, I tell you. And there's my gout coming. Only mind this, if once you say who you are as long as you're at college, or before I give you leave, I have done with you. I won't have any little plan of mine forestalled for your vanity. Don't any of you say who he is. It will be better for him, much. If it be but hinted who he is, he'll be courted and flattered, and then he'll be stuck up and take to spending money. But sure as hell, if he goes beyond his allowance, well, I'll pay it, but it shall be his last day at Oxford. He shall go at once into the navy, or the excise, by George. This expression of the baronet's will, if not quite to the satisfaction of everyone concerned, was altogether delightful to Richard. "May I say one word, sir?" he asked.
Yes, if it's not arguing.
I've not read a page of Latin since I left school, and I never knew any Greek.
I forgot that predicament. You must have a tutor to prepare you. But you shall go to Oxford with him. I will not have you loafing about here. You may remain with your grandfather till I find one, but you're not to come near Mortgrange.
I may go to London with my mother, may I not? Said Richard.
I see nothing against that. It will be the better way.
If you please, Sir Wilton, said Mrs. Tuke. I left evidence at Mortgrange of what I should have to say.
What sort of evidence?
Things that belong to the child and myself.
Where?
Hid in the nursery.
My lady had everything moved, and the room fresh-papered after you left. I remember that distinctly.
Did she say nothing about finding anything?
Nothing, of course she wouldn't.
I left a box of my own with—
You'll never see it again.
The things the child always wore when he went out were under the wardrobe.
Oblige me by saying nothing about them. I am perfectly satisfied and believe every word you say. I believe Richard there the child of your sister Rowena and myself, and it shall not be my fault if he don't have his rights. At the same time I promise nothing, and will manage things as I see best.
At your pleasure, sir, answered Mrs. Tuke.
"Should you mind, sir, if I went to see Mr. Wingfold before I go?" asked Richard. "Who's he?" "The clergyman of the next parish, sir." "I don't know him. Don't want to know him. What have you got to do with him?" "He was kind to me when I was down here before." "I don't care you should have much to do with the clergy." "You said, sir, I might go into the church." "That's another thing quite. You would have the thing in your own hands then." Richard was silent. There was no point to argue. The moment Sir Wilton was gone, Simon turned to his grandson. "It was a pity you asked him about Mr. Wingfold. The only thing is, you mustn't let out his secret. As to seeing Mr. Wingfold, or Miss Wilder either, just do as you please." "No, grandfather. If I had not asked him, perhaps I might. But to ask him and then not do what he told me would be a sneaking shame." "You're right, my boy. Hold on that way, and you'll never be ashamed. Or make your people ashamed either."
For the meantime, then, Richard went to London with his mother, and so anxious was old Simon, stimulated in part by the faithfulness of his grandson, to do nothing that might thwart the pleasure of the tyrant, that when first Wingfold asked after Richard, he told him he was at home, and the next time that he was at work in the country. Richard went on helping his uncle, and going often to see his brother and sister. When Arthur was able for the journey, both he and Alice went with him. At the station they were met by Simon, with an old post-chaise he had to mend up. Having seen Arthur comfortably settled, his brother and sister went back to London together. Alice to go into a single room and betake herself once more to her work, but with new courage and hope. Richard to the book-binding, till his father should have found a tutor for him. The Tukes were slowly becoming used, if not reconciled, to his care of the Mansons. His mother, indignant for her deceased sister, stood out the stiffest. The bookbinder could not fail to see that the youth was but putting in practice the socialistic theories he had himself sought to teach him. True, the thing came straight from the heart of Richard, and went much farther than his uncle's theories. But his uncle counted it the result of his own training, and woke at last to the fact that his theories were better than he had himself known. With the help of the head of the college to which Sir Wilton had resolved to send his son, a tutor was at length found, happily for Richard one of the right sort. They went together to Oxford and set to work at once. It would be hard to say which of the two reaped the more pleasure from the relation, or which, in the duplex process of teaching and learning, gained the most. For the tutor had in Richard a pupil of practised brain yet fresh, a live soul ready, for its own need and nourishment, to use every truth it came near. His penetrative habit made not a few regard him as a bore. Their feeble vitality was troubled by the energy of his. He could not let a thing go in which he descried a principle. He must see it close. To the more experienced, he was one who had not yet learned, wisely fearful of the trampling hoof, to carry aside his oyster with its possible pearl before he opened it. In earnest about everything, he must work out his liberty before he could gamble. A slave will amuse himself in his dungeon. A free man must file through his chains and dig through his prison walls before he can frolic. Sunlight and air came through his open windows, enough to keep Richard alive and strong, but not enough yet to make him merry. He was too solemn thus for most of those he met, but happily not for his tutor. Finding Richard knew 10 times as much of English literature as himself, he became in this department his pupil's pupil, and listening to his occasional utterance of a religious difficulty, had new regions of thought opened in him, to the deepening and verifying of his nature. The result for the tutor was that he sought ordination, in the hope of giving to others what had at length become real to himself. Richard gained little distinction at his examinations. He did well enough, but was too eager after real knowledge to care about appearing to know. He made friends, but not many familiar friends. He sorely missed ministration. It had grown a necessity of his nature. It was well that the habit should be broken for a time, for, laden with consciousness, and not full of God, the soul will delight in itself as a benefactor, a regnant giver, the centre of thanks and obligation, and will thus, with a rampart mound of self-satisfaction, dam out the original creative life of its being, the recognition of which is life eternal. But it grew upon Richard that if there be a God, it is the one business of a man to find him, and that if he would find him, he must obey the voice of his conscience. As to the outward show of the man, Richard's carriage was improving. Level intercourse with men of his own age, but more at home in what is called society, influenced his manners both with and without his will, while all the time he was gathering the confidence of experience. His rowing, and the daily run to and from the boats, with other exercises prescribed by his tutor, strengthened the shoulders whose early stoop had threatened to return with much reading. He was fast growing more than presentable. With the men of his year, his character more than his faculty had influence. Old Simon was doing his best for Arthur. He would not hear of his going back to London, or attempting anything in the way of work beyond a little in the garden. He was indeed nowise fit for more. The blacksmith himself was making progress. The best parts of him were growing fast. Age was turning the strength into channels and mill streams, which before, wild foaming, had flooded the meadows. End of chapter 53.
Chapter 54 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There and Back by George MacDonald, Chapter 54, Barbara at Home. Barbara's brother, her father's twin, was fast following her mother's to that somewhere each of us must learn for himself. No one can learn from another. While they were in London, he was in the Isle of Wight with his tutor. His mother and sister had several times gone to see him, but he did not show much pleasure in their attentions, and was certainly happier with his tutor than with anyone else. Disease, however, was making straight the path of love. Now they were all at home at Wilder Hall, and Death was on his way to join them. Love, however, was watching, ready to wrest from him his sting, without which he is no more death, but sleep. As the poor fellow grew weaker, his tutor became less able to console him, and he could not look to his mother for the tenderness he had seen her lavish on his brother. But the love of his sister had always leaned toward him, ready, on the least opening of the door of his heart, to show itself in the chink. And at last, the opportunity of being to him and doing for him what she could arrived. One day, on the lawn, he tripped and fell. The strong little Barbara took him in her arms and carried him to his room. When two drops of water touch, the mere contact is not of long duration. The hearts of the sister and the dying brother rushed into each other. After this, they were seldom apart. A new life had waked in the very heart of death, and grew and spread through the being of the boy. His eye became brighter, not with fever only, but with love and content and hope. For Barbara made him feel that nothing could part them, that they had been born into the world for the hour when they should find one another, as now they had found one another, to have one another to all eternity. It was an end of their being. He would come creeping up to her as she worked or read, and sit on a stool at her feet, asking for nothing, wishing for nothing, content to be near her. But then Barbara's book or work was soon banished. He was bigger than she, but the muscles of the little maiden were as springs of steel, informed with the tenderest, strongest heart in all the county, and presently he would find himself lifted to her lap, his head on her shoulder, the sweetest voice in all the world whispering loveliest secrets in his willing ear, and her face bent over him with the stoop of heaven over the patient, weary earth. In her arms his poor wasting body forgot its restlessness. The fever that irritated every nerve, burning away the dust of the world, seemed to pause and let him grow a little cool, and the sleep that sometimes came to him there was sweet as death. The face that had so long looked peevish wore now a waiting look. In heaven everyone sheltered the other, and the arms of God were round them all. One day the mother peeped in and saw them seated thus. Motherhood, strong in her, though hitherto, as regarded the boy, poisoned by her strife with her husband, moved and woke at the sight of her natural place occupied by her daughter. "Let me take him, poor fellow," she said. Delighted that her mother should do something for him, Barbara rose with him in her arms. The mother sat down, and Barbara laid him in her lap. But the mother felt him lie listless and dead. No arm came creeping feebly up to encircle her neck. One of her babies died unborn, and she knew the moment the strange, sad feeling of the time came back to her now. She felt through all her sensitive maternal body that her child did not care for her. Grown through her late illness, at once weaker and tenderer, she burst into silent weeping. He looked up. The convulsion of her pain had roused him from a half-sleep. A tear dropped on his face. "Don't rain, Mamma. I will be good," he said, and held his mouth to be kissed. He was much too old for such baby speech, but as he grew weaker, he had grown younger, and it seemed now as if, in his utter helplessness, he would go back to the bosom of his mother. She clasped him to her, and from that moment she and Barbara shared him between them. So for a while Barbara had not the same room to think about Richard, but when she did think of him, it was always in the some loving, trusting, hoping way. When in London, she went to all the parties to which she was expected to go, and enjoyed them. After her own fashion, she loved her kind and liked their company up to a point. But often would the crowd and the glitter, the motion and iridescence vanish from her, and she sit there a live soul dreaming within closed doors. She would be pacing her weary pony through a pale land under a globose moon, homeward, or on the back of one of her father's fleet horses, sweeping eastward over the grassy land, in the level light of the setting sun, watching the strange herald shadow of herself and her horse rushing away before them, ever more distort as it fled. Like some ghastly monster in horror at itself, it hurried to the infinite, seeking blessed annihilation, and ever gathering speed as the sun of its being sank, till at last it gained the goal of its nirvana, not by its well-run race, but in the darkness of its vanished creator. Then with a sigh would Barbara come to herself, the center of many regards. Arthur Lestrange found himself no nearer to her than before, farther off indeed, for here he was but one among many that sought her. But her behavior to him was the same in a crowded room in London as in the garden at Montstrange. She spoke to him kindly, turned friendly to him when he addressed her, and behaved so that the lying hint of Lady Anne, that they had been for some time engaged, was easily believed. A certain self-satisfied, well-dressed idiot said it was a pity a girl like that, a little Amazon, who, for as innocent as she looked, could ride backward and steer her steed straight, should marry a half-baked brick like Lestrange. Arthur, though he was not one of the worthiest, was worth 10 of him, faultless as were his coats and neckties. Her father had several times said to her that it was time she should marry, but had never got near anything definite, for there her eyes would flash and her mouth close tight, compelling the reflection that her mother had been more than enough for him, and he had better not throw his daughter into the opposition as well. He could not, he saw clearly, prevail with her against her liking, but it would be an infernal pity, he thought, seeing poor Marcus must go, if she would not have Lestrange, for the properties would marry splendidly, and then who could tell what better title might not stand on top of the baronetcy? Lady Anne would not let her hope go. She grew daily more fearful of the cloud that hung in the future. Out of it might at any moment step the child of her enemy, the low-born woman that had dared to be Lady Lestrange before her. Then where would she and her children be? That her Arthur would not succeed him would be a morsel to sweeten her husband's death for him. It would be life and death to him to spite the woman he had married. At one crisis in their history he had placed in her hands a will that left everything to her son, but he might have made 10 wills after that one. She knew she had done nothing to please him. She had, in fact, never spent a thought on making life a good thing to the man she had married. She wished she had endeavored, or might now endeavor, to make herself agreeable to him, but it was too late. Sir Wilton would instantly imagine a rumor of the lost heir, and be on the alert for her discomfiture. If only he had not yet made a later will. He must die some day. Why not in time to make his death of use when his life was of none? No one would wonder he had preferred the offspring of her noble person to the lost brat of the peasant woman. How far over the line that separates guilt from greed, Lady Anne might not have gone had she been sure of not being found out. She herself could not have told. The look of things is very different at night and in the morning. The bedchamber can shelter what would be a horror in a court of justice. A conscience at peace in its own darkness will shudder in the gaslight of public opinion. It is marvelous that what we call the public, a mere imbecile as to judgment, should yet possess the godlike power of awakening the individual conscience, and that with its own large dullness of conscience. Truly, the relation of the world to its maker cannot primarily be an intellectual one. It must be a relation tremendously deeper. We do not, I mean, to speak after the manner of men, come of God's intellect, but of his imagination. He did not make us with his hands, but loved us out of his heart. The same week in which Sir Wilton gave that will into his lady's keeping, he executed a second, in which he made the virtue of the former depend on the non-appearance of the lost heir. Of this will he said nothing to his wife. Even from the grave he would hold a shadowy, yet not impotent rod over her and her family. Lady Anne suspected something of the sort, and spent every moment safe from his possible appearance in searching for some such hidden torpedo. But there was one thing of which Sir Wilton took better care than of his honor, and that was his bunch of keys. After the return of the Lestranges and the Wilders to their country homes, Lady Anne, having prevailed on Mrs. Wilder to pay her a visit, initiated an attempt to gain her connivance in her project for the alliance of the houses. For this purpose she opened upon her with the same artillery she had employed against her husband. Mrs. Wilder sat for some time quietly listening, but looking so like her daughter that Lady Anne saw the mother's and not the father's was the alliance to seek. Thereupon she plucked the Tommian out of the best gun in her battery, as she thought, and began to hint a fear that Miss Wilder had taken a fancy to a person unworthy of her. "Girls who have not been much in society," she said, "are not unfrequently the sport of strange infatuations. I have myself known an earl's daughter marry a baker. I do not, of course, imagine your daughter guilty of the slightest impropriety." Scarcely had the word left her lips when a fury stood before her, towered above her, eyes flashing and mouth set as if on the point of tearing her to pieces. "Say the word and my Bab in the same breath again, and I'll throttle you, you vile woman," cried Mrs. Wilder, and hung there like a thundercloud, lightning continuously. Lady Anne was not of a breed familiar with fear, but for the first time in her life, except in the presence of her mother, a far more formidable person than herself, she did feel afraid of what she would have found it hard to say, for to acknowledge the possibility of personal violence would be almost as undignified as to threaten it. "I did not mean to offend you," she said, growing a little paler, but at the same time more rigid. "What sort of mother do you take me for? Offended, indeed! Would you be all honey, I should like to know, if I had the assurance to say such a thing of one of your girls?" "I spoke as to a mother who knew what girls are like." "You don't know what my girl Bab is like," cried Mrs. Wilder, with something that much resembled an imprecation. The word she used would shock thousands of mothers not comparable to her in motherhood. If propriety were righteousness, the kingdom of heaven would be already populous. Lady Anne was offended, and seriously. Was alliance with such a woman permissible or sufferable? But she was silent. For once in her life she did not know the proper thing to say. Was the woman mad, or only a savage? Mrs. Wilder's eloquence required opposition. She turned away, and with a backward glance of blazing wrath left the room and the house. "Home like the devil," she said to the footman as he closed the door of the carriage, and she disappeared in a whirlwind. From the library, Sir Wilton saw her stormy exit and departure. "By Jove," he said to himself, "that woman must be one of the right sort. She's what my Ruby might have been by this time if she had been spared. 100 to 1 my lady was insolent to her, said something cool about her madcap girl probably. She's the right sort, by Jove, that little Bab. If only my Richard now, leathery fellow, would glue on to her. There's nothing left in this cursed world of the devil and all his angels that I should like half so well. I'll put him up to it, I will. Arthur and she, indeed. As if a plate of porridge like Arthur would draw a fire flash like Bab. I'd give the whole litter of 'em and throw in the dam to call that plucky little Robin my girl. I'd give my soul to have such a girl." It did not occur to him that his soul for Barbara would scarcely be fair barter. "Dick's well enough," he went on, "but he's a man, and you've got to quarrel with him. I'm tired of quarreling." The instant she reached home, Mrs. Wilder sent for her daughter and demanded, fury still blazing in her eyes, what she had been doing to give that beast of a Lady Anne a right to talk. "Tell me how she talked, Mamma," returned Barbara, used to her mother's ways and nowise annoyed at being so addressed. "I can't have been doing anything very bad, for she's been doing what she can to get me and keep me." "She has, and you never told me." "I didn't think it worth telling you. She's been setting Papa on to me, too." "Oh, I see, and you wouldn't set him and me on each other, dutiful child. You reckoned you'd had enough of that, but I'll have no buying and selling of my goods behind my back. If you speak one more civil word to that young jackanapes Lestrange, you shall hear it again on both your ears." "I will not speak an uncivil word to him, Mamma. He has never given me occasion, but I shan't break my heart if I never see him again. If you like, I won't once go near the place. Theodore's the only one I care about, and she's as dull as she is good." "What did the kangaroo mean by saying you were sweet on somebody not worthy of you?" "I know what she meant, Mother, but the man is worthy of a far better woman than me, and I hope he'll get her some day." Thereupon little Bab burst into tears, half of rage, half of dread, lest her good wish for Richard should be granted otherwise than she meant it. For she did not at the moment desire very keenly that he should get all he deserved, but that she might herself just do, while she did hope to be a better woman before the day arrived. "Come, come, child, none of that. I don't like it. I don't want to cry on the top of my rage. What is the man? Who is he? What does the woman know about him?" At once Barbara began and told her mother the whole story of Richard and herself. The mother listened. Old days and the memory of a lover not high in the social scale whom she had to give up to marry Mr. Wilder came back upon her, and her heart went with her daughter's before she knew what it was about. Her daughter's love and her own seemed to mingle in one dusky shine, as if the daughter had inherited the mother's experience. The heart of the mother would not have her child, like herself, gather but weed flowers of sorrow among the roses in the garden of love. She had learned this much, that the things the world prizes are of little good to still the hearts of women. But when Barbara told her how Lady Anne would have it that this same Richard, the bookbinder, was a natural son of Sir Wilton, she started to her feet, crying, "Then the natural bookbinder shall have her, and my lady's fool may go to the devil. You shall have my money, Bab, anyhow." "But, Mammy dear," said Barbara, "what will Papa say?" "Poof!" returned her mother. "I've known him too long to care what he says." "I don't like offending him," returned Barbara. "Don't mention him again, child, or I'll turn him loose on your bookbinder. Am I to put my own ewe lamb to the same torture I had to suffer by marrying him? God forbid. When you're happy with your husband, perhaps you'll think of me sometimes and say, 'My mother did it. She wasn't a good woman, but she loved her Bab.'" A passionate embrace followed. Barbara left the room with a happy heart and went, not to her own to brood on her love, but to her brother's, whose feeble voice she heard calling her. Upon him her gladness overflowed. End of chapter 54. Chapter 55 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 55, Miss Brown. The same evening, Barbara rode to the smithy, in the hope of hearing some news of Richard from his grandfather. The old man was busy at the anvil when he heard Miss Brown's hoofs on the road. He dropped his hammer, flung the tongs on the forge, and, leaving the iron to cool on the anvil, went to meet her. "How do you do, grandfather?" said Barbara, with unconscious use of the appellation. Simon was well pleased to be called grandfather, but too politic and too well-bred to show his pleasure. "As well as hard work can help me to. How are you yourself, my pretty?" returned Simon. "As well as nothing to do except nursing poor Mark will let me," she answered. "Please, can you tell me anything about Richard yet?" "Can you keep a secret, honey?" rejoined Simon. "I ain't sure as I'm keeping strict within the law, but if I didn't think you fit, I shouldn't say a word." "Don't tell me, if it be anything I ought to tell if I knew it." "If you can show me you ought to tell anyone, I will release you from your promise. But perhaps you feel you ought to tell everything to your mother." "No, not other people's secrets, but I think I won't have it. I don't like secrets. I'm frightened at them." "Then I'll tell you at my own risk, for you've the right sort to trust, promise or no promise. I only hope you will not tell without letting me know first, because then I might have to do something else by way of, what do they call it when you take poison, and then take something to keep it from hurting you? Richard's gone to college." Babs slid from Miss Brown's back, flung her arms with the bridle on one of them round the blacksmith's neck, and heedless of Miss Brown's fright, jumped up and kissed the old man with the good news. Miss, your clean face," cried the blacksmith. "Oh, Richard, you will be happy now," she said, her voice trembling with buried tears. "But will he ever shoe Miss Brown again, grandfather?" "Many's the time, I trust," answered Simon. "He'll be proud to do it. If not, he never was worth a smile from your sweet mouth." "He'll be a great man some day," she laughed, with a little quiver of the sweet mouth. "He's a good man now, and I don't care," answered the smith. "As long as a son of mine can look every man in the face, I don't care whether it be great or small. He is." "But please, Mr. Armour," said Bab timidly, "wouldn't it be better still if he could look God in the face?" "You're right there, my pretty dove," replied the old man. "Only a body can't say everything out in a breath. But you're right, you are right," he went on. "I remember well the time when I thought I had nothing to be ashamed of. But the time came when I was ashamed of many things, and had done nothing worse in the meantime either. When a man first gets a peep inside himself, he sees things he didn't look to see, and they stagger him a bit. Some horses have their hoofs so shrunk and cockled they take the queerest shoes to set them straight, and them shoes is the troubles of this life, I take it. Now, mind, I ain't told you what college he's gone to, nor whether it be at Oxford, or at Cambridge, or away in Scotland or Germany, and you don't know. And if you don't feel bound to mention the name of the place, I'd be obliged to you not to. But I will let him know that I've told you what sort of place he's at, because he couldn't tell you himself, being he's bound to hold his tongue." Barbara went home happy. His grandfather recognized the bond between them. As to Richard, she had no fear of his forgetting her. With more energy still, she went about her duties, and they seemed to grow as she did them. As the end of Mark's sickness approached, he became more and more dependent upon her, and only his mother could take her place with him. He loved his father dearly, but his father never stayed more than a moment or two in the sick chamber. Mark at length went away to find his twin, and his mother and Barbara wept, but not all in sorrow. One morning, the week after Mark's death, Mr. Wilder desired Barbara to go with him to his study, where indeed about as much study went on as in a squirrel's nest, and there, after solemn prologue as to it having been right and natural while she was but a girl with a brother that she should be allowed a great deal of freedom, stated that now, circumstances being changed, such freedom could no longer be given her. She was now sole heiress, and must do as an heir would have had to do, namely, consult the interests of the family. In those interests, he continued, it was necessary he should strengthen as much as possible his influence in the county. It was time also that for her own sake she should marry, and better husband or fitter son-in-law than Mr. Lestrange could not be desired. He was both well-behaved and good-looking, and when Mort Grange was one with Wilder, would have by far the finest estate in the county. Filial obligation is a point upon which those parents lay the heaviest stress who have done the least to develop the relation between them and their children. The first duty is from the parent to the child. This unfulfilled, the duty of the child remains untaught. "I am sorry to go against you, Papa," said Barbara, "but I cannot marry Mr. Lestrange." "Stuff and nonsense! Why not?" "Because I do not love him." "Fiddlesticks! I did not love your mother when I married her. You don't dislike him, I know. Now don't tell me you do, for I shall not believe you." He is always very kind to me, and I am sorry he should want what is not mine to give him. Not yours to give him? What do you mean by that? If it is not yours, it is mine. Have you not learned yet that when I make up my mind to a thing, that thing is done, and where I have a right, I am not one to waive it? Where husband and wife are not one, it is impossible for the daughter to be one with both, or perhaps with either, and the constant and foolish bickering to which Barbara had been a witness through her childhood had tended rather to poison than nourish respect. Whether Barbara failed to yield as much as Mr. Wilder had a right to claim, I leave to the judgment of my reader, reserving my own and remarking only that if his judgment be founded on principles differing from mine, our judgments cannot agree. The idea of parent must be venerated and may cast a glow upon the actual parent, himself nowise venerable, so that the heart of a daughter may ache with the longing to see her father such as she could love and worship him as she would. But when it comes to life and action, the will of such a parent, if it diverge from what seems to be the child true and right, ought to weigh nothing. A parent is not a maker, is not God. We must leave father and mother and all for God, that is, for what is right, which is his very will. Only let us be sure it is for God and not for self. If the parent has been the parent of good thoughts and right judgments in the child, those good thoughts and right judgments will be on the parent's side. If he has been the parent of evil thoughts and false judgments, they may be for him or against him, but in the end they will work solely for division. Any general decay of filial manners must originate with the parents. I am not a child, I am a woman, said Barbara, and I owe it to him who made me a woman to take care of her. Mind what you say, I have right and will enforce them. Over my person, returned Barbara, her eyes sending out a flash that reminded him of her mother and made him the angrier. If you do not consent here and now, he said sternly, to marry Mr. Lestrange, that is, if, after your mother's insolence to Lady Anne— My mother's insolence to Lady Anne, exclaimed Barbara, drawing herself in her indignation to the height of her small person, but her father would rush to his own discomfiture. If, as I say, he went on, he should now condescend to ask you, I swear— You had better not swear, Papa. I swear you shall not have a foot of my land. Oh, that is all? There you are in your right, and I have nothing to say. You insolent hussy, you wouldn't like it when you find it done. It will be the same as if Mark had lived. It's that cursed money of your mother's makes you impotent. If you could leave me moneyless, Papa, it would make no difference. A woman that can shoe her own horse— Shoe her own horse, cried her father. Yes, Papa, you couldn't, and I made 2 of her shoes the last time. Wouldn't any woman that can do that, wouldn't she, to save herself from shame and disgust, to be queen over herself, wouldn't she take a place as housemaid or shop girl rather than marry the man she doesn't love? Mr. Wilder saw he had gone too far. You know more than is good, he said, but don't you mistake. Your mother's money is settled on you, but your father is your trustee. My father is a gentleman, rejoined Barbara, not so near the truth as she believed. Take you care how you push a gentleman, rejoined her father. Not to love is not to marry. Not if the man was a prince, persisted Barbara. She went to her mother's room, but said nothing of what had passed. She would not heat those ovens of wrath, the bosoms of her parents. The next morning she ran to saddle Miss Brown. To her astonishment, her friend was not in her box, nor in any stall in the stable. Neither was anyone visible of whom to ask what had become of her. For the first time in her life, everybody had got out of Barbara's way. In the harness room, however, she came upon one of the stable boys. He was in tears. When he saw her, he started to turn to run, looking as if he had had a piece of Miss Brown for breakfast, but she stopped him. Where is Miss Brown? She said. Don't know, miss. Who knows then? Perhaps master, miss. What are you crying for? Don't know, miss. That's not true. Boys don't cry without knowing why. Well, miss, I ain't sure what I'm crying for. Speak out, man. Don't be foolish. Master give me a terrible cut, miss. Did you deserve it? Don't know, miss. You don't seem to know anything this morning. No, miss. What did your master give you the cut for? 'Cause I was crying. Here he burst into a restrained howl. What were you crying for? Because Miss Brown was gone. And you cried without knowing where she was gone? Said Barbara, turning almost sick with apprehension. Yes, miss, affirmed the miserable boy. Is she dead? No, miss, she ain't dead. She's sold. The words were not yet out of his mouth when he turned and bolted. That's my gentleman papa, said Barbara to herself before she could help it. Had she been any girl but Barbara, she would have cried like the boy. Not once from that moment did she allude to Miss Brown in the hearing of father or servant. One day her mother asked her why she never rode, and she told her. The wrath of the mother was like that of a tigress. She sprang to her feet and bounded the door, but when she reached it, Barbara was between her and the handle. Mother, mother dear, she pleaded. The mother took her by the shoulders and thought to fling her across the room, but she was not so strong as she had been, and she found the little one hard as nails. She could not move her an inch. Get out of my way, she cried. I want to kill him. Mammy dear, listen. It's a month ago. I said nothing for love's sake. Love's sake? I think I hear you. Dare to tell me you love that wretch of a father of yours? I will kill you if you say you love him. Barbara threw her arms round her mother's neck and said, Listen, Mammy, I do love him a little bit, but it wasn't for love of him I held my tongue. Bah! You're bookbinder, fellow. What has he to do with this? Nothing at all. It wasn't for him either. It was for God's sake I held my peace, Mammy. If all his children quarreled like you and Dad, what a house he would have. It was for God's sake I said nothing, and you know, Mammy, you've made it up with God, and you mustn't go and be naughty again. The mother stood silent and still. It seemed for an instant as if the old fever had come back, for she shivered. She turned and went to her chair, sat down, and again was still. A minute after, her forehead flushed like a flame, turned white, then flushed and paled again several times. Then she gave a great sigh, and the conflict was over. She smiled, and from that moment she also never said a word about Miss Brown. But in the silence of her thought, Barbara suffered for what might not be the fate of Miss Brown. No one but a genuine lover of animals would believe how she suffered. In her mind's eye she kept seeing her turn her head with sharp curved neck in her stall, or shoot it over the door of her box, looking and longing for her mistress, and wondering why she did not come to pat her, or feed her, or saddle her for the joyous gallop across grass and green hedge, and the heart of her mistress was sore for her. But at length, one day at church, they read the psalm in which come the words, Thou, Lord, shalt save both man and beast, and they went to her soul. She reflected that if Miss Brown was in trouble, it might be for the saving of Miss Brown. She had herself got enough good from trouble to hope for that, for she heartily believed the animal partakers in the redemption of Jesus Christ, and she fancied perhaps they knew more about it than we think. The poor things are so silent. Anyhow, she saw that the reasonable thing was to let God look after his own, and if Miss Brown was not his, how could she be? But the mother was sending all over the country to find out who had Miss Brown, and she had not inquired long before she learned that she was in the stables at Mort Grange. There she knew she would be well treated, and therefore told Barbara the result of her inquiries. End of chapter 55.
Chapter 56 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 56. Wingfold and Barbara. Barbara went yet oftener to Mr. and Mrs. Wingfold. By this time, through Simon Armour, they knew something about Richard, but none of them all felt at liberty to talk about him. Barbara had now a better guide in her reading than Richard. True reader as he had been, Wingfold's acquaintance both with literature and its history, that is, its relation to the development of the people, was as much beyond the younger man's as it ought to be. What in Barbara Richard had begun well, Wingfold was carrying on better. With his help she was now studying, to no little advantage, more than one subject connected with the main interest common to her and Richard, and she thought constantly of what Richard would say, and how she would answer him. Hence, naturally, she had the more questions to put to her tutor. Now Wingfold had passed through all Richard's phases, and through some that were only now beginning to show in him. Therefore he was well prepared to help her, although there was this difference between the early moral conditions of the two men, that Wingfold had been prejudiced in favour of much that he found it impossible to hold, whereas Richard had been prejudiced against much that ought to be cast away. Richard suffered not a little at times from his enforced silence. What might not happen because he must not speak? But hearing nothing discouraging from his grandfather, he comforted himself in hope. He knew that in him he had a strong ally, and that Barbara loved the hot-hearted blacksmith, recognizing in him a more genuine breeding, as well as a far greater capacity, than in either Sir Wilton or her father. He toiled on, doing his duty, and receiving in himself the reward of the same, with further reward ever at the door. For there is no juster law than the word, "To him that hath shall be given." "Why do I never see you on Miss Brown?" asked Wingfold one day of Barbara. "For a reason I think I ought not to tell you." "Then don't tell me," returned the parson. But by a mixture of instinctive induction and by involuntary intuition, he saw into the piece of domestic tyranny, and did what he could to make up for it, by taking her every now and then a long walk or drive with his wife and their little boy. He gave her strong, hopeful things to read, and in the search after such was driven to remark how little of the hopeful there is in the English or in any other language. The song of hope is indeed written in men's hearts, but few sing it. Yet it is of all songs the sorest needed of struggling men. Heart and brain, Wingfold was full of both humour and pathos. In their walks and drives, many a serious subject would give occasion to the former, and many a merry one to the latter. Sometimes he would take a nursery rhyme for his theme, and expatiate upon it so, that at one instant Barbara would burst into the gayest laughter, and the next have to restrain her tears. Rarely would Wingfold enter a sick chamber, especially that of a cottage, with a long face and a sermon in his soul. Almost always he walked lightly in, with a cheerful look, and not seldom an odd story on his tongue, well pleased when he could make the sufferer laugh, better pleased sometimes when he had made him sorry. He did not find those that laughed the readiest, the hardest to make sorry. He moved his people by infecting their hearts with the feeling in his own. Having now for many years cared only for the will of God, he was full of joy. For the will of the Father is the root of all his children's gladness, of all their laughter and merriment. The child that loves the will of the Father is at the heart of things. His will is with the motion of the eternal wheels. The eyes of all those wheels are opened upon him, and he knows whence he came. Happy and fearless and hopeful, he knows himself the child of him from whom he came, and his peace and joy break out in light. He rises and shines. Bliss creative and energetic, there is none other, on earth or in heaven, than the will of the Father. End of chapter 56. Recording by Hannah Mary.
Chapter 57 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 57. The Baronet's Will. Arthur Lestrange was sharply troubled when he found he was to see no more of Barbara. He went again and again to Wilder Hall, but neither mother nor daughter would receive him. When he learned that Miss Brown was for sale, he bought her for love of her mistress. All the explanation he could get from Lady Anne was that the young woman's mother was impossible. She was more than half a savage. Time's wheels went slow thereafter at Montgrange.
Sir Wilton missed his firstborn. Whatever annoyed him in his wife, or any of her children, fed the desire for Richard. Arthur did not please him. He had no way distinguished himself, and some men are annoyed when their sons prove only a little better than themselves. Percy was a poisoned thorn in his side. He was even worse than his father. All his thoughts took refuge in Richard. He had become dissatisfied with his agent, and although he had never taken an interest in business, distrust made him now look into things a little. He called his lawyer from London, and had him make a thorough investigation. Dismissing thereupon his agent, he would have Arthur take charge of the estate. But the young man, with an inborn dislike to figures, flatly refused, saying he preferred the army. Sir Wilton did not like the army. He had been in it himself, and had left it in a hurry. No one ever knew why. The only comfort in the house occupied the soul of Lady Anne. It was that she heard nothing of the bookbinder fellow. She had grown so torpid that while danger was not flattening his nose against the window-pane, she was at peace. For the rest, a lawyer of her own had the will in his keeping, and she had come upon no trace of another. But when Sir Wilton sent for his lawyer to look into his factor's accounts, he had a further use for him, of which his wife heard nothing. He made him draw up another will, in which he left everything to Richard, only son of his first wife, Rowena Armour. With every precaution for secrecy, the will was signed and witnessed, but when the lawyer would have carried it with him, the baronet declined to give it up. He laid it aside for a week, then had the horses put to, and drove to find Mr. Wingfold, of whom he had heard from Richard. When he saw him, man of the world as he was impressed by the simplicity of a clergyman without a touch of the clerical, without any look of what he called sanctity. The look that comes upon a man cherishing the notion that he is entrusted with things more sacred than God will put in the hands of his other children. Such men, and they are many, one would like to lay for a time in the sheet of Peter's vision, among the four-footed animals and creeping things, to learn that, as there is nothing common or unclean, so is there no class more sacred than another. Never will it be right with men, until every commonest meal is a glad recognition of the living Saviour who gives himself, always and perfectly, to his brothers and sisters. The baronet begged a private interview, and told the parson he wanted to place in his keeping a certain paper, with the understanding that he would not open it for a year after his death, and would then act upon the directions contained in it. Provided always, Wingfold stipulated, that they require of me nothing unfit, impossible, or wrong. I pledge myself they require nothing unworthy of the cloth, said Sir Wilton. The cloth be hanged, said Wingfold. Do they require anything unworthy of a man, or if you think the word means more, of a gentleman? They do not, answered the baronet. Then you must write another paper, stating that you have asked me to undertake this, but that you have given me no hint of the contents of the accompanying document. This second you must enclose with the first, sealing the envelope with your own seal. Sir Wilton at once consented, and there and then did as Wingfold desired. I've checkmated my lady at last, he chuckled as he drove home. She would have me, the villain, to disinherit my firstborn for her miserable brood. She shall find my other will and think she's safe. Then the thunderbolt and Dick Master. My lady's dower won't be much for Percy the cad and Arthur the proper, not to mention Dorothy the cow and Vixen the rat. He always spoke as if Lady Anne's children were none of his. Her ladyship had taught him to do so, for she always said, "my children." That night he slept with an easier mind. He had put the deed off and off, regarding it as his abdication. But now it was done, he felt more comfortable. Wingfold suspected in the papers some provision for Richard, but could imagine no reason for letting it lie unopened until a year should have passed from the baronet's death. Troubling himself nothing, however, about what was not his business, he put the paper carefully aside. But where he must see it now and then, lest it should pass from his mind,
and with Sir Wilton's permission, told his wife what he had undertaken concerning it, that she might carry it out if he were prevented from doing so. Time went on. Communication grew yet less between Mr. Wilder and his family. He had returned to certain old habits, and was spending money pretty fast in London. Failing to make himself a god in the house, he forsook it, and was rapidly losing this world's chance of appreciating a woman whose faults were to his as new wine to dirty water. In the 4th year, Richard wrote to his father, through his grandfather, of course, informing him he had got his B.A. degree, and was waiting further orders. The baronet was heartily pleased with the style of his letter, and in the privacy of his own room gave way to his delight at the thought of his wife's approaching consternation and chagrin. At the same time, however, he was not a little uneasy in prospect of the denouement, for the eyes of his wife had become almost a terror to him. Their grey ice, which had not grown clearer as it grew older, made him shiver. Why should the stronger so often be afraid of the weaker? Sometimes, I suppose, because conscience happens to side with the weaker. Sometimes only because the weaker is yet able to make the stronger, especially if he be lazy and a lover of what he calls peace, worse than uncomfortable. The baronet dared not present his son to his wife except in the presence of at least one stranger. He wrote to Richard, appointing a day for his appearance at Montgrange. End of chapter 57.
Chapter 58 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There and Back by George MacDonald, Chapter 58, The Heir. It was a lovely morning when Richard, his heart beating with a hope whose intensity of bliss he had never imagined, stopped at the station nearest to Mort Grange, and set out to walk there in the afternoon sun. June folded him in her loveliness of warmth and color. The grass was washed with transparent gold. He saw both the gold and the green together, but unmingled. Often had he walked the same road, a contented tradesman, a gentleman now with a baronet to his father. He loved and knew he must always love the tradesman uncle more than the baronet father. He was much more than grateful to his father for his ready reception of him and his care of his education, but he could not be proud of him as of his mother and his aunt and uncle and his grandfather. He held it one of God's greatest gifts to come of decent people, and if in his case the decency was on one side only, it was the more his part to stop the current of transmitted evil, and in his own person do what he might to annihilate it. His own anxiety was lest his father should again lay upon him the command to cease communication with his brother and sister. He lifted up his heart to God, and vowed that not for anything the earth could give would he obey. The socialism he had learned from his uncle had undergone a baptism to something infinitely higher. He prayed God to keep him clean of heart and able to hold by his duty. He promised God, it was a way he had when he would bind himself to do right, that he would not forsake his own, and would not break the ties of blood for any law, custom, prejudice, or pride of man. The vow made his heart strong and light, but he felt there was little merit in the act, seeing he could live without his father's favor. He saw how much harder it would be for a poor tradeless man like Arthur Lestrange to make such a resolve. In the face of such a threat from his father, what could he do? Where find courage to resist? Resist he must, or be a slave, but hard indeed it would be. Every father, thought Richard, who loved his children, ought to make them independent of himself, that neither clog, nor net, nor hindrance of any kind might hamper the true working of their consciences. Then would the service they rendered their parents be precious indeed. Then indeed would love be Lord, and neither self nor the fear of man nor the fear of fate be a law in their life. He had not sent word to his grandfather that he was coming, and had told his father that he would walk from the station, which suited Sir Wilton, for he felt nervous, and was anxious there should be no stir. So Richard came to Mortgrange as quietly as a star to its place. When he reached the gate and walked in as of old, he was challenged by the woman who kept it. Of all the servants, she and Lady Anne's maid had alone treated him with rudeness, and now she was not polite, although she did not know him. Neither was he recognized by the man who opened the door. Sir Wilton sat in the library expecting him. A gentleman was with him, but he kept in the background, seemingly absorbed in the titles of a row of books. "There you are, you rascal," his father was on the point of saying as Richard came into the light of the one big bow window, but instead he gazed at him for an instant in silence. Before him was one of the handsomest fellows his eyes had ever rested upon, broad-shouldered and tall and straight, with a thoughtful yet keen face, of which every feature was both fine and solid, and dark brown hair with night and firelight in it, and a touch of the sun here and there at moments. The situation might have been embarrassing to a more experienced man than Richard as he waited for his father to speak, but he stood quite at his ease, slightly bent and motionless, neither hands nor feet giving him any of the trouble so far caused by those outlying provinces. The slight color that rose in his rather thin cheeks only softened the beauty of a face whose outline was severe. He stood like a soldier waiting the word of his officer. "By Jove," said his father, and there was another pause. The baronet was momentarily growing prouder of his son. He had never had a feeling like it before. He saw his mother in him. "She's looking at me straight out of his eyes," he said to himself. "Ain't you going to sit down?" he said to him at last, forgetting he had neither shaken hands with him nor spoken a word of welcome. Richard moved a chair a little nearer and sat down, wondering what would come next. "Well, what are you going to do?" asked his father. "I must first know your wish, sir," he answered. "Church won't do?" "No, sir." "Glad to hear it. You're much too good for the church. No offense, Mr. Wingfold. The same applies to yourself." "So my uncle on the stock exchange used to say," answered Wingfold, laughing, as he turned to the baronet. "He thought me good enough, I suppose, for a priest of Mammon." "I'm glad you're not offended. What do you think of that son of mine?" "I have long thought well of him." At the first sound of his voice, Richard had risen and now approached him, his hand outstretched. "Mr. Wingfold," he said joyfully. "I remember now," returned Sir Wilton. "It was from him I heard of you, and that was what made me seek your acquaintance. He promises fairly, don't you think? Shoulders good, head well set on?" "He looks a powerful man," said Wingfold. "We shall be happy to see you, Mr. Lestrange, as soon as you care to come to us." "That will be tomorrow, I hope, sir," answered Richard. Stop, cried Sir Wilton. "We know nothing for certain yet. By the by, if your stepmother don't make you particularly welcome, you needn't be surprised, my boy." "Certainly not. I could hardly expect her to be pleased, sir." "Not pleased? Not pleased at what? Now, don't you presume. Don't you take things for granted. How do you know she will have reason to be displeased? I never promised you anything. I never told you what I intended. Did I ever now?" "No, sir. You have already done far more than ever you promised. You have given me all any man has a right to from his father. I am ready to go to London at once and make my own living." "How?" "I don't know yet. I should have to choose, thanks to you and my uncle." "In the meantime, you must be introduced to your stepmother." "Then, excuse me, Sir Wilton," interposed the parson. "Do you wish me to regard my old friend Richard as your son and heir?" "As my son, yes. As my heir, that will depend—" "On his behavior, I presume," Wingfold ventured. "I say nothing of the sort," replied the baronet testily. "Would you have me doubt whether he will carry himself like a gentleman? The thing depends on my pleasure. There are others besides him." He rose to ring the bell. Richard started up to forestall his intent. "Now, Richard," said his father, turning sharp upon him, "don't be officious. Nothing shows want of breeding more than to do a thing for a man in his own house. It is a cursed liberty." "I will try to remember, sir," answered Richard. "Do. We shall get on the better." He was seized, as by the claw of a crab, with a sharp twinge of the gout. He caught at the back of a chair, hobbled with its help to the table, and so to his seat. Richard restrained himself and stood rigid. The baronet turned a half-humorous, half-reproachful look at him. "That's right," he said. "Never be officious. I wish my father had taught me as I am teaching you. Ever had the gout, Mr. Wingfold?" "Never, Sir Wilton." "Then you ought every Sunday to say, 'Thank God I have no gout.'" "But if we thanked God for all the ills we don't have, there would be no time to thank Him for any of the blessings we do have." "What blessings?" "So many! I don't know where to begin to answer you." "Ah, yes, you're a clergyman. I forgot. It's your business to thank God. For my part, being a layman, I don't know anything in particular I've got to thank Him for." "If I thought a layman had less to thank God for than a clergyman, I should begin to doubt whether either had anything to thank Him for. Why, Sir Wilton, I find everything a blessing. I thank God I am a poor man. I thank Him for every good book I fall in with. I thank Him when a child smiles at me. I thank Him when the sun rises or the wind blows on me. Every day I am so happy, or at least so peaceful, or at the worst so hopeful, that my very consciousness is a thanksgiving." "Do you thank Him for your wife, Mr. Wingfold?" "Every day of my existence." The baronet stared at him a moment, then turned to his son. "Richard," he said, "you had better make up your mind to go into the church. You hear, Mr. Wingfold? I shouldn't like it myself. I should have to be at my prayers all day." "Ah, Sir Wilton, it doesn't take time to thank God. It only takes eternity." Sir Wilton stared. He did not understand. "Ring the bell, will you?" he said. "The fellow seems to have gone to sleep." Richard obeyed, and not a word was spoken until the man appeared. "Wilkins," said his master, "go to my lady and say I beg the favor of her presence in the library for a moment." The man went. "No antipathy to cats, I hope?" he added, turning to Richard. "None, sir," answered Richard gravely. "That's good. Then you won't lie taken aback." In a few minutes, she seldom made her husband wait, Lady Anne sailed into the room, the servant closing the door so deftly behind her that it seemed without moving to have given passage to an angelic presence. The two younger men rose. "Mr. Wingfold, you know, my lady," said her husband. "I have not the pleasure," answered Lady Anne, with a slight motion of the hard bud at the top of her long stock. "Ah, I thought you did. The Reverend Mr. Wingfold. Lady Anne, my wife, Mr. Wingfold. The other gentleman, Lady Anne?" He paused. Lady Anne turned her eyes slowly on Richard. Wingfold saw a slight, just perceptible start, and a settling of the jaws. "The other gentleman," resumed the baronet, "you do not know, but you will soon be the best of friends." "I beg your pardon, Sir Wilton, I do know him. I hope," she went on, turning to Richard, "you will keep steadily to your work. The sooner the books are finished, the better." Richard smiled, but what he was on the point of saying, his father prevented. "You mistake, my lady. I thought you did not know him," said the baronet. "That gentleman is my son, and will one day be Sir Richard." "Oh," returned her ladyship, without a shadow of change in her impassivity, except Wingfold was right in fancying the slightest movement of squint in the eye next to him. She held out her hand. "This is unexpected." For once in her life her lips were truer than her heart. They did not say pleasure. Richard took her hand respectfully, sad for the woman whose winter had no fuel, and who looked as if she would be cold to all eternity. Lady Anne stared him in the eye and said, "My favorite prayer book has come to pieces at last. Perhaps you would bind it for me?" "I shall be delighted," answered Richard. "Thank you," she said, bowed to Wingfold, and left the room. Sir Wilton sat like an offended turkey-cock, staring after. "By Jove," he seemed to say to himself. "There, that's over," he cried, coming to himself. "Ring the bell, Richard, and let us have lunch. Richard, no gentleman could have behaved better. I am proud of you. It's blood that does it," he murmured to himself. As if he had himself compounded both his own blood and his boy's in the still room of creation, he took all the credit of Richard's savoir-faire, as he counted it. He did not know that the same thing made Wingfold happy and Richard a gentleman. Richard had had a higher breeding than was known to Sir Wilton. At the Court of Courts, whether the manners of some other courts would be swept as dust from the floors, the baronet would hardly gain admittance. Lady Anne went up the stairs slowly and perpendicularly, a dull pain in her heart. The cause was not so much that her son was the second son as that the son of the blacksmith's daughter was, she took care to say it at first sight, a finer gentleman than her Arthur. Rank and position, she vaguely reflected, must not look for justice from the jealous heavens. They always sided with the poor. Just see the party spirit of the Psalms. The rich and noble were hardly dealt with. Nowadays even the church was with the radicals. The baronet was merry over his luncheon. The servants wondered at first, but before the soup was removed, they wondered no more. The young man at the table, in whom not one of them had recognized the bookbinder, was the lost heir to Mort Grange. He was worth finding, they agreed, one who would hold his own. The house would be merrier now, thank heaven. They liked Mr. Arthur well enough, but here was his master. The meal was over, and the baronet always slept after lunch. "You'll stay to dinner, won't you, Mr. Wingfold?" he said, rising. "Richard, ring the bell. Better send for Mrs. Locke at once and arrange with her where you will sleep." "Then I may choose my own room, sir," rejoined Richard. "Of course, but better not too near my lady's," answered his father with a grim smile as he hobbled from the room. When the housekeeper came, "Mrs. Locke," said Richard, "I want to see the room that used to be the nursery. In the older time, I mean." "Yes, sir," answered Mrs. Locke pleasantly, and led them up 2 flights of stairs and a long corridor and passage to the room Richard had before occupied. He glanced around it and said, "This shall be my room. Will you kindly get it ready for me?" She hesitated. It had certainly not been repapered, as Sir Wilton thought, and had said to Mrs. Tuke. To Mrs. Locke it seemed uninhabitable by a gentleman. "I will send for the painter and paper hanger at once," she replied, "but it will take more than a week to get ready." "Pray leave it as it is," he answered. "You can have the floor swept, of course," he added with a smile, seeing her look of dismay. "I will sleep here tonight, and we can settle afterward what is to be done to it. There used to be a portrait," he went on, "over the chimney-piece. The portrait of a lady, not well painted, I fancy, but I liked it. What has become of it?" Then first it began to dawn on Mrs. Locke that the young man who mended the books and the heir to Mort Grange were the same person. It fell down one day and has not been put up again," she answered. "Do you know where it is?" "I will find it, sir." "Do, if you please. Whose portrait is it?" "The last Lady Lestrange's, sir. But bless my stupid old head, it's his own mother's picture he's asking for. You'll pardon me, sir. The thing's more bewildering than you think. I'll go and get it at once." "Thank you. Mr. Wingfold and I will wait till you bring it." "There ain't anywhere for you to sit, sir," lamented the old lady. "If I'd only known, I'm sure, sir, I wish you joy." "Thank you, Mrs. Locke. We'll sit here on the mattress." Richard had not forgotten how the eyes of the picture used to draw his, and he had often since wondered whether it could be the portrait of his mother. In a few minutes Mrs. Locke reappeared, carrying the portrait, which had never been put in a frame, and knotting the cord, Richard hung it again on the old nail. It showed a well-formed face, but very flat and wooden. The eyes, however, were comparatively well painted, and it seemed to Richard that he could read both sorrow and disappointment in them, with a yearning after something she could not have. They went out for a ramble in the park, and there Richard told his friend as much as he knew of his story, describing as well as he understood them the changes that had passed upon him in the matter of religion, and making no secret of what he owed to the expostulations and spiritual resistances of Barbara. Wingfold, after listening with profound attention, told him he had passed through an experience in many points like, and at the root the same as his own, adding that, long before he was sure of anything, it had become more than possible for him to keep going on, and that still he was but looking and hoping and waiting for a fuller dawn of what had made his being already blessed. They consulted whether Wingfold should act on the baronet's careless invitation, and concluded it better he should not stay to dinner. Then, as there was yet time, and it was partly on Wingfold's way, they set out for the smithy. End of chapter 58. End of There and Back by George MacDonald.
Chapter 59 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 59. Wingfold and Arthur Manson. When the first delight of their meeting was abated, Simon sent to let Arthur Manson know that his brother was there. For Arthur had all this time been living with Simon, to whom Richard, saving enough from his allowance, had prevented him from being a burden. He looked much better, and was enchanted to see his brother again, and learn the good news of his recognition by his father. "I'm so glad it's you and not me, Richard," he said. "It makes me feel quite safe and happy. We shall have nothing now but fair play all round, the rest of our lives. How happy Alice will be!" "Is Alice still in the old place? I haven't heard of her for some time," said Richard. "Don't you know?" exclaimed Arthur. "She's been at the parsonage for months and months. Mrs. Wingfold went and fetched her away to work for her, and be near me. She's as happy now as the day is long. She says if everybody was as good as her master and mistress, there would be no misery left in the world." "I don't doubt it," answered Richard. "But I've just parted with Mr. Wingfold, and he didn't say a word about her." "When anything has to be done, Mr. Wingfold never forgets it," said Arthur. "But I should just like to hear all the things Mr. Wingfold did and forgot in a month." "Arthur's getting on," thought Richard. But he had to learn how much Wingfold had done for him. First of all, he had set himself, by talking to him and lending him books, to find out his bent, or at least something he was capable of. But for months he could not wake him enough to know of anything of what was in him. The poor fellow was weary almost to death. At last, however, he got him to observe a little. Then he began to set him certain tasks, and as he was an invalid, the first was what he called the task of 12 o'clock, which was for a quarter of an hour from every noon during a month to write down what he then saw going on in the world. The first day he had nothing to show. He had seen nothing. "What were the clouds doing?" Mr. Wingfold asked. "What were the horses in the fields doing? What were the birds you saw doing? What were the ducks and hens doing? Put down whatever you see any creature about." The next evening he went to him again, and asked him for his paper. Arthur handed him a folded sheet. "Now," said Mr. Wingfold, "I am not going to look at this for the present. I am going to lay it in one of my drawers, and you must write another for me tomorrow. If you are able, bring it over to me. If not, lay it by and do not look at it, but write another and another, one every day, and give them all to me the next time I come, which will be soon. We shall go on that way for a month, and then we shall see something." At the end of the month, Mr. Wingfold took all the papers and fastened them together in their proper order. Then they read them together, and did indeed see something. The growth of Arthur's observation, both in extent and quality, also the growth of his faculty for narrating what he saw, were remarkable, both to himself and his instructor. The number of things and circumstances he was able to see by the end of the month, compared with the number he had seen in the beginning of it, was wonderful, while the mode of his record had changed from that of a child to that of almost a man. Mr. Wingfold next, as by that time the weather was quite warm, set him the task of 6 o'clock in the evening, when the things that presented themselves to his notice would be very different. After a fortnight he changed again the hour of his observation, and went on changing it, so that at length the youth who had twice every day walked along Cheapside almost without seeing that one face differed from another, knew most of the birds and many of the insects, and could in general tell what they were about, while the domestic animals were his familiar friends. He delighted in the grass and the wild flowers, the sky and the clouds and the stars, and knew, after a real, vital fashion, the world in which he lived. He entered into the life that was going on about him, and so, in the house of God, became one of the family. He had 10 times his former consciousness. His life was 10 times the size it was before. As was natural, his health had improved marvelously. There's nothing like interest in life to quicken the vital forces, the secret of which is that they are left freer to work. Richard was rejoiced with the change in him, and reckoned of what he might learn from Arthur in the long days before them, while he in turn would tell him many things he would now be prepared to hear. The soul that had seemed rapidly sinking into the joyless dark was now burning, clear as a torch of heaven. End of chapter 59. Recording by Hannah Mary. comebestill.blogspot.com.
Chapter 60 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 60. Richard and his Family. As the dinner hour grew nigh, Richard went to the drawing-room, scrupulously dressed. Lady Anne gave him the coldest of polite recognitions. Theodora was full of a gladness hard to keep within the bounds which fear of her mother counselled. Victoria was scornful, and as impudent as she dared be in the presence of her father. Miss Maliver was utterly wooden, and behaved as if she had never seen him before. Arthur was polite and superior. Things went pretty well, however. Percy, happily, was at Woolwich, pretending to study engineering. Of him Richard had learned too much at Oxford. Theodora and Richard were at once drawn to each other, he prejudiced in her favour by Barbara, she proud of her new, handsome brother. She was a plain, good-natured, good-tempered girl, with red hair, which only her father and mother disliked, and a modest, freckled face, whose smile was genuine and faith-inspiring. Her mother counted her stupid, accepting the judgment of the varnished governess, who saw wonder or beauty or value in nothing her eyes or hands could not reach. Theodora was indeed one of those who, for lack of true teaching, or from the deliberateness of nature, continued children longer than most, but she was not therefore stupid. The aloe takes 7 years to blossom, but when it does, its flower may be 30 feet long. Where there is love, there is intellect. At what period it may show itself matters little. Richard felt he had in her another sister, one for whom he might do something. He talked freely, as became him at his father's table, and the conversation did not quite flag. If Lady Anne said next to nothing, she said nearly as much as usual, and was perfectly civil. Arthur was sullen, but not rude. Theodora's joy made her talk as she had never talked before. A morn of romance had dawned upon her commonplace life. Vixen gave herself to her dinner, and but the shadow of a grimace now and then reminded Richard of the old monkey Phiz. Having the heart of a poet, the brain of a scientist, and the hands of a workman, hands, that is, made for making, Richard talked so vitally that in most families not one but all would have been interested, and indeed Arthur too would have enjoyed listening, but that he was otherwise occupied. That he had to look unconcerned at his own deposition, while regarding as an intruder the man whose place he had so long in a sense usurped, was not his sorest trial. Regarding as a prig the man who talked about things worth talking about, he could not help feeling himself a poor creature, an empty sack, beside the son of the low-born woman. But indeed Richard, brought face to face with life, and taught to meet necessity with labour, had had immeasurable advantages over Arthur. The younger insisted to himself that his brother could not have the feelings of a gentleman, that he must have poverty-stricken ways of looking at things. He could, it was true, find nothing in his manners, carriage, or speech unlike a gentleman, but the vulgarity must be there, and he watched to find it, for he was not himself a gentleman yet. When they went to the drawing-room, and Richard had sung a ballad so as almost to make Lady Anne drop a scale or two from her fish eyes, Arthur went out of the room stung with envy and not ashamed of it. The thing most alien to the true idea of humanity is the notion that our well-being lies in surpassing our fellows. We have to rise above ourselves, not above our neighbours, to take all the good of them, not from them, and give them all our good in return. That which cannot be freely shared can never be possessed. Arthur went to his room with a gnawing at his heart. Not merely must he knock under to the foundling, but confess that the foundling could do most things better than he, was out of sight his superior in accomplishment as well as education. But let us see how he rides and shoots, he thought. Even Vixen, who had been saying to herself all the time of dinner, "Mean fellow, to come like a fox and steal poor Arthur's property," even she was cowed a little by his singing, and felt for the moment in the presence of her superior. Sir Wilton was delighted. Here was a son to represent him, the son of the woman the county had declined to acknowledge. What was Lady Anne's plebeian litter beside this high-bred, modest, self-possessed fellow? He was worthy of his father, by Jove. He went early to bed, and Richard was not sorry. He too retired early, leaving the rest to talk him over. How they did it I do not care to put on record. Theodora said little, for her heart had come awake with a new and lovely sense of gladness and hope. If he would but fall in love with Barbara Wilder, she thought, or rather if Barbara would but fall in love with him, for nobody can help falling in love with her. How happy I should be! They are the two I love best in the world. Next to Papa and Mamma, of course, she added, being a loyal girl. The next morning Richard came upon Arthur shooting at a mark, and both with pistols and rifle beat him thoroughly. But when Arthur began to talk about shooting pheasants, he found in Richard a rooted dislike to killing. This moved Arthur's contempt. "Keep it dark," he said. "You'll be laughed at if you don't. My father won't like it." "Why must a man enjoy himself at the expense of joy?" answered Richard. "I pass no judgment upon your sport. I merely say I don't choose to kill birds. What men may think of me for it is a matter of indifference to me. I think of them much as they think of a Frenchman or an Italian who shoots larks and blackbirds and thrushes and nightingales. I don't see the great difference." They strolled into the stable. There stood Miss Brown, looking over the door of her box. She received Richard with glad recognition. "How comes Miss Brown here?" he asked. "Where can her mistress be?" "The mare's at home," answered Arthur. "I bought her." "Oh," said Richard, and going into the box, lifted her foot and looked at the shoe. Alas, Miss Brown had worn out many shoes since Barbara drove a nail in her hoof. Had there been one of hers there, he would have known it, by a pretty peculiarity in the turn of the point back into the hoof, which she called her mark. The mare sniffed about his head in friendly fashion. "She smells the smithy," said Arthur to himself. "Yes, your grandfather's work," he remarked. "I should be sorry to see any other man shoe horse of mine." "So should I," answered Richard. "I wonder why Miss Wilder sold Miss Brown," he said after a pause. "I am not so curious," rejoined Arthur. "She sold her, and I bought her." Neither divined that the animal stood there a sacrifice to Barbara's love of Richard. Arthur had given up hope of winning Barbara, but the thought that the bookbinder fellow might now, as he vulgarly phrased it to himself, go in and win, swelled his heart with a yet fiercer jealousy. "I hate him," he said in his heart. Yet Arthur was not a bad fellow, as fellows go. He was only a man for himself, believing every man must be for himself, and count the man in his way his enemy. He was just a man who had not begun to stop being a devil. At breakfast, Lady Anne was almost attentive to her stepson. As it happened, they were left alone at the table. Suddenly she addressed him. "Richard, I have one request to make of you," she said. "I hope you will grant it me." "I will if I can," he answered, "but I must not promise without knowing what it is." "You do not feel bound to please me, I know. I have the misfortune not to be your mother. I feel bound to please you where I can, and shall be more than glad to do so. It is a small thing I am going to ask. I should not have thought of mentioning it, but for the terms you seem upon with Mr. Wingfold. I hope to see him within an hour or so. I thought as much. Do you happen to remember a small person who came a good deal about the house when you were at work here? If your ladyship means Miss Wilder, I remember her perfectly. It is necessary to let you know, and then I shall leave the matter to your good sense, that Mrs. Wilder, and indeed the girl herself at various times, has behaved to me with such rudeness that you cannot in ordinary decency have acquaintance with them. I mention it in case Mr. Wingfold should want to take you to see them. They are parishioners of his." "I am sorry I must disappoint you," said Richard. Lady Anne rose with a grey glitter in her eyes. "Am I to understand you intend calling on the Wilders?" she said. "I have imperative reasons for calling upon them this very morning," answered Richard. "I am sorry you should so immediately show your antagonism," said Lady Anne. "My obligations to Miss Wilder are such that I must see her the first possible moment." "Have you asked your father's permission?" "I have not," answered Richard, and left the room hurriedly. The next moment he was out of the house. Lady Anne might go to his father, and he would gladly avoid the necessity of disobeying him the first morning after his return. He did not know how small was her influence with her husband. He took the path across the fields and ran until he was out of sight of Mortgrange. End of chapter 60. Chapter 61 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 61. Heart to Heart. When he came to the parsonage, which he had to pass on his way to the hall, he saw Mr. Wingfold through the open window of the drawing-room and turned to the door. The parson met him on the threshold. "Welcome," he said. "How did you get through your dinner?" "Better than I expected," replied Richard, "but this morning my stepmother began feeling my mouth. She would have me promise not to call on the Wilders. They had been rude to her, she said. Come into the drawing-room. A friend of mine is there who will be glad to see you." The drawing-room of the parsonage was low and dark, with its two windows close together on the same side. At the farther end stood a lady, seemingly occupied with an engraving on the wall. She did not move when they entered. Wingfold led Richard up to her, then turned without a word and left the room. Before either knew, they were in each other's arms. Barbara was sobbing. Richard thought he had dared too much and had frightened her. "I couldn't help it," Barbara said pleadingly. "My life has been a longing for you," said Richard. "I've wanted you every day," said Barbara, and began again to sob, but recovered herself with an effort. "This will never do," she cried, laughing through her tears. I shall go crazy with having you, and I've not seen you yet. Let me go, please. I want to look at you." Richard released her. She lifted a blushing, tearful face to his. But there was only joy, no pain in her tears, only delight, no shame in her blushes. One glance at the simple, manly face before her, so full of the trust that induces trust, would have satisfied any true woman that she was as safe in his thoughts as in those of her mother. She gazed at him one long, silent moment. "How splendid you are!" she cried like a wild schoolgirl. "How good of you to grow like that! I wish I could see you on Miss Brown. What are you going to do, Richard?" While she spoke, Richard was pasturing his eyes, the two mouths of his soul, on the heavenly meadow of her face, and she for very necessity went on talking that she might not cry again. "Are you going back to the bookbinding?" she said. "I do not know. Sir Wilton, my father, hasn't told me yet what he wants me to do. Wasn't it good of him to send me to Oxford?" "You've been at Oxford then all this time? I suppose he will make an officer of you now. Not that I care. I am content with whatever contents you." "I dare say he will hardly like me to live by my hands," answered Richard, laughing. "He would count it a degradation. There I shall never be able to think like a gentleman." Barbara looked perplexed. "You don't mean to say he's going to treat you just like one of the rest?" she exclaimed. "I really do not know," answered Richard, "but I think he would hardly enjoy the thought of Sir Richard Lestrange over a bookbinder's shop in Hammersmith or Brentford." "Sir Richard, you do not mean—" Her face grew white, her eyes fell, her hand trembled on Richard's arm. "What is troubling you, dearest?" he asked, in his turn perplexed. "I cannot understand it," she answered. "Is it possible you do not know, Barbara?" he returned. "I thought Mr. Wingfold must have told you. Sir Wilton says I am his son that was lost. Indeed, there is no doubt of it." "Richard, Richard! Believe me, I didn't know. Lady Anne told me you were not—" "How then should I have dared put my arms round you, Barbara?" "Richard, I care nothing for what the world thinks. I care only for what God thinks." "Then, Barbara, you would have married me, believing me base-born?" "Oh, Richard, you thought it was knowing who you were that made me— Richard, Richard, I did not think you could have wronged me so. My father sold Miss Brown because I would not marry your brother and be Lady Lestrange. If you had not asked me, and I had been sure it was only because of your birth you wouldn't, I should have found some way of letting you know I cared no more for that than God himself does. The God of the world is the devil. He has many names, but he's all the same devil, as Mr. Wingfold says. I wonder why he never told me. I'm glad he didn't. If he had, I shouldn't be here now." "I am very glad too, Barbara, but it wouldn't have made so much difference. I was only here on my way to you. But suppose it had been as you thought. It was one thing what you would do, and another what I would ask you to do." "What I would have done was what you should have believed I would do." "You must just pardon me, Barbara. Well as I thought I knew you, I did not know you enough." "You do now?" "I do." There came a silence. "How long have you known this about yourself, Richard?" said Barbara. "More than 4 years." "And you never told me?" "My father wished it kept a secret for a time." "Did Mr. Wingfold know?" "Not till yesterday." "Why didn't he tell me yesterday then?" "I think he wouldn't have told you if he had known all the time." "Why?" "For the same reason that made him leave us together so suddenly, that you might not be hampered by knowing it, that we might understand each other before you knew. I see it all now. It was just like him. "Oh, he is a friend," cried Barbara. "He knows what one is, and so knows what one is thinking." A silent embrace followed, and then Barbara said, "You must come and see my mother." "Hadn't you better tell her first?" suggested Richard. "She knows what you didn't know, what I've been thinking all the time," rejoined Barbara, with a rosy look of confidence into his eyes. "She can never have been willing you should marry a tradesman, and one besides who—" "She knew I would, and that I should have money, else she might not have been willing. I don't say she likes the idea, but she is determined I shall have the man I love, if he will have me," she added shyly. "Did you tell her you cared for me?" He could not say loved yet. He felt an earthy pebble beside a celestial sapphire. "Of course I did. When Papa wanted me to have Arthur. Not till then. There was no occasion. I could not tell what your thoughts were, but my own were enough for that." Mrs. Wilder was taken with Richard the moment she saw him, and when she heard his story she was overjoyed and would scarcely listen to a word about the uncertainty of his prospects. That her Bab should marry the man she loved, and that the alliance should be what the world counted respectable, was enough for her. When Richard told his father what he had done, saying they had fallen in love with each other while yet ignorant of his parentage, a glow of more than satisfaction warmed Sir Wilton's consciousness. It was lovely. Lady Anne was being fooled on all sides. "Richard has been making good use of his morning," he said at dinner. "He has already proposed to Miss Wilder and been accepted. Richard is a man of action, a practical fellow." Lady Anne did perhaps turn a shade paler, but she smiled. It was not such a blow as it might have been, for she too had given up hope of securing her for Arthur, but it was not pleasant to her that the grandchild of the blacksmith should have Barbara's money. Theodora was puzzled. End of chapter 61. Chapter 62 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 62. The Quarrel. For a few weeks things went smoothly enough. Not a jar occurred in the feeble harmony, not a questionable cloud appeared above the horizon. The home weather seemed to have grown settled. Lady Anne was not unfriendly. Richard, having provided himself with tools for the purpose, bound her prayer book in violet velvet, with her arms cut out in gold on the cover, and she had not seemed altogether ungrateful. Arthur showed no active hostility, made indeed some little fight with himself to behave as a brother ought to a brother he would rather not have found. Far from inseparable, they were yet to be seen together about the place. Vixen had not once made a face to his face. I will not say she had made none at his back. Theodora and he were fast friends. Miss Maliver, now a sort of upper slave to Lady Anne, cringed to him. Arthur readily sold him Miss Brown, and every day she carried him to Barbara. But he took the advice of Wingfold, and was not long from home any day, but much at hand to his father's call, who had many things for him to do, and was rejoiced to find him, unlike Arthur, both able and ready. He would even send him where a domestic might have done as well, but Richard went with hearty goodwill. It gladdened him to be of service to the old man. Then a rumour reached his father's ears, carried to Lady Anne by her elderly maid, that Richard had been seen in low company, and he was not long in suspecting the truth of the matter. Not once before since Richard's return had Sir Wilton given the Mansons a thought, never doubting his son's residence at Oxford must have cured him of a merely accidental inclination to such low company, and made evident to him that recognition of such relationship as his to them was an unheard of impropriety, a sin against social order, a class treachery. Almost every day Richard went to Wilder Hall, he had a few minutes with Alice at the parsonage. Neither Barbara nor her lawless, great-hearted mother would have been pleased to have it otherwise. Barbara treated Alice as a sister, and so did Helen Wingfold, who held that such service as hers must be recompensed with love and the money thrown in. Their kindness, with her new peace of heart, and plenty of food and fresh air, had made her strong and almost beautiful. It was Richard's custom to ride over in the morning, but one day it was more convenient for him to go in the evening, and that same evening it happened that Arthur Manson had gone to see his sister. When Richard, on his way back from the hall, found him at the parsonage, he proposed to see him home. Miss Brown was a good walker, and if Arthur did not choose to ride all the way, they would ride and walk alternately. Arthur was delighted, and they set out in the dusk on foot, Alice going a little way with them. Richard led Miss Brown, and Alice clung joyously to his arm. But for Richard, she would not have known that human being ever was or could be so happy. The western sky was a smoky red. The stars were coming out. The wind was mild, and seemed to fill her soul with life from the fountain of life, from God himself. For Alice had been learning from Barbara, not to think things, but to feel realities, the reality of real things, to see truths themselves. Often, when Mrs. Wingfold could spare her, Barbara would take her out for a walk. Then sometimes, as they walked, she would quite forget her presence, and through that very forgetting, Alice learned much. When first she saw Barbara lost in silent joy, and could see nothing to make her look glad, she wondered a moment, then swiftly concluded she must be thinking of God. When she saw her spread out her arms as if to embrace the wind that flowed to meet them, then too she wondered, but presently began to feel what a thing the wind was, how full of something strange and sweet. She began to learn that nothing is dead, that there cannot be a physical abstraction, that nothing exists for the sake of the laws of its phenomena. She did not put it so to herself, I need hardly say, but she was, in a word, learning to feel that the world was alive. Of the three, she was the merriest that night as they went together along the quiet road. A little way out of the village, Richard set her on the mare and walked by her side, leading Miss Brown. Such was the tolerably sufficient foundation for the report that he was seen rollicking with a common-looking lad and a servant girl on the high road in the immediate vicinity of Wilder Hall. "He is his father's son," reflected Lady Anne. "He's a chip of the old block," said Sir Wilton to himself, but he did not approve of the openness of the thing. To let such doings be seen was low. Presently fell an ugly light on the affair. "By Jove," he said to himself, "it's the damned Manson girl. I'll lay my life on it. The fellow is too much of a Puritan to flaunt his own foibles in the public eye, but damn him, he don't love his father enough not to flaunt his. Dead and buried, the rascal hauls them out of their graves for men to see. It's all the damned socialism of his mother's relations. Otherwise, the fellow would be all a father could wish. I might have known it. The Armour blood was sure to break out. What business had he with what his father did before he was born? He was nowhere then, the insolent dog. He shall do as I tell him, or go about his business. Go and herd with the Mansons and all the rest of them if he likes, and be hanged to them." He sat in smouldering rage for a while, and then again his thoughts took shape in words, though not in speech. "How those fools of Wilders will squirm when I cut the rascal off with a shilling. and settle the property on the man the little lady refused. But Dick will never be such a fool. He cannot reconcile his puritanism with such brazen-faced conduct. I shall never make a gentleman of him. He will revert to the original type. It had disappeared in his mother. What's bred in the damned bone will never out of the damned flesh. Richard was at the moment walking with Mr. Wingfold in the rectory garden. They were speaking of what the Lord meant when he said a man must leave all for him. As soon as he entered his father's room, he saw that something had gone wrong with him. "What is it, father?" he said. "Richard, sit down," said Sir Wilton. "I must have a word with you. What young man and woman were you walking with 2 nights ago, not far from Wilder Hall?" "My brother and sister, sir, the Mansons." "My God, I thought as much," cried the baronet, and started to his feet, but sat down again. The fetter of his gout pulled him back. "Hold up your right hand," he went on. Sir Wilton was a magistrate. "And swear by God that you will never more in your life speak one word to either of those persons, or leave my house at once." "Father," said Richard, his voice trembling a little, "I cannot obey you. To deny my friends and relations, even at your command, would be to forsake my master. It would be to break the bonds that bind men, God's children, together." "Hold your cursed jargon. Bonds, indeed. Is there no bond between you and your father?" "Believe me, father, I am very sorry, but I cannot help it. I dare not obey you. You have been very kind to me, and I thank you from my heart." "Shut up, you young hypocrite. You have tongue enough for 3. Come, I will give you 1 chance more. Drop those persons you call your brother and sister, or I drop you." "You must drop me then, father," said Richard with a sigh. "Will you do as I tell you?" "No, sir, I dare not." "Then leave the house." Richard rose. "Goodbye, sir," he said. "Get out of the house." "May I not take my tools, sir?" "What tools, damn you?" "I got some to bind Lady Anne's prayer book." "She's taken him in. By Jove, she's done him, the fool. She's been keeping him up to it, to enrage me and get rid of him," said the baronet to himself. "What do you want them for?" he asked, a little calmer. "To work at my trade. If you turn me out, I must go back to that." "Damn your soul! It never was and never will be anything but a tradesman's. Damn my soul, if I wouldn't rather make young Manson my heir than you. No, by Jove, you shall not have your damned tools. Leave the house. You cannot claim a chair leg in it." Richard bowed and went, got his hat and stick, and walked from the house with about 30 shillings in his pocket. His heart was like a lump of lead, but he was nowise dismayed. He was in no perplexity how to live. Happy the man who knows his hands the gift of God, the providers for his body. I would in especial that teachers of righteousness were able, with St. Paul, to live by their hands. Outside the lodge gate he paused and stood in the middle of the road thinking. Thus far he had seen his way, but no farther. To which hand must he turn? Should he go to his grandfather or to Barbara? He set out, plodding across the fields, for Wilder Hall. There was no Miss Brown for him now. Miss Wilder, they told him, was in the garden. She sat in a summer-house reading a story. When she heard his step, she knew from the very sound of it that he was discomposed. Never was such a creature for interpreting the signs of the unseen. Her senses were as discriminating as those of wild animals that have not only to find life, but to avoid death by the keenness of their wits. She came out and met him in the dim green air under a wide-spreading yew. "What is the matter, Richard?" she said, looking in his face with anxiety. "What has gone wrong?" "My father has turned me out." "Turned you out?" "Yes. I must swear never to speak another word to Alice or Arthur, or go about my business. I went. Of course you did, cried Barbara, lifting her dainty chin an inch higher. Then, after a little pause, in which she looked with loving pride straight into his eyes, for was he not a man after her own brave, big heart, she resumed. Well, it is no worse for you than before, and ever so much better for me. What are you going to do, Richard? There are so many things you could turn to now. Yes, but only one I can do well. I might get fellows to coach, but I should have to wait too long, and then I should have to teach what I thought worth neither the time nor the pay. I prefer to live by my hands and earn leisure for something else. I like that, said Barbara. Will it take you long to get into the way of your old work? I don't think it will, answered Richard, and I believe I shall do better at it now. I was looking at some of it yesterday morning, and was surprised I should have been pleased with it. In myself growing, I have grown to demand better work, better both in idea and execution. It is horrid to have you go, said Barbara, but I will think you up to God every day, and dream about you every night, and read about you every book. I will write to you, and you will write to me, and... She was on the point of crying, but would not. And then the old smell of the leather and the paste will be so nice. She broke into a merry laugh, and the crisis was over. They walked together to the smithy. Fierce was the wrath of the blacksmith. But for the presence of Barbara, he would have called his son-in-law ugly names. His anger soon subsided, however, and he laughed at himself for spending indignation on such a man. I might have known him by this time, he said, but just let him come near the smithy, he resumed, and his eyes began to flame again. He shall know, if he does, what a blacksmith thinks of a baronet. What are you going to do, my son? Go back to my work. Never to that old wife trade, cried the blacksmith. Look here, Richard, he said, and bared his upper arm. There's what the anvil does. Then he bent his shoulders and began to wheeze. And there's what the bookbinding does, he continued. No, you turn in with me, and we'll show them a sight. A gentleman that can make his living with his own hands. The country shall see Sir Wilton Lestrange's heir a blacksmith, because he wouldn't be a snob and deny his own flesh and blood. I saw your son today, Sir Wilton, at the anvil with his grandfather. What a fine fellow he do be. Lord, how he do make the sparks fly. If I had him, the old sinner, he should see sparks that came from somewhere else than the anvil. You turn in with me, Richard, and do work fit for a man. Grandfather, answered Richard, I couldn't do your work so well as my own. Yes, you could. In 6 weeks you'll be a better smith than ever you'd be a bookbinder. There's no good or bad in that sort of soft thing. I'll make you a better blacksmith than myself. There, I can't say fairer. But don't you think it better not to irritate my father more than I must? I oughtn't to torment him. As long as I was here, he would fancy me braving him. When I'm out of sight, he may think of me again and want to see me, as Job said his Maker would. I don't remember, said Barbara. Tell me. He says to God, I was reading it the other day, I wish you would hide me in the grave till you've done being angry with me. Then you would want to see again the creature you had made. You would call me, and I would answer. God's not like that, of course, but my father might be. There's more chance of his getting over it if I don't trouble him with sight or sound of me. Well, perhaps you're right, said Simon. Off with you to your woman's work, and God bless you. End of chapter 62. Chapter 63 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 63. Baronet and Blacksmith. Richard took Barbara home, and the same night started for London. Barbara prayed him to take what money she had, but he said that by going in the 3rd class he would have something over, and, once there, would begin to earn money immediately. His aunt was almost beside herself for lack of outlet to her surprise and delight at seeing him. When she heard his story, however, it was plain she took part with his father, though she was too glad to have her boy again to say so. His uncle, too, was sincerely glad. His work had not been the same thing to him since Richard went, and to have him again was what he had never hoped. He could not help a grudge that Richard should lose his position for the sake of such as the Mansons, but he saw now the principle involved. He saw, too, that, in virtue of his belief in God as the Father of all, his nephew had much the stronger sense of the claim of man upon man. Richard never disputed with his uncle. He but suggested, and kept suggesting, in the firm belief that an honest mind must, sooner or later, open its doors to every truth. He settled to his work as if he had never been away from it, and in a fortnight or so could work faster and better than before. Soon he had as much in his peculiar department as he was able to do, for almost all his old employers again sought him. His story being now no secret, they wondered he should return to his trade, but no one thought he had chosen to be a workman because he was not a gentleman. But how changed was the world to him since the time that looked so far away! With how much larger a life in his heart would he now sit in the orchestra, while the gracious forms of music filled the hall, and he seemed to see them soaring on the pinions of the birds of God, as Dante calls the angels, or sweeping level in dance divine, like the 6-winged serpents of Isaiah's vision, high and lifted up, all the interspaces filled with glowworms and little spangled snakes of coruscating sound. He was more blessed now than even when but to lift his eyes was to see the face of Barbara. She was in his faith and hope now as well as in his love. He had the loveliest of letters from her. She insisted he should not write oftener than once for her twice. His time was worth more, she said, than twice hers. Mr. Wingfold wrote occasionally, and Richard always answered within a week. As soon as his son was gone, Sir Wilton began to miss him. He wished first that the obstinacy of the rascal had not made it necessary to give him quite so sharp a lesson. He wished next that he had given him time to see the reasonableness of his demand, and at length, as the days and weeks passed, and not a whisper of prayer entered the ears of the family Baal, he began to wish that he had not sent him away. The desire to see him grew a longing. His need of him became imperative. Arthur, who now tried a little to do the work he had before declined, was the poorest substitute for Richard, and his father kept thinking how differently Richard had served him. He repented at last as much as was possible to him, and wished he had left the rascal to take his own way. He tried to understand how it was that, anxious always to please him, he yet would not in such a trifle, and that with nothing to gain and everything to lose by his obstinacy. There might be conscience in it. His mother certainly had a conscience. But how could the fool make the Mansons a matter of his conscience? They were no business of his. He pretended to himself that he had been born without a conscience. At the same time he knew very well that there were pigeonholes in his memory he preferred not searching in, knew very well he had done things which were wrong, things he knew to be wrong when he did them. If he had ever done a thing because he ought to do it, if he had ever abstained from doing a thing because he ought not to do it, he would have known he had a conscience. Because he did not obey his conscience, he would rather believe himself without one. I doubt if consciousness ever exists without conscience, however poorly either may be developed. For the first time in his life, he was possessed with a good longing, namely, for his son, A fulcrum was at length established which might support leverage for his uplifting. He grew visibly greyer, stooped more, and became very irritable. 20 times a day he would be on the point of sending for Richard, but 20 times a day his pride checked him. If the rascal would make but apology enough to satisfy a Frenchman, I would take him back, he would say to himself over and over. But he's such a chip of the old block, so damned independent. Well, I don't call it a great fault. If I had had a trade, I should have been just as independent of my father. No, I want no apology from him. Let him just say, "Mayn't I come back, father?" And the gold ring and the wedding garment shall be out for him directly. A month after Richard's expulsion, the baronet drove to the smithy and accused Simon of causing all the mischief. He must send the boy Manson away, he said. He would settle an annuity on the beggar. That done, Richard must make a suitable apology, and he would take him back. Simon listened without a word. He wanted to see how far he would go. "If you will not oblige me," he ended, "you shall not have another stroke of work from Mortgrange, and I will use my influence to drive you from the county." Without waiting for an answer, he turned to walk from the shop. But he did not walk. The moment he turned, Simon took him by the shoulders and ran him right out of the smithy, up to his carriage, into which, for the footman had made haste to open the door, he would have tumbled him neck and heels, but that, gout and all, Sir Wilton managed to spring on the step and get in without falling. In a rage by no means unnatural, he called to the coachman to send his lash about the ruffian's ears. Simon burst into a guffaw, which so startled the horses that the footman had to run to their heads. In his haste to do so, he failed to shut the door properly. It opened and banged, swinging this way and that, as the horses now reared, now backed, now pulled, and the baronet, cursing and swearing, was tossed about in his carriage like a dried-up kernel in a nut. Simon at length, with tears of merriment running down his red cheeks, managed, in a succession of gymnastics, to close the door. "Home, Peterkin!" he shouted, and turning away, strode back to his forge, whence immediately sprang upon the air the merriest tune ever played by anvil and hammer with a horseshoe between them, the sparks flying about the musician like a nimbus of embodied notes. It seemed to soothe the horses, for they started immediately without further racket. Before the next month was over, the baronet was again in the smithy, in a better mood this time. He made no reference to his former ignominious dismissal, wanted only to know if Simon had heard from his grandson. The old man answered that he had. He was well, happy, and busy. Sir Wilton gave a grunt. "Why didn't he stay and help you?" "I begged him to do so," answered Simon, "for he's almost as good at the anvil and quite as good at the shoring as myself. But he said it would annoy his father to have him so near, and he wouldn't do it." His boy's goodwill made the baronet fidget and swear to hide his compunction, but his evil angel got the upper hand. "The rascal knew," he cried, "that nothing would annoy me so much as to have him go back to his mire like the washed sow." Perceiving Simon looked dangerous, he turned with a hasty good morning and made for his carriage, casting more than one uneasy glance over his shoulder. But the blacksmith let him depart in peace. End of chapter 63. Chapter 64 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 64. The Baronet's Funeral. It was about a year after Richard's return to his trade when one morning the doctor at Barset was roused by a groom, his horse all speckled with foam, who, as soon as he had given his message, galloped to the post office and telegraphed for a well-known London physician. A little later, Richard received a telegram. Father paralysed. Will meet first train. Wingfold. With sad heart he obeyed the summons and found Wingfold at the station. I have just come from the house, he said. He is still insensible. They tell me he came to himself once, just a little, and murmured, Richard, but has not spoken since. Let us go to him, said Richard. I fear they will try to prevent you from seeing him. They shall not find it easy. I have a trap outside. Come along. They reached Mortgrange and stopped at the lodge. Richard walked up to the door. How is my father? He asked. Much the same, sir, I believe. Is it true that he wanted to see me? I don't know, sir. Is he in his own room? Yes, sir, but I beg your pardon, sir, said the man. I have my lady's orders to admit no one. While he spoke, Richard passed him and went straight to his father's room, which was on the ground floor. He opened the door softly and entered. His father lay on the bed, with the Barset surgeon and the London doctor standing over him. The latter looked round, saw him, and came to him. I gave orders that no one should be admitted, he said, in a low, stern tone. I understand my father wished to see me, answered Richard. He cannot see you. He may come to himself any moment. He will never come to himself, returned the doctor. Then why keep me out? Said Richard. The eyes of the dying man opened, and Richard received his last look. Sir Wilton gave one sigh, and death was past. Whether life was come, God only, and those who watched on the other side, knew. Lady Anne came in. The good baronet is gone, said the physician. She turned away. Her eyes glided over Richard as if she had never before seen him. He went up to the bed, and she walked from the room. When Richard came out, he found Wingfold where he had left him, and got into the pony carriage beside him. The parson drove off. His tale is told, said Richard in a choking voice. He did not speak, and I cannot tell whether he knew me, but I had his last look, and that is something. I would have been a good son to him if he had let me. At least I would have tried to be. He sat silent, thinking what he might have done for him. Perhaps he would not have died if he had been with him, he thought. It is best, said Wingfold. We cannot say anything would be best, but we must say everything is best. I think I understand you, said Richard, but oh, how I would have loved him if he would have let me. And how you will love him, said Wingfold, for he will love you. They are getting him ready to let you now. I think he is loving you in the darkness. He had begun to love you long before he went, but he was the slave of the nature he had enfeebled and corrupted. I hope endlessly for him, though God only knows how long it may take, even after the change is begun, to bring men like him back to their true selves. But surely, Richard, he cried, bethinking himself and pulling up his ponies, your right place is at Mortgrange, at least so long as what is left of your father is lying in the house. Yes, no doubt and I did think whether I ought not to assert myself and remain until my father's will was read, but I concluded it better to avoid the possibility of anything unpleasant. I cannot, of course, yield my right to be chief mourner. I think my father would not wish me to do so. I am sure he would not. Then, till the funeral, you will stay with us, concluded the parson as he drove on. No, I thank you, answered Richard. I must be at my grandfather's. I will go there when I have seen Barbara. On the day of the funeral, no one disputed Richard's right to the place he took, and when it was over, he joined the company assembled to hear the late baronet's will. It was dated 10 years before, and gave the 2 estates of Mortgrange and Cinquemere to his son, Arthur Lestrange. There was in it no allusion to the possible existence of a son by his first wife. Richard rose. The lawyer rose also. I am sorry, Sir Richard, he said, that we can find no later will. There ought to have been some provision for the support of the title. My father died suddenly, answered Richard, and did not know of my existence until about 5 years ago. All I can say is I am very sorry. Do not let it trouble you, returned Richard. It matters little to me. I am independent. I am very glad to hear it. I had imagined it otherwise. A man with a good trade and a good education must be independent. Ah, I understand. But your brother will, as a matter of course, I shall talk to him about it. The estate is quite equal to it. The estate shall not be burdened with me, said Richard with a smile. I am the only one of the family able to do as he pleases. But the title, Sir Richard? The title must look after itself. If I thought it in the smallest degree dependent on money for its dignity, I would throw it into the dirt. If it means anything, it means more than money, and can stand without it. If it be an honour, please God, I shall keep it honourable. Whether I shall set it over my shop remains to be considered. Good morning. As he left the room, a servant met him with the message that Lady Anne wished to see him in the library. Cold as ever, but not colder than always, she poked her long white hand at him. This is awkward for you, Richard, she said, but more awkward still for Arthur. Maltgrange is at your service until you find some employment befitting your position. You must not forget what is due to the family. It is a great pity you offended your father. Richard was silent. He left it therefore in my hands to do as I thought fit. Sir Wilton did not die the rich man people imagined him, but I am ready to place £1,000 at your disposal. I should be sorry to make the little he has left you so much less, answered Richard. As you please, returned her ladyship. I should like to have just a word with my sister Theodora, said Richard. I doubt if she will see you. Miss Maliver, will you take Mr. Tuke to the schoolroom, and then inquire whether Miss Lestrange is able to leave her room? You will stay with her. She is far from well. Perhaps you had better go and inquire first. Mr. Tuke will wait you here. Miss Maliver came from somewhere and left the room. Richard felt very angry. Was he not to see his father's daughter except in the presence of that woman? But he said nothing. There is just one thing, resumed her ladyship, upon which, if only out of respect to the feelings of my late husband, I feel bound to insist. It is that, while in this neighbourhood, you will be careful as to what company you show yourself in. You will not, I trust, pretend ignorance of my meaning, and cause me the pain of having to be more explicit. Richard was struck dumb with indignation, and remained dumb from the feeling that he could not condescend to answer her as she deserved. Ere he had half recovered himself, she had again resumed. If the title was ceded to the property, she said, as if talking to herself, it might be a matter for more material consideration. Did your ladyship address me? Said Richard. If you choose to understand what I mean, but I speak with too much delicacy, I fear. Compensation it could be only by courtesy. Suppose I referred to the Court of Chancery my grave doubts of your story? My father has acknowledged me. And repudiated, sent you from the house, left you to pursue your trade, bequeathed you nothing. Everybody knows your father, my late husband, I mean, would risk anything for my annoyance, though, thank God, he dared not attempt to push injury beyond the grave. He well knew the danger of that. Had he really believed you his son, do you imagine he would have left you penniless? Would he not have been rejoiced to put you over Mr. Lestrange's head, if only to wring the heart of his mother? The proofs that satisfied him remain. The testimony, that is, of those most interested in the result, whose very case is a confession of felony. A confession, if you will, that my own aunt was the nurse that carried me away, of which there are proofs. Has anyone seen those proofs? My father has seen them, Lady Anne. You mean Sir Wilton? I do. He accepted them. Has he left any document to that effect? Not that I know of. Who presented those proofs, as you call them? I told Sir Wilton where they had been hidden, and together we found them. Where? In the room that was the nursery, which you occupied for months while working at your trade in the house, and for weeks again before Sir Wilton dismissed you. Yes, answered Richard, who saw very well what she was driving at, but would not seem to understand before she had fully disclosed her intent. And where you had opportunity to place what you chose at your leisure? Excuse me. I am only laying before you what counsel would lay before the court. You wish me to understand, I suppose, that you regard me as an impostor, and believe I put the things, for support of my aunt's evidence, where my father and I found them? I do not say so. I merely endeavour to make you see how the court would regard the affair, how much appearance would be against you. At the same time, I confess I have all along had grave doubts of the story. You, of course, may have been deceived as well as your father, I mean the late baronet, my husband, but in any case, I will not admit you to be what you call yourself, until you are declared such by the law of the land. I will, however, make a proposal to you, and no ungenerous one. Pledge yourself to make no defence, if, for form's sake, legal proceedings should be judged desirable, and in lieu of the possible baronetcy, for I admit the bare possibility of the case, if tried, be given against us, I will pay you £5,000. It would cost us less to try the case, no doubt, but the thing would at best be disagreeable. Understand, I do not speak without advice. Plainly you do not, assented Richard. But, he continued, let me place one thing before your ladyship. To do as you asked me would be to endorse your charge against my father, that he acknowledged me. That is, he lied, to give you annoyance. That is enough. But I have the same objection in respect of my uncle and aunt, of whom you propose to make liars and conspirators. He turned to the door. You will consider it, said her ladyship in her stateliest yet softest tone. I will. I shall continue to consider it the worst insult you could have offered my father, your late husband. Thank God he was my mother's husband first. What am I to understand by that? Whatever your ladyship chooses, except that I will not hold any farther communication with you on the matter. Then you mean to dispute the title? I decline to say what I mean or do not mean to do. Lady Anne rose to ring the bell. Miss Maliver met Richard in the doorway. He turned. I am going to bid Theodora good-bye, he said. You shall do no such thing, cried her ladyship. Richard flew up the stair, and believing Miss Maliver had not gone to his sister, went straight to her room. The moment Theodora saw him, she sprang from the bed where she had lain weeping, and threw herself into his arms. He was the only one who had ever made her feel what a man might be to a woman. He told her he had come to bid her good-bye. She looked wild. But you're not going really? For altogether? She said. My dear sister, what else can I do? Nobody here wants me. Indeed, Richard, I do. I know you do, and the time will come when you shall have me, but you would not have me live where I am not loved. Richard, she cried with a burst of indignation, the first, I fancy, she had ever felt, or at least given way to. You're the only gentleman in the family. Richard laughed, and Theodora dried her eyes. Miss Maliver was near enough to be able to report, and the poor girl had a bad time of it in consequence. I will not trouble Arthur, said Richard. Say good-bye to him for me, and give him my love. Please tell him that, although all I had was my father's, yet, as between him and me, Miss Brown is mine, and I expect him to send her to Wilder Hall. Goodbye again to my dear sister. I leave a bit of my heart in the house, where I know it will not be trampled on. Theodora could not speak. Her only answer was another embrace, and they parted. Richard went to see Barbara and found her at the parsonage. "What an opportunity you have," said Wingfold, "of maintaining before the world the honour of work. The man who makes a thing exist that did not exist, or who sets anything right that had gone wrong, must be more worthy than he who only consumes what exists, or helps things to remain wrong." "But," suggested Barbara, with her usual keenness, "are you not now encouraging him to seek the praise of men? To seek it for a good thing is the more contemptible." "There is little praise to be got from men for that," said Wingfold, "and I'm sure Richard does not seek any. He would help men to see that the man who serves his neighbour is the man whom the Lord of the universe honours. An idle man, or one busy only for himself, is like a lump of refuse floating this way and that in the flux and reflux of the sewer tide of the world. Were Richard lord of lands, it would be absurd of him to give his life to bookbinding. That would be to desert his neighbour on those lands. But what better can he do now than follow the trade by which he may at once earn his living? To omit the question of possibility, suppose he read for the bar, would that bring him closer to humanity? Would it be a diviner mode of life? Is it a more honourable thing to win a cause, perhaps for the wrong man, than to preserve an old and valuable book? Will a man rank higher in the kingdom that shall not end, because he has again and again rendered unrighteousness triumphant? Would Richard's mind be as free in chambers as in the workshop to seek into truth, or as keen to suspect its covert? Would he sit closer to the well springs of thought and aspiration in a barrister's library than among the books by which he wins his bread? With eternity before them, and God at the head and the heart of the universe, Richard and Barbara did not believe in separation any more than in death. He in London, and she at Wilder Hall, they were far more together than most unparted pairs. Wingfold set himself to keep Barbara busy, giving her plenty to read and plenty of work. Her waiting should be no loss of time to her if he could help it. Among other things, he set her to teach his boy where she thought herself much too ignorant. He held not only that to teach is the best way to learn, but the imperfect are the best teachers of the imperfect. He thought this must be why the Lord seems to regard with so much indifference the many falsehoods uttered of and for him. When a man, he said, agonized to get into other hearts the thing dear to his own, the false intellectual or even moral forms in which his ignorance and the crudity of his understanding compelled him to embody it, would not render its truth of none effect, but might, on the contrary, make its reception possible where a truer presentation would stick fast in the doorway. He made Richard promise to take no important step for a year without first letting him know. He was anxious he should have nothing to undo because of what the packet committed to his care might contain. End of chapter 64. Chapter 65 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 65. The Packet. The day so often in Wingfold's thought arrived at last, the anniversary of the death of Sir Wilton. He rose early, his mind anxious, and his heart troubled that his mind should be anxious, and set out for London by the first train. Arrived, he sought at once the office of Sir Wilton's lawyer, and when at last Mr. Bell appeared, begged him to witness the opening of the packet. Mr. Bell broke the seal himself, read the baronet's statement of the request he had made to Wingfold, and then opened the enclosed packet. "A most irregular proceeding," he exclaimed, as well he might. His late client had committed to the keeping of the clergyman of another parish the will signed and properly witnessed, which Mr. Bell had last drawn up for him, and of which, as it was nowhere discoverable, he had not doubted the destruction. Here it was, devising and bequeathing his whole property, real and personal, exclusive only of certain legacies of small account, to Richard Lestrange, formerly known as Richard Tuke, reputed son of John and Jane Tuke, born Armor, but in reality sole son of Wilton Arthur Lestrange of Mortgrange and Cinquemere, Baronet, and Robina Armor, his wife, daughter of Simon Armor, blacksmith, born in lawful wedlock in the house of Mortgrange in the year 18 and so worded, at the request of Sir Wilton, that even should the law declare him superstitious, the property must yet be his. "This will be a terrible blow to that proud woman," said Mr. Bell. "You must prepare her for the shock." "Prepare Lady Anne?" exclaimed Wingfold. "Believe me, she is in no danger. An earthquake would not move her." "I must see her lawyer at once," said Mr. Bell, rising. "Let me have the papers, please," said Wingfold. "Sir Wilton did not tell me to bring them to you. I must take them to Sir Richard." "Then you do not wish me to move in the matter?" "I shall advise Sir Richard to put the affair in your hands, but he must do it. I have not the power." "You're very right. I shall be here till 5 o'clock. I hope to be with you long before that." It took Wingfold an hour to find Richard. He heard the news without a word, but his eyes flashed, and Wingfold knew he thought of Barbara and his mother and the Mansons. Then his face clouded. "It will bring trouble on the rest of my father's family," he said. "Not upon all of them," returned Wingfold, "and you have it in your power to temper the trouble. But I beg you will not be hastily generous, and do what you may regret, finding it for the good of none." "I will think well before I do anything," answered Richard. "But there may be another will yet." "Of course there may. No one can tell. In the meantime we must be guided by appearances. Come with me to Mr. Bell." "I must see my mother first." He found her ironing a shirt for him and told her the news. She received them quietly. So many changes had got both her and Richard into a sober way of expecting. They went to Mr. Bell, and Richard begged him to do what he judged necessary. Mr. Bell at once communicated with Lady Anne's lawyer and requested him to inform her ladyship that Sir Richard would call upon her the next day. Mr. Wingfold accompanied him to Mortgrange. Lady Anne received them with perfect coolness. "You are, I trust, aware of the cause of my visit, Lady Anne?" said Richard. "I am." "May I ask what you propose to do?" "That, excuse me, is my affair. It lies with me to ask you what provision you intend making for Sir Wilton's family." "Allow me, Lady Anne, to take the lesson you have given me, and answer, that is my affair." She saw that she had made a mistake. "For my part," she returned, "I should not object to remaining in the house, were I but assured that my daughters should be in no danger of meeting improper persons." "It would be no pleasure, Lady Anne, to either of us to be so near the other. Our ways of thinking are too much opposed. I venture to suggest that you should occupy your jointure house." "I will do as I see fit." "You must find another home." Lady Anne left the room, and the next week the house, betaking herself to her own, which was not far off, in the park at Cinquemere, the smaller of the two estates. The week following, Richard went to see Arthur. "Now, Arthur," he said, "let us be frank with each other. I am not your enemy. I am bound to do the best I can for you all. When you thought the land was yours, I had a trade to fall back upon. Now that the land proves mine, you have no trade or other means of making a livelihood. If you will be a brother, you will accept what I offer. I will make over to you for your lifetime, but without power to devise it, this estate of Cinqmar, burdened with the payment of 500 a year to your sister Theodora until her marriage." Arthur was glad of the gift, yet did not accept it graciously. The disposition is no rare one that not only gives grudgingly, but receives grudgingly. The man imagines he shields his independence by not seeming pleased. To show yourself pleased is to confess obligation. Do not manifest pleasure, do not acknowledge favour, and you keep your freedom like a man. "I cannot see," said Arthur. "Of course it is very kind of you and all that. You wouldn't have compliments bandied between brothers, but I should like to know why the land should not be mine to leave. I might have children, you know." "And I might have more children," laughed Richard, "but that has nothing to do with it. The thing is this. The land itself I could give out and out, but the land has the people. God did not give us the land for our own sakes only, but for theirs too. The men and women upon it are my brothers and sisters, and I have to see to them. Now I know that you are liked by our people, and that you have claims to be liked by them, and therefore believe you will consider them as well as yourself on the land, though at the same time I shall protect them with the terms of the deed. But suppose at your death it should go to Percy. Should I not then feel that I had betrayed my people, a very Judas of landlords? Never fellow creature of mine will I put in the danger of a scoundrel like him. He is my brother. And mine, I know him. I was at Oxford with him. Not one foothold shall he ever have on land of mine. When he wants to work, let him come to me. Not till then." "You will not say that to my mother?" "I will say nothing to your mother. Do you accept my offer?" "I will think it over." "Do," said Richard, and turned to go. "Will you not settle something on Victoria?" said Arthur. "We shall see what she turns out by the time she is of age. I don't want to waste money." "What do you mean by wasting money?" "Giving it where it will do no good. God gives to the bad as well as the good. It is one thing to give to the bad, and another to give where it will do no good. God knows the endless result. I should know but the first link of its chain. I must act by the knowledge granted me. God may give money in punishment. Should I dare do that?" "Well, you're quite beyond me." "Never mind then. What you and I have to do is to be friends and work together. You will find I mean well." "I believe you do, Richard, but we don't somehow seem to be in the same world." "If we are true, that will not keep us apart. If we both work for the good of the people, we must come together." "To tell you the truth, Richard, knowing you had given me the land, I could not put up with interference. I am afraid we should quarrel, and then I should seem ungrateful. What would you say to our managing the estates together for a year or two? Would not that be the way to understand each other?" "Perhaps. I must think about it." "That is right. Only don't let us begin with suspicion. You did me more than one kindness not knowing I was your brother, and you sent back Miss Brown." "That was mere honesty." "Strictly considered, it was more. My father had a right to take the mare from me, and at his death she came into your possession. I thank you for sending her to Barbara." Arthur turned away. "My dear fellow," said Richard, "Barbara loved me when I was a bookbinder, and promised to marry me thinking me base born. I am sorry, but there is no blame to either of us. I had my bad time then, and your good time is, I trust, coming. I did nothing to bring about the change. I did think once whether I had not better leave all to you, and keep to my trade. but I saw that I had no right to do so, because duties attended the property which I was better able for than you. I believe every word you say, Richard. You are nobler than I. End of chapter 65.
Chapter 66 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 66. Barbara's Dream. Mr. Wilder could not well object to Sir Richard Lestrange on the ground that his daughter had loved him before she or her father knew his position the same he was coveting for her. And within 2 months they were married. Lady Anne was invited, but did not go to the wedding. Arthur, Theodora, and Victoria did. Percy was not invited. Neither bride nor bridegroom seeing any sense in setting out on a journey the moment they were free to be at home together, they went straight from the church to Mortgrange. When they entered the hall which had so moved Richard's admiration the first time he saw it, he stood for a moment lost in thought. When he came to himself, Barbara had left him. But ere he had time to wonder, such a burst of organ music filled the place as might have welcomed one that had overcome the world. He stood entranced for a minute, then hastened to the gallery, where he found Barbara at the instrument. "What!" he cried in astonishment. "You, Barbara! You play like that!" "I wanted to be worth something to you, Richard." "Oh, Barbara, you are a queen at giving. I was well named, for you were coming. I am Richard indeed. Oh, so rich." In the evening they went out into the park. The moon was rising. The sunlight was not quite gone. Her light mingled with the light that gave it her. "Do you know that lovely passage in the book of Baruch?" asked Richard. "What book is that?" returned Barbara. "It can't be in the Bible, surely." "It is in the Apocrypha, which is to me very much in the Bible. I think I can repeat it. I haven't a good memory, but some things stick fast." But in the process of recalling it, Richard's thoughts wandered, and Baruch was forgotten. "This dying of Apollo in the arms of Luna," he said, "this melting of the radiant god into his own pale shadow, always reminds me of the poverty-stricken, wasted and sad, yet lovely Elysium of the pagans. So little consolation did they gather from the thought of it, that they longed to lay their bodies, not in the deep, cool, far-off shadow of grove or cave, but by the ringing roadside, where live feet in two meeting, mingling, parting tides ever came and went, where chariots rushed past in hot haste, or moved stately by in jubilant procession, where at night lonely forms would steal through the city of the silent, with but the moon to see them go, bent on ghastly conference with witch or enchanter. And where are you going, Richard? Please take me with you. I feel as if I were lost in a wood." "What I meant to say," replied Richard with a little laugh, "was how different the moonlit shadowland of those people from the sunny realm of the radiant Christ. Jesus rose again because he was true, and death had no part in him. This world's day is but the moonlight of his world. The shadow man, who knows neither whence he came nor whither he is going, calls the upper world the house of the dead, being himself a ghost that wanders in its caves, and knows neither the blowing of its wind, the dashing of its waters, the shining of its sun, nor the glad laughter of its inhabitants." They wandered along, now talking, now silent, their two hearts lying together in a great peace. The moon kept rising and brightening, slowly victorious over the pallid light of the dead sun, till at last she lifted herself out of the vaporous horizon sea, ascended over the tree-tops, and went walking through the unobstructed sky, mistress of the air, queen of the heavens, lady of the eyes of men. Yet was she lady only because she beheld her Lord. She saw the light of her light, and told what she saw of him. "When the soul of man sees God, it shines," said Richard. They reached at length the spot where first they met in the moonlight. With one heart they stopped and turned, and looked each in the other's moonlit eyes. Barbara spoke first. "Now," she said, "tell me what Baruch says. Ah, yes, Baruch. He was the prophet Jeremiah's friend, an amanuensis. It was the moon made me think of him. I believe I can give you the passage word for word, as it stands in the English Bible. But he that knoweth all things knoweth her, that is wisdom, and hath found her out with his understanding. He that prepared the earth for evermore hath filled it with four-footed beasts. He that sendeth forth light, and it goeth, calleth it again, and it obeyeth him with fear. The stars shined in their watches, and rejoiced. When he calleth them, they say, Here we be. And so with cheerfulness they showed light unto him that made them. This is our God, and there shall none other be accounted of in comparison of him. That is beautiful, cried Barbara. They said, Here we be, and so, what is it? And so with cheerfulness they showed light unto him that made them. I will read every word of Baruch, said Barbara. Is there much of him? No, very little. A silence followed. Then again Barbara spoke, and she clung a little closer to her husband. I want to tell you something that came to me one night when we were in London, she said. It was a miserable time that, before I found you up in the orchestra there, and then hell became purgatory, for there was hope in it. I saw so many miserable things. I seemed always to come upon the miserable things. It was as if my eyes were made only to see miserable things, bad things and suffering everywhere. The terrible city was full of them. I longed to help, but had to wait for you to set me free. You had gone from my knowledge, and I was very sad, seeing nothing around me but a waste of dreariness. I kept asking God to give me patience, and not let me fancy myself alone. But the days were dismal, and the balls and dinners frightful. I seemed in a world without air. The girls were so silly, the men so inane, and the things they said so mawkish and colourless. The compliments sickened me so that I was just hungry to hide myself. But at last came what I want to tell you. One morning, after what seemed a long night's dreamless sleep, I awoke, but it was much too early to rise. So I lay thinking, or more truly, I hope, being thought into, as Mr. Wingfold says. Many of the most beautiful things I had read, scenes of our Lord's life on earth, and thoughts of the Father, came and went. I had no desire to sleep again, or any feeling of drowsiness, but in the midst of fully conscious thought, found myself in some other place, of which I only knew that there was firm ground under my feet, and a soft white radiance of light about me. The remembrance came to me afterwards of branches of trees spreading high overhead, through which I saw the sky. But at the time I seemed not to take notice of what was around me. I was leaning against a form tall and grand, clothed from the shoulders to the ground in a black robe, full and soft and fine. It lay in thickly gathered folds, touched to whiteness in the radiant light, all along the arms encircling, without at first touching me. With sweet content, my eyes went in and out of those manifold radiant lines, feeling, though they were but parts of his dress, yet they were of himself. For I knew the form to be that of the Heavenly Father, but felt no trembling fear, no sense of painful awe, only a deep, deep worshipping, an unutterable love and confidence. "Oh, Father," I said, not aloud, but low into the folds of his garment. Scarcely had I breathed the words when, "My child," came whispered, and I knew his head was bent toward me, and I felt his arms close round my shoulders and the folds of his garment enwrap me, and with a soft sweep fall behind me to the ground. Delight held me still for a while, and then I looked up to see his face, but I could not see past his breast. His shoulders rose far above my upreaching hands. I clasped them together, and face and hands rested near his heart, for my head came not much above his waist. And now came the most wonderful part of my dream. As I thus rested against his heart, I seemed to see into it, and mine was filled with loving wonder and an utterly blessed feeling of home to the very core. I was at home with my Father. I looked, as it seemed, into a space illimitable and fathomless, and yet a warm light as from a hearth-fire shone and played in ruddy glow, as upon confining walls. And I saw there gathered all human hearts. I saw them, yet I saw no forms. They were there, and yet they would be there. To my waking reason the words sound like nonsense, and perplex me, but the thing did not perplex me at all. With light beyond that of faith, for it was of absolute certainty, clear as bodily vision, but of a different nature, I saw them. But this part of my dream, the most lovely of all, I can find no words to describe, nor can I even recall to my own mind the half of what I felt. I only know that something was given me then, some spiritual apprehension, to be again withdrawn, but to be given to us all, I believe, some day, out of his infinite love, and withdrawn no more. Every heart that had ever ached or longed or wondered I knew was there, folded warm and soft, safe and glad. And it seemed in my dream that to know this was the crown of all my bliss. Yes, even more than to be myself in my Father's arms. Awake, the thought of multitude had always oppressed my mind. It did not then. From the comfort and joy it gave me to see them there, I seemed then first to know how my own heart had ached for them. Then tears began to run from my eyes, but easily, with no pain of the world in them. They flowed like a gentle stream into the heart of God, whose depths were open to my gaze. The blessedness of those tears was beyond words. It was all true then. That heart was our home. Then I felt that I was being gently, oh, so gently, put away. The folds of his robe which I held in my hands were being slowly drawn from them, and the gladness of my weeping changed to longing entreaty. "Oh, Father, Father," I cried, but I saw only his grand, gracious form, all blurred and indistinct through the veil of my blinding tears, slowly receding, slowly fading, and I awoke. My tears were flowing now with the old earth pain in them, with keenest disappointment and longing. To have been there, and to have come back, was the misery. But it did not last long. The glad thought awoke that I had the dream, a precious thing never to be lost while memory lasted, a thing which nothing but its realization could ever equal in preciousness. I rose glad and strong, to serve with newer love, with quicker hand and readier foot, the hearts around me. End of chapter 66. End of There and Back by George MacDonald.